Chapter 601. Want money, or do you want to die? Boom, boom, boom. Go Boqiang squatted on the ground, squatting his head violently at Chen Zhongying. At this moment, the scene in the entire bar was completely shocked. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at this scene in disbelief! Exclamation mark. This. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. The scene in front of me is almost unprecedented. A dignified member of Guo's family, Guo Shou's cousin, was so prostrate in front of others, kowtow violently. Brother Chen. I knew it was wrong. Previously, I had eyes but didn't know Mount Tai. Your lord has a large number of them. Kill me. At this time, Go Boqiang did not dare to resist at all, and squatted his head violently at Chen Zhongying. If so, he knew the identity of Chen Zhongying before, then give him 10 bear bile. He wouldn't dare to provoke him. What the fuck? This person is a demon. One person slaughtered the demon of the Huang family. This kind of devil, Go Boqiang, can't afford to offend him. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, standing indifferently on the spot, with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were deep and calm, and he looked at Go Boqiang, who was kowtow under his feet. Do you like kowtow very much? Well, after 3,000 bangs, I will decide whether to kill you. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent, and he spoke lightly. All guests. Guo Shou's cousin Go Boqiang. The whole scene is unprecedented. This fucking, it's a naked humiliation! Exclamation mark. Knocking out 3,000 ringing heads. Decide whether to kill you or not? Exclamation mark. This is naked, provoking the majesty of the Go family! Exclamation mark. Guo Shou's complexion was already pale and ugly. He held a gun and pointed it at Chen Zong, but he didn't dare to press the trigger. This, the dignified young master of the Go family, can only watch his cousin crawling on the ground, kowtow, and be humiliated. Today, his Go family is ashamed. However, Guo Shou's has no other choice at this time. Tonight, no matter what, Go Boqiang's life must be saved. If Go Boqiang is dead, then, for the Go family, it is completely shameful. Even the Go family can't protect themselves, so how can they conquer Jiangnan? Be famous? Exclamation mark. Therefore, at this time, Guo Shou's can only endure, and can only seek peace and stabilize Chen Zong's murderous intentions. Bang, 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 and a burst of violent kowtows swept through and echoed, shaking the hearts of everyone present. It's simply, in the bars and nightclubs, there is a sea of people. However, the scene was dead and silent. Everyone, none of them dared to speak. A group of people just stood there, watching Go Boqiang stunned and kowtow. The scene is unprecedentedly depressing. When he knocked to 1,000 heads, Go Boqiang's whole head was completely broken and bleeding. Chen Zong lifted up his watch, glanced at the time, and continued to count. It is still 2,000 heads away. Go Boqiang. He was almost vomiting blood. He endured the severe pain and continued to kowtow. Boo, bang, bang. There was a violent kowtow, echoing the air. A ton of blood has been knocked out on the ground, but he didn't dare to resist at all. At this moment, even his cousin did not speak. Go Boqiang didn't dare to stop at all. Even he himself didn't know how long he knocked. The entire neck was stiff and numb, and his head was violent, and the blood spread to the entire head. The forehead has been completely knocked out. This finally knocked to 3,000 ringings. Go Boqiang trembled and crawled on the ground. His whole body almost collapsed. His head was miserable. The ground is full of blood. Chen Zhongying just stood aside and watched him knocking his head 3,000 times with his own eyes. At this point, a full half an hour has passed. Not far away, his cousin Guo Shou's looked pale and greeted the next one, trying to get his subordinates to step forward and take the cousin away. But, as a result, the subordinates just stepped forward. Chen Zhongying suddenly lifted his leather shoes and stepped on Go Boqiang's head. Did I say, let him go? As soon as this remark came out, the audience was dead silent. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Not finished yet? Question mark. Guo Shou's pupils shrank and stared at Chen Zhongying. What do you want? At this moment, Guo Shou's voice was sharp, staring at Chen Zonging. Chen Zong just stepped on Go Boqiang's head, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring. Lifted his eyes and looked at Go Shou's. Your cousin just said, let me compensate 10 million for mental damage. This money has not been counted. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, with a touch of indifference. Want your brother to live? 1 billion mental damage costs. As soon as this remark came out, the audience, a huge shock! Exclamation mark. Billion ... a billion? Question mark. Mental loss fee? Exclamation mark. Go Shou's trembled because of his anger. His fists clenched, making a creaking sound. Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging, are you ... provoking my bottom line? Go Shou's voice was hoarse, every word, with unprecedented murderous intent. Billion? Exclamation mark. This fucking, it's just sitting on the floor and asking for a naked blackmail! Exclamation mark. Oh, Gong Xigo is unwilling? Then 10 billion. Chen Zong didn't talk nonsense, and set the price again. The audience, in an uproar. Even the Kuyiren not far away had beautiful eyes dull and stunned, watching this scene stupidly. Question mark. This Mr. Chen ... this is too able to do it, right? This is, naked on the spot, blackmailing Go Shou's? Exclamation mark. The gun in Go Shou's right hand pointed directly at Chen Zonging, and his pupils were murderous. At this time, he was on the verge of the extreme point of the outbreak. From 1 billion, increase the price to 10 billion! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Was Go Shou's taking him seriously? Exclamation mark. The scene is almost out of control. Behind Go Shou's, the crowded black crowd also drew their swords together, and the blades were surging. Swords drawn, the gunpowder is full of smoke. It's on the verge. Chen Zong didn't bother to talk nonsense. The price had already been quoted, and he was just standing there at this time, stepping on Go Boqiang's head, faintly puffing out smoke rings. Do you want money, or do you want to die? Let it be your choice. Confrontation. Silence for a long time. Brother ... help me ... help me. Go Boqiang, who was stepped on his feet, trembled and hoarse, begging miserably. At this moment, the scene was unprecedentedly grim. Go Shou's hand holding the gun tightly, his palms turned pale. He dared not shoot for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath. Not reconciled, slowly put down the gun. Tonight, if you really want to kill, he, not sure, attacked Chen Zonging within one shot. So, tonight, can't make a move. 10 billion, good. I'll give it to you. Go Shou's gritted his teeth and slowly spit out a word. As soon as this remark came out, all the guests present, their eyes widened and their faces were shocked. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. The dignified Go family son, unexpectedly compromised! Exclamation mark. Chen Zong's eyes were light, and he snapped his fingers at Kuyiren. Your card number, report it to him. Kuyiren was taken aback. I'll give you money, 10 billion. Chen Zonging walked with all his heart, and said lightly. Kuyi was sluggish, reacted, and reported his card number to Go Shou's. At this time, Go Shou's was almost ashen. He immediately contacted the customer service of the private bank, operated late at night, and transferred money to Kuyiren, 10 billion. Within 20 minutes, 10 billion of funds were deducted from Go Shou's personal account and transferred to Kuyiren. Kuyi was sluggish, looking at the reminder of the 10 billion funds on the mobile phone text message prompt. The whole person is a little confused. This just inexplicably extorted 10 billion? Question mark. This is simply. Go Shou's face was green, staring at Kuyiren, gritted his teeth, and uttered a word. Mr. Ku, the bodyguard you trained is very good. Yuku Group, I remember. Go Shou said this sentence almost gritted his teeth and resisted the murderous intent. The Kuyi people on the site have almost a complicated and awkward look. This is almost inexplicable. and it exacerbated the deterioration of the relationship between the two groups. But it seems, if it gets worse, get worse. Anyway, it's already like this. What's more, it was Go Bokyang's domineering bullying first. Kuyiran adjusted his emotions and said tactfully, Go-sun is serious. Then, see you at the mall. All guests. The scene is even more depressing. After confirming that the transfer was successful, Go-shows looked pale and stared at Chen Zonging. Now, can you let my cousin leave tonight? In order to save his cousin's life, Go-shows has repeatedly tolerated and retreated. Don't worry, just now your cousin gave me the threatening request. I haven't fulfilled them one by one. Chen Zong dang his cigarette in a calm tone. After receiving 10 billion, he did not intend to let Go Bokyang go. Go-shows looked terrifying, almost an urge to vomit blood. This Chen Zonging. You have turned your back. Add more! Exclamation mark. Today 10,000 characters have been updated. Check it out, brothers. Thank you brothers for your support! Exclamation mark. In addition, about how to vote for monthly tickets, and readers will not, let me explain. In the reading interface, tap the screen once, and 3 dots will appear in the upper right corner of the screen. Click the 3 dots in the upper right corner, and a row of operation buttons will appear at the bottom of the screen. The option of voting for a monthly pass is here. Please help. Thank you. Chapter 602. But I take it seriously. Go-shows was completely angry. This Chen Zongjing has no words to believe! Exclamation mark. Backward. Chen Zongjing slowly let out a puff of smoke. When did I say that if I collect money, I will let people go? As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the audience turned pale. What the fuck? This person is abrupt, provoking Go-shows' bottom line. The scene is terribly depressing. What the do you want? Go-shows clenched his fists. His pupils were blood red, and his murderous intent was violent. If you can do it at this moment. His guns had already shattered Chen Zong's head with one shot, letting him go through 1,000 swords. But, at this moment, he can't do it. And he is not sure to do it. He has no other choice. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, looking around, let all the bar security guards on the scene break both arms. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was dead silent. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Go-shows' pupils were cold, his eyes were murderous, and he glanced around. Tonight, all the security guards in the mist bar will disuse their arms. If they fail to comply, they are against my Go family. In an instant, the faces of dozens of security guards at mist bar changed drastically. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Trouble with the upper body. They did not expect that the disaster caused by their boss would spread to them at this time. Exclamation mark. A group of security guards hesitated and dared not do anything. Go-shows was cruel and unambiguous, and gave orders to the bodyguards behind him. Wow! A group of bodyguards rushed forward and pressed against the group of security guards at mist bar. Crack, click. The sound of the arm being removed and dislocated swept the audience. The Gyo's bodyguard, extremely fierce, removed the arms of dozens of security guards in the mist bar. Scene, terrible. One's own person, hit one's own person. What the fuck? It's infighting. But, at this moment, there is no other way. In order to save his cousin, Go-shows could only order so. For almost an instant, the ground was howling miserably. The group of mist bar security guards had their hands abandoned and howled miserably. The scene was terrible. In the bar, all the guests were frightened. There were a few timid girls who were even scared to cry. The scenes were terrifying and terrifying. I did what you said. Are you still going to let my brother go? Go-shows' voice was sharp, staring at Chen Zonging, and forced to ask. Don't worry. Chen Zonging spit out a smoke ring, and replied calmly. He dangled his cigarette, lowered his head, and stared at Go Bokyang at his feet. I remember, you just seem to have said, New Year's Day is my death day? Go Bokyang's complexion changed suddenly and was extremely miserable. Chen. Brother Chen. This is all a misunderstanding. Little brother, I made a slip of the tongue. Don't worry about it. Go Boqiang's voice trembled, begging for mercy again and again. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring. His eyes were deep, but I take it seriously. Boom. As soon as he said this, Go Boqiang was horrified and trembling violently. Please, take my life around me. Brother Chen, my younger brother is Go Boqiang, and I will treat you in the future. Please, Wenimafat, let me go. Go Boqiang was completely horrified and shocked. Now, again and again miserably begging for mercy. This person in front of him is an existence that even the Huang family dared to massacre. He can't afford to provoke such a terrifying demon. Hearing Go Boqiang's so miserable and pitiful look, begging for mercy, a sneer and contempt flashed across the corner of Chen Zong's mouth. Don't worry, fate, I will keep it for you. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, smoking cigarettes in his mouth, and slowly said, but body, I will handle it for you. Huh? Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Go Boqiang was taken aback, and his whole person was horrified, unable to react. However, at this moment Chen Zonging suddenly raised his leather shoes and stepped on Go Boqiang's left arm hard. Crack! A sound of bone crushing and breaking. Go Boqiang's entire arm was shattered and broken. Go Boqiang howled miserably. Exclamation mark. Chen Zong, you stop. Go Shows was furious and couldn't help it. He rushed forward, punched out, and tried to rush back to stop Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong did not give him a chance at all. He lifted his leather shoes directly and stepped on Go Boqiang's other right hand hard. Crack! The sound of bone crushing swept the audience. Everyone's eyes widened, shocked, horrified, and unbelievable. Go Boqiang was lying on the ground. His eyes were painful and blood-red, and he howled miserably. However, at the same time, Go Shows rushed forward, turning his fists with both hands, and blasted towards Chen Zonging, trying to knock him away. Chen Zongguang's eyes were lifted, and he directly waved his right hand lightly. The moment his right hand touched Go Shows' terrifying fist, bang! Go Shows was struck by lightning, and was directly blown out by a huge force. Exclamation mark. Boom! Go Shows' body severely smashed several bar card tables behind him, and was blasted out dozens of meters in embarrassment. He used his whole body's energy and blood to condense his strength, only then barely able to stand firm. And the bar floor under his feet has been dragged out of two deeply sunken footprints. It can be seen that how powerful is Chen Zong's attack! Exclamation mark. The group of bodyguards suddenly changed their faces and rushed forward to try to check Go Shows' body. Fine. Go Shows pushed the bodyguards away. With a grim expression on his face, he stood in place, staring at Chen Zong. This is the first time that he has confronted Chen Zong with his bare hands. Unexpectedly, he was retreated to this point. This is simply, he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has a terrible foundation of Kung Fu. Although his killer is marksmanship. However, Kung Fu is still his strong point. But, I didn't expect it. Tonight, just this any-handed showdown, I was bombarded to this point. This is simply a defeat. He did not expect that Chen Zonging's physical strength would be terrifying to this point. Exclamation mark. With a single stroke, will you blow yourself up? Exclamation mark. This is simply, Go Shows' complexion trembled savagely, when his eyes swept to the ground not far away. His pupils shrank violently. My cousin's hands and feet have been trampled off, thoroughly, became a ... vegetable! Exclamation mark. The miserable howling of the cousin echoed across the bar. The slaughter at the scene was miserable and terrifying. Everyone in the audience was pale, shocked, and couldn't believe it. It's it. Chen Zong ... You provoke my Go family so much, in this Jiangnan city, you will ... Do not move an inch. Go Shows said with a stern voice, almost gritted his teeth. Hearing Go Shows' words, the corners of Chen Zonging's mouth raised an arc. 2 months ago, the Huang family patriarch also said the same thing as you. Hearing this, Go Shows' pupils are even worse. Murderous! Exclamation mark. This is, alluding to, The Huang family was wiped out. His Go family will follow in the footsteps. What the fuck? Tonight, the face of his Go family is completely cleaned by naked humiliation. Immediately, let go of my brother. Otherwise, Go Shou's clenched his fists, completely angry. Tonight, Yuo's cousin died. All the dignity of the Go family is completely destroyed? Okay. Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring, then suddenly raised his leather shoes and kicked the corpse of Go Boqiang at his feet. Go Boqiang's whole limp and vegetative body, like an offline kite, was directly kicked out. Everyone in the audience changed their colors. Beside Go Shou's, a group of subordinates hurriedly stepped forward. They all raised their hands and caught Go Boqiang's body. At this time, Go Boqiang was covered in blood and miserable. His legs and feet were all broken by his mother. It was extremely miserable. Quick! Send to the hospital. Go Shou's face was severe, and his opponent shouted directly. A group of subordinates hurriedly rushed out of the bar, holding the body of Go Boqiang. At the scene, Go Shou still stood there, looking at Chen Zong with vigilant gaze. I'm afraid he will suddenly repent and kill his cousin. But Chen Zhongying stood there, puffing out smoke rings calmly and indifferently. In the entire bar, the atmosphere is dignified and terrifying. The corner of the bar on the side. That Huang Maoyude was trembling and horrified at this time, cautiously crawling towards the back door of the bar. Trying to escape from here. But just as he was halfway through the climb, suddenly, Chen Zhongying raised his right hand, and a cigarette shot out suddenly. Puff! The cigarette was inserted like a sharp sword into Day's hand. Yu Day's entire palm was nailed to the ground by a cigarette, but blood is splashing! 2. Chapter 603 Vomiting Blood 3 feet. Puff! The cigarette was inserted like a sharp sword into Day's hand. Yu Day's entire palm was nailed to the ground by a cigarette, but blood is splashing! His body, which was about to crawl to escape, was also shaking violently, limp on the ground, and howled miserably. Almost forgot, there are you. Chen Zhongying turned his head, staring at Yu Day not far away. His tone was calm, and he said lightly, boom. At that moment, Yu Day's whole body trembled with horror, and his heart collapsed. Big hero. Kill me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Yu Day was horribly shocked, prostrated on the ground, violently kowtow for mercy. At this moment, he was completely frightened. Fuck. Even his boss, Go Boqiang, was beaten to a crippled man. At this moment, his life is hard to save. But Chen Zhongying did not pay attention to him. For the ants, he was too lazy to do it. He turned his head, his eyes faintly swept the little witch Kushwang aside. Give it to you. Under Kushwang's beautiful eyes widened, he was taken aback? What? Hand in. Give it to me? Chen Zong turned around, pushed a step away, and motioned to her. Kushwang immediately understood. Her beautiful eyes twinkled with anticipation. She picked up the 2 wine bottles on the side and walked directly towards Yu Day. Sister Kuyiren was trying to stop, but it was too late. The little witch Kushwang carried 2 wine bottles and came directly to Yu Day. Apart from anything else, he raised the bottle and slammed it down on Yu Day's head. The bottle burst, and the head blossomed. Yu Day's whole body exploded in pain, and he kept crawling under Kushwang's feet, holding her pair of white shoes, and begging for mercy miserably. Miss. Please forgive me. Please. Yu Day howled in pain, begging for mercy. But under Kushwang, where could have spared him? Another wine bottle was dropped, and the ground was broken, and the wine bottle blossomed. Yu Day's whole head was smashed with blood. Kushwang was still dissatisfied. From the side of the wine table, he picked up a few more wine bottles, and smashed them crazily against Yu Day's head. Boo! The sound of the wine bottle smashing into the brain swept the audience. Everyone present was shocked by this girl's crazy and domineering behavior. What the fuck? This is simply a desperate little demon! In the blink of an eye, dozens of wine bottles were smashed to blossom. Broken glass on the floor, mixed with blood. It is extremely miserable. Uday was dizzy and finally couldn't bear it. Puff. He vomited a burst of blood and passed out! Exclamation mark. In the entire bar, everyone in the room was shocked! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? However, under Kush Wang, he is obviously still not suffocated. Tonight, all blame this pervert, otherwise, they would not encounter such trouble. So that she would be uncomfortable for her New Year's Eve. The little girl under Kush Wang has a pretty face and anger. She wants to use her own way to treat her body. She was a little witch in school, and she bullied boys on weekdays, which can be described as doing no evil. Tonight, if she caught the opportunity to get revenge, how could she miss it? Exclamation mark. She looked around with beautiful eyes, as if she was looking for a handy tool. Shuangxia, don't mess around, come back. The Kuyiran on the side had a serious face, feeling that something was about to happen, and quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. But Kush Wang has already hit the head at this time. How can I care so much? What's more, there is Chen Zonging supporting her scene today. Afraid of an egg? Exclamation mark. That's it. Looking for tools? Chen Zonging stood by, not only did not stop, but looked at her meaningfully. Then, Chen Zong picked up a steel chair from his side and handed it to the girl. This is taking advantage, Chen Zonging said lightly. Kush Wang was taken aback and looked at it. It was indeed good. She picked up the steel chair directly and walked towards Uday. Sister Kuyiran on the side. What is this Mr. Chen doing? These two. Kuyi was completely speechless. She couldn't stop what happened tonight. Kush Wang directly copied the steel chair and came directly in front of Uday. Then, the little girl picked up the steel chair and fell directly toward Uday's lower body. Puff. Uday, who had just passed out, suffered a sharp pain in his lower body, and his whole body was directly awakened from the fainting! Exclamation mark. Everyone present trembled all together! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. All the gentlemen guests gathered their legs together subconsciously, with complex expressions. Even Go Shows, who was not far away, trembled slightly. It's too cruel. Smashed a stool. Uday's entire lower body is absolutely good. The blood stained the ground of the lower body. Uday, tonight. Completely. Was abolished by Kush Wangxia. It's completely irresistible! Exclamation mark. Seeing the blood overflowing all over the floor, Kush Wangxia seemed to be frightened. The body was taken aback for a moment, and he subconsciously took 2 steps backwards. She retreated to Chen Zong's side, poked Chen Zong's arm subconsciously, and asked cautiously, what to do? Cold salad. Chen Zonging glanced at her lightly, and then replied, under autumn frost. Or call the emergency call. In case you die. Kush Wangxia was also a little panicked, really afraid of taking his life. She just wanted to teach her. She didn't want to kill. No need. Chen Zonging replied indifferently. Poor person must have something mean. If it is according to his death spirit, it would not be too much for Date to kill it directly on the spot. In the eyes of Kush Wang at this time, Chen Zonging was already very tolerant. Chen Zong took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he glanced at the Kuyiran and the group of girls on the side. It's getting late, let's go. As she said, she was holding a cigarette, her eyes calm and indifferent, and she stepped toward the outside of the bar. When he passed by Go Shows, the eyes of the two of them stared at each other for a second. Then, they passed by. Go Shows did not stop. That's it. Let him go. Kush Wangxia and the group of girls hurriedly followed out in a panic. Kuyi had a complicated face, stepped on high heels, followed quickly, and walked out of the bar. Only left, in the bar, a group of guests looked shocked and stunned, watching the miserable scene on the scene. Interrupted Go Bokyang's hands and feet, and dried Go Bokyang into a vegetative. Then, he abolished the lower body of Uday. This group of people, just like that, left unscathed. What was even more shocking was that young Master Go Shows didn't stop him at all! Exclamation mark. This. Simply! Exclamation mark. Outside the bar, Chen Zhongying drove, and the two Kuyiren sisters drove away. Those best friends also took a taxi cautiously and fled the bar scene. In the bar, the atmosphere is solemn. All the guests were there, and the atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. Young Master Go Shows did not leave. There were so many people present, and no one dared to leave first. Go Shows stood there, silent for a long time. His eyes circled around the guests present. His voice was cold, and he said slowly, "What happened tonight? Who dare to disclose half a word? I am Go Shows, and destroy his family." After speaking, Go Shows suddenly turned around, step by step, and walked towards the outside of the bar. Tonight, Go Jiaki is a big shame. Regarding the matter of tonight, in any case, be sure to seal the mouth of everyone in the room. Shame must not be exaggerated. Step by step, he walked out of the bar. A group of bodyguards followed behind and respectfully opened the door of Las Royce for him. Go Shows looked cold and solemn, and got directly into the car. But when he just got into the car, suddenly, his complexion changed, and his chest couldn't hold back anymore. Puff! With a sound, a big mouthful of blood spurted out. Tonight, Go Jiaki is a big shame. Just now, Go Shows was holding a breath of blood forcibly. At this moment, sitting in the car, he finally couldn't help but spouted a mouthful of blood. This prince of the Go family, tonight, once again alive, was vomited 3 feet of blood by Chen Zong. Thank you brothers who gave me monthly tickets yesterday. Thank you, brother. In addition, let me explain. The monthly pass does not cost you a penny. If you read books every month, you will get a monthly pass as long as you consume it. If the monthly pass is not sent, it will be cleared at the end of the month. So, please trouble me, and send a monthly pass for this book. Tap the reading screen once, and 3 circles will appear in the upper right corner. Click on that circle to vote for a monthly pass. Travelers don't need you to give a reward. Only you need to send me a monthly pass. Thanks a lot! Exclamation mark. I will work hard to update. Chapter 604. That person is you. The next morning, 2020, January 1st, New Year's Day. It should be a statutory holiday. But today, the Ku Group still has no rest. Kuyiren's Mercedes-Benz motorcade stopped at the gate of Kiss Building on time. Kuyiren and Mr. Chen got off the car and walked into the building together. Back in the office, turn on the computer. The first thing Kuyi people do is to check the stock market. Yesterday, she obtained 100 billion yuan borrowed and transferred from Mr. Chen, and launched an unprecedented antitrust tug-of-war with Yuanxing Group. Today, the stock market has been volatile. Fortunately, the Ku Group's stock has begun to rise. A group of stockholders began to be optimistic about the Ku Group. However, at the same time, on the other side, Fastar Group's share price is falling frantically, a behemoth with a trillion market value. The market opened in the morning, and the market value plummeted by 7%. It is equivalent to evaporating 70 billion market value in a few minutes. However, at the same time, the Jiangnan pharmaceutical raw material market, a huge capital monopoly war, is still going crazy. Kuyiren now has 10 billion more funds in his account. It was in the bar last night that Mr. Chen strongly blackmailed him from Go Show's injury. This fund belongs to Mr. Chen. But at this time, it was lent to myself. The tens of billions were reclassified into strategic funds by Kuyi people. Move hundreds of billions of funds to instantly invest in the pharmaceutical raw material market industry, and start a head-to-head confrontation with Yuanxing Group. No matter how high the price is set by the Go Group, it will purchase medical materials. Kuyiren all carried out reverse takeovers at a price of 1 yuan higher than him. This business war is unprecedented and involves an unprecedented scale. Huangpu District, across the river. Yuanxing Group building, President's office. Sitting in the office, Go Shou stared at the computer screen. His expression on the constantly rolling market index share became more embarrassing than ever. No matter how much he bid. The Ku Group followed closely behind and carried out anti-monopoly acquisitions. What the fuck? The of Ku Yiren, this is to be harder than yourself, to compare money? Go Shou's was almost furious. At this time, he had already moved the 100 billion funds in his hand to play this game. Originally, I thought it would win the Ku Group. But, the result is, unexpectedly, suddenly, the Ku Group will add hundreds of billions of funds to play a game with itself? What the fuck? Go Shou's almost exploded. He couldn't figure it out, let alone believe it. The Ku Group is only a company with a market value of only 100 billion yuan. Ku Yiren, where did she get 100 billion in cash flow? Gaming with yourself? This, fucking simply. The commercial war that occurred at this time has completely exceeded Go Shou's control. It completely exceeded his expectations. If so, the effect of monopoly would hardly exist in the Heiqiu Group. Moreover, the funds he has on hand are also being consumed wildly. Then, I spent so much energy to cash out this 100 billion yuan, isn't it? Isn't it just a waste of water in the bamboo basket? How could Go Shou's let this happen? He can't lose. He will never be reconciled to lose. Reminiscent of last night, the scene where I was severely blackmailed another 10 billion. Also, the scene of his cousin being beaten as a vegetative. Go Shou's complexion was uncontrollably condensed, burning with anger. He, never allow, this battle is defeated. He wants the Ku Group and the Ku Yi people to pay the price. Thinking of this, Go Shou suddenly picked up the phone of the group's finance department, and immediately mobilized all of the group's working capital into the capital battle. A fierce game with the Ku Group. However, at the same time, Go Shou's even did not hesitate, for the first time. Using the resources of the Huang family. 2 months ago, the Huang family was wiped out. Go Shou's made a strong move and seized all the assets of the Huang family, although these resources have been occupied. However, Go Shou's has been afraid to use the funds of the Huang family because of the repression of public opinion. Just leave it alone and freeze. Today, in order to deal with the Kiwi people, Go Shou's did not hesitate to take action and use the assets of the Huang family to play a game. Huang's family is spread all over the Jiangnan of Shanghai and Heihai City, with countless forces and funds everywhere. Following the order of Go Shou's, the funds of countless remnants of the Huang family surged and gathered, raised nearly 100 billion in cash flow. The Huang family, a century-old family, has a strong family background. Although it has been defeated, it still has a solid foundation. In a blink of an eye, Go Shou's has another 100 billion in cash. He immediately plunged into the business war. Acquire and monopolize the pharmaceutical materials industry at a more aggressive price. Moreover, he keeps on doing it. Continue to contact all commercial banks in Jiangnan. Intimidated and lured, let various commercial banks and major families forcibly lend money to him for him to conduct business wars. These methods are simply. This whole day, Go Shou's mobilized funds frantically, using tough methods like never before. Under Jiangnan, major banking institutions, Jiangnan Bank, Ping An Bank, Water Conservancy Bank, a series of banking institutions, forced to coerce, can only provide funds one after another to assist Go Shou's. The various small affiliated families under the Go family also provided resources to support Go Shou's. In almost a day, Go Shou's has a financing scale of more than 300 billion. These methods are simply terrifying! 300 billion in cash flow has been invested in the battle of pharmaceutical materials business. This New Year's Day, the entire Jiangnan business community is shaking. Ku Yi people, although they hold 100 billion yuan in their hands. But, after all, it is limited. In the morning, the situation has just been reversed. In the afternoon, it changes instantly. Began to loose. The capital flow of the Ge group is too huge and terrifying. Countless funds poured in frantically. Make a strong acquisition and fight a price war. The Kuyi people are completely lost. Gradually, the Ku group began to take the lead. Again, it was suppressed by Fastar group. This is even more a revenge. Last night, Go Shows was humiliated, and today he fought back fiercely and carried out crazy commercial revenge! However, at this time, as a supporter of the Ku group behind this business war, Chen Zong, but still sitting calmly in the office, flipping through the ancient classics, 100 scholars. He seems to be indifferent to the business battles of the outside world, completely ignored. Just sitting quietly in the office, flipping through the books, calm and indifferent. Only after reading the book can he calm down and even forget himself. Outside the floor-tossling windows of the office, the sky gradually darkened. This New Year's Day has entered the evening. As the sun sets, night falls. Boom boom boom. Just as he was reading a book, there was a knock on the door outside the door. In. Chen Zonging held the book and continued to look through it, faintly uttering a word. The office door opened. Ku Yiren, dressed in an old costume and a black down jacket, was standing at the door. "Sir, it's off work," Ku Yiren reminded softly. "Oh." Chen Zong squeezed out the cigarette before closing the book and slowly getting up. Mentalnovel.com. Too absorbed, unconsciously, even the time has been forgotten. The two took the elevator downstairs. Get out of the KUS building. At the door, the Mercedes-Benz team had stopped quietly. A row of KISS bodyguards stood respectfully at the door, pulling the car door for Mr. and Kiwi. The two got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz team started and drove away slowly. Along the way, the atmosphere seemed a bit quiet. Although, all day today, the Kuyi people have been under tremendous pressure from commercial warfare. But at this moment, she seemed calm and indifferent. No matter how heavy the pressure is, you must face it calmly. Today is New Year's Day. She doesn't want to bring troubles to life. "Sir, I have an appointment tonight to go to a Western restaurant for dinner." Ku Yiren sat in the car and said slowly to Mr. Chen. "Oh." Chen Zonging replied faintly and nodded. He didn't ask too much, who the Kuyi people were going to eat with, because it has nothing to do with him. All he had to do was to let the Ku Yiren stay 3 meters away from him. Only in this way can the safety of this woman be guaranteed. On New Year's Eve, the cold wind roared outside the car window, but the pedestrians on the street seemed to be in an endless stream without fear of the severe cold. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove all the way through the streets, and finally stopped in front of a Hage West restaurant, Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. This Western restaurant is a global chain and is almost famous all over the world. Ku Yiren and Chen Zonging walked into the Western restaurant together. Ku Yiren had already reserved a table, and led by the waiter, he came to a seat in front of a floor-tossling window. Ku Yiren took off her down jacket and sat down. However, Chen Zongguang, with his eyes calm, casually sat down in another corner of the side, finding an empty seat. As long as it is 3 meters away from the Kiwi people, it can protect the safety of the Kiwi people. However, Ku Yiren looked at Mr. Chen sitting in the far corner with beautiful eyes in surprise. "Mr. Chen, why did you have to go so far?" Ku Yi asked in surprise. Chen Zonggong glanced at her indifferently, coldly replied, "Didn't you make an appointment for dinner?" The implication was that he gave Kuyi people a private space to meet and eat at will, and he only needs to stay within 3 meters between the two. It's just that they eat their own meals. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were stunned, looked at her, and said magnetically, "Yes, I have an appointment." "That person is you." "Add more to." "Thank you brothers who gave me my monthly pass today!" "Thank you for your support!" In the evening, there is one more. Be later, I'm still writing. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass again. Chapter 605. Audacious in the extreme. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were stunned, looked at her, and said magnetically, "Yes, I have an appointment." "That person is you." At this moment, Chen Zhonging's calm and indifferent face was somewhat stunned. This woman, have an appointment with herself? No need, you eat you, I eat mine. Chen Zhonging sat at the dining table not far away, with a calm tone, and said lightly. That tone is really cold to the extreme. They are all in the same restaurant, and they have to separate public meals. It's really as cold as cold. Ku Yiren's pretty face was taken aback, suddenly left the seat and went directly to Mr. Jin's table to sit down. He didn't come, and the Ku Yi took the initiative to pass. Sir, what do you eat? I'll treat you. Ku Yiren sat at the dining table, fluffed the hair beside her ear, and said magnetically, No, I will pay by myself. Chen Zhonging said lightly. It seemed that he didn't want to have a relationship with Ku Yi at all. Ku Yiren. The two ordered their own dishes, and then ate quietly at the table. Today is New Year's Eve. In the whole Western restaurant, business is very good. Couples dating in the restaurant and having dinner. New Year's Day, rather, it is a date night for lovers, which is more appropriate. Like Christmas, tonight, I don't know how many women were tricked into eating bananas in the name of eating apples. At the table, the atmosphere seemed a bit quiet. Chen Zong ordered a sirloin steak, and Ku Yiren ordered a vegetable salad and pasta. However, her little bird is eating like a cut, obviously not daring to eat more. She is still on a diet. Chen Zong looked up and glanced at her. Then, suddenly he handed the half steak from his dinner plate to Ku Yiren's dinner plate. Eat. Chen Zhonging's tone is very simple, with only one simple word. Under his nose, he couldn't. Just watch this woman on a diet. In Chen Zhonging's eyes, any diet is a chronic suicide. Ku Yiren. She lowered her head and glanced at the big steak on the plate. This is a super-calorie bomb. Today on New Year's Day, let me make an exception and eat vegetarian food once. Ku Yiren blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Zhongjing with a bit of resentment. She has eaten meat for N days in a row. Finally, I wanted to go on a diet and let my weight fall off. The result was, if I knew it, I wouldn't bring him over for dinner. He should be allowed to stand in front of the restaurant and wait. Let him endure cold wind. However, facing Ku Yiren's bleak and resentful eyes, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to it. At the dinner table, the scene between the two people at this time seemed like a couple. However, this couple is a little strange. Crack. At this moment, a flash of light flashed by. Not far away, in the Western restaurant, a queen photographer recorded the beautiful moment between the two with a camera. Ku Yiren turned her head in surprise, looking at the photographer in a daze. Chen Zhonging's silver fork in his right hand hesitated for a long time before finally putting it down. The moment the flash flickered, he reflexively picked up the knife and fork, and was about to shoot in a second, piercing the photographer's throat. At this time, seeing that there was no danger, he secretly put down his knife and fork. As an assassin, every nerve of his is in a state of tension. Any movement around the sides will make him conditioned to reflex and attack and defend. Not far away, the Western restaurant photographer smiled forward and handed a quick printed 2 photos to Ku Yiren. Dear Madam, I am the art photography of this restaurant. These 2 photos may be the meaning of collection for you and your husband. The photographer smiled and spoke in fluent English. Ku Yiren was taken aback when he heard the photographer's words. This seems to have misunderstood something. I am not a romantic relationship with him. Ku Yiren quickly explained. Oh, no matter what the relationship is, the photos are worthy of your commemoration. The photographer glanced at Chen Zhongzong with ambiguous eyes. Obviously, he misunderstood something. The photographer has passed the photo to Ku Yiren. Madam, 2 photos, 500 yuan for your friendship and love. The photographer said with a smile. Ku Yiren. But she still took out 500 yuan from the bag and handed it to the photographer. The photographer thanked him and left. Ku Yiren's pretty face was a bit wrong, picked up the 2 photos, and took a curious look. The scene in the photo. It was just now. Ku Yiren looked up and looked at Mr. Jin's scene with a faint expression in his eyes. In the photo, Ku Yiren looked at Chen Zhongong bitterly, while Chen Zonggong ate coldly with his head down. It's a weird picture, but it doesn't seem to have any meaning. Ku Yiren curled her red lips and put the photo aside. Continue to eat. But I don't know why. At this time, enjoying the steak offered by Mr. Chen, she actually felt a touch of warmth. She is obsessed with cleanliness and almost never eats what other people hand over. She didn't even eat the things that men of the opposite handed over. But, for some reason, at this time tonight, I was eating the steak that Chen Zonggong handed over. She actually felt a little warm, and a trace of inexplicable complicated emotions. At this moment, in Ku Yiren's mind, those complicated emotions and work troubles were all left behind. She was holding a wine glass, sipping red wine, and enjoying this special New Year's Day dinner. Before I knew it, I drank too much. This woman seemed to be addicted to alcohol and became craving when she was under tremendous pressure. She drank too much red wine. Her pretty face turned slightly red, like two red apples. The long hair bangs drooped slightly, and the slightly drunken face made any man unable to resist. Unfortunately, in Chen Zong's eyes, she was just a woman. Like other women, long hair, skin, flesh and blood, bones. Women are like bones. In his eyes, any woman is the same. In this world, it seems that there is no woman who can make him truly fascinated. Except for the capital of the capital, the woman who was killed by the Bible. He has never loved any more any other woman in his life. This dinner lasted more than 2 hours before it was finally used up. By this time, Ku Yi was already a little drunk. She ordered 2 bottles of red wine and drank them all. At this time, even walking was a little shaky. High heels stepped on the ground, a little fluttering. She wanted to check out, but looking at her appearance, she was afraid that she couldn't check out at all. Finally, Chen Zong handed out his card and came to the counter to pay the bill. Ku Yiren was a little drunk, and took the opportunity to lean against Mr. Chen, with her long hair slanted, her head sideways, just leaning on his shoulders. The soft fragrance of women floats in the air. It is the smell of jasmine and gardenia. Aaron, gardenia and jasmine perfume. In an instant, Chen Zong distinguished the perfume type of Ku Yiren. As an agent, he can distinguish the scent of any woman clearly. Chen Zong looked sideways, and glanced indifferently. Ku Yi who was leaning on him. This woman, after being drunk, is she really bold? Dare to lean on yourself like this? Today is 10,000 words, the update is complete. Thank you for your support! Exclamation mark. In addition, I am asking for a wave of monthly tickets in an instant! Exclamation mark. Monthly tickets will be given to you by the system every month. You don't need to spend money to send me a monthly pass. You have it in your monthly account. If you don't send it this month, it will be cleared the next month. Please help me to click and send me a monthly pass. Haha. The monthly pass is the motivation to support me! Exclamation mark. Represents the achievements of this book. Thank you all! Exclamation mark. Chapter 606 Jiang Yazu. Make money. Looking at the woman leaning on her, Chen Zongying's eyes were cold, exuding a chill. However, he finally held back. They could only support Ku Yiren, and the two of them walked out of the Western restaurant like a couple. At this time, at the entrance of the Western restaurant, the group of Ku's bodyguards were standing in front of the convoy, waiting respectfully. When I saw Chen Zonggong helping Mr. Ku out, the group of bodyguards at the door was taken aback first. Question mark. This? Question mark. What's going on? Question mark. Mr. Chen and Mr. Ku are all ready. How good are they? Question mark. Ahem. Suddenly, the leader of the bodyguard, Yang Feng, gave a light cough, reminding his men not to be nosy. The bodyguards looked back again and again, with embarrassment on their faces. A group of bodyguards turned their heads and pretended not to see them. Chen Zong supported Ku Yiren and escorted her into the Maybach car. Then, Chen Zengxing glanced at Yang Feng, hooked his finger at him, and motioned for him to come over. Yang Feng was taken aback, hastily stepped forward cautiously and came to the husband. "Sir, what's your order?" Yang Feng asked respectfully. Chen Zhongying stood there, took a deep breath, and said in a calm tone, "I have nothing to do with Ku Yiren. Let your men don't guess too much." Yang Feng: "If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." "Mr. Chen, why do you have to explain it specially? Isn't that special? Isn't the no silver 300 tals here?" Exclamation mark. Yang Feng was full of weird faces, but he was absolutely impossible to say these words. "He wants to live a few more years." Yang Feng nodded repeatedly, "Yes. I understand." After seeing Yang Feng nodding, then Chen Zong turned around and got into the Maybach car. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started, escorting the Ku Yi people, and drove all the way towards the Kiss Manor. Late at night, the neon lights on both sides of the street are still gorgeous and flashing. On New Year's Eve, the streets are extremely lively. Ku Yiren was sitting in the Maybach car, her pretty face and head lightly leaning against the car window. Holding the two quick print photos in her hand, she looked again and again, her beautiful eyes blurred with a trace of inexplicability. These two photos were taken secretly by the photographer in Fang Kai's Western restaurant. Ku Yiren handed one of the photos to Chen Zhongying. "Sir, give you one too, as a memento." Chen Zhongying, who was sitting by the side, stared slightly in a daze. He turned his head and glanced at the picture. The photo shows the moment when he and Ku Yiren met together. The picture freezes, as if eternal. The woman in the picture looked at herself angrily with faintly resentful eyes. The scene in that scene actually made ... Chen Zhongying's heart trembled slightly. It seems to be a bit messy. He thought of Renji back then. In an instant, he pulled back his thoughts. "A mere photo. Why do you need to commemorate it?" Chen Zhongying took the photo, shredded it, lowered the car window, and threw it outside. "Hey. Kuya's pretty face was drunk and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Scraps of the sky full of photos, scattered outside the window, turned into a little bit of broken stars in the dark night. He is of death and never needs to be remembered. He doesn't need emotions, no women, no fetters." Chen Zong looked at another photo in Ku Yiren's hand. "Even if he really needs emotions, it's just the desire of the flesh, acting every time. Solve physiological needs." However, the Ku Yi in front of him, obviously, could not be the target of acting on the spot. Therefore, it is impossible for Chen Zhongying to have any emotions with Ku Yi. It's impossible. His gaze swept to another photo in Ku Yiren's hand. "It seems that I also want to destroy that photo." Ku Yiren's pretty face was slightly drunk, and he subconsciously hid the photo behind him. "Hand it over." Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, staring at her, and uttering three words. I just tore it out by myself." Ku Yiren said, in front of Chen Zhongying, a little unbearable. Crumpled the photo into a ball of confetti. Satisfied with this, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes stared at him with a bit of resentment. "Throw it away." Chen Zhongying uttered two words. The Kui bit his red lips and threw the photo confetti into the trash can in the Maybach car. "Throwing out the window is uncivilized, and points will be deducted," Ku Yiren explained. Chen Zong turned his head and sat on the seat, quietly closing his eyes and resting. Inside the Maybach car, it fell silent. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were blurred. She was sitting in a chair drunk, leaning against the car window, also a little weak, and fell asleep in a daze. I do not know how long it has been. The Maybach car finally stopped in front of the Kiss Manor. Ku Yiren was awakened in a daze. She opened her eyes suspiciously. The slightly drunken pretty face suddenly became a little blush. "When I just fell asleep, my head ... unknowingly, it was resting on Mr. Chen's shoulder again." This. Kuya's face blushed and quickly got up. "Sorry, I'm asleep. I don't know," Ku Yiren explained quickly. At this time, Chen Zhongying looked at her with cold eyes and indifferently. Kuya's face was blushing, and he ran out of the Maybach sedan. Chen Zhonggong's eyes were cold, and he got out of the car. "Wait until she walks into the villa and confirms her safety." Chen Zhongying then lit a cigarette, turned around, and walked towards the villa on the opposite side of the lawn. After returning to the villa, Chen Zhongying took off his suit jacket and walked into the bathroom with a naked muscular body, turned on the shower, and started washing. The icy water wet his body, and it seemed to freeze his body in this harsh January winter. But Chen Zhongying didn't have the slightest mood swing, just let the biting cold water wash his body. Because at this time, the images of Renji kept appearing in his mind. The icy cold water constantly washed his body. Chen Zhonggong looked indifferent, picked up the Huawei mobile phone, and dialed a phone in the capital of the capital. Reaper, it's 10 o'clock at night. What the do you want to do? On the other end of the phone, as soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yuzha's angry voice came. Another call came late at night. This six-star saint in the imperial capital, these days, has hardly had a good night's sleep. From time to time in the middle of the night, I was disturbed by Chen Zhongying. Zhang Yazu, make money. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent and cold, and he said directly to the other end of the phone without being polite. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazu, I exclamation mark at hash $% caret $% and percent caret percent at dollar hash percent and asterisk hash. Zhang Yazu screamed at the phone. He was obviously out of anger. He called in the middle of the night. Here, it turned out to be for money again. How much do you want? Zhang Yazi forced to endure the irritable impulse in his heart and asked angrily. 500 billion. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, letting cold water wash over his body, and said lightly, I, at hash $% caret $. Are you a bank ATM? What do you want so much money for? Exclamation mark. Zhang Yu cursed directly. 500 billion, what the fuck? Exclamation mark. Where is he going to make so much money? Exclamation mark. The mission needs, Chen Zong said indifferently, holding the phone. What task requires 500 billion of funds? Exclamation mark. Are you a mission to protect the express? Zhang Yazu's voice roared during the call. The express delivery he was referring to was naturally Kiwi. That woman is Chen Zhongying's protection object, and the mission covered code is Decoy Express Courier Mission. The Kuyaran's company was under commercial attack and needs financial assistance. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent and said slowly, since then, when dining with Kuyaran, he has already seen through this woman's emotional mask. This woman should have encountered financial difficulties again. But he pretended to be calm. How could this woman's facial expression escape Chen Zhongying's eyes? He has undergone special psychological potential, facial features detection training. He can detect the secret of the other person's heart through the facial expressions of a person. In this world, almost no one's facial expressions, inner activities, can escape the eyes of his death. Therefore, Chen Zhongying almost saw through Kuyaran's cover with a glance. He knew that this woman was short of money. Except for the commercial sniper encounter, there is almost no other possibility. In order to ensure that Kuyaran's company can continue to operate normally, to help him Lila Bible organization behind it. So Chen Zong dialed Zhang Yuzha's phone and asked him for money. In fact, Chen Zhongying's other identity, Ashura's identity account, has a wealth that is enough to make an enemy country rich enough for him to provide any support. But that identity is too secret. In order to prevent the identity from being leaked, Chen Zong did not intend to use that identity lightly. The most suitable person he can think of is Zhang Yazu. This task was assigned to him by him. This should be wiped by him, too. Chapter 607 Me, I don't resist. However, on the phone, when Zhang Yazu heard Chen Zhongying's words, he fell into silence. Decoy Express mission. Since its establishment, it has been threatened by various forces. In the past few months, it has almost been coerced by armed forces from all sides at home and abroad. It can be seen how attractive is the X project plan that Kuyaran has. It can force countless people to be crazy about it. At this time, if Kuyaran's company suddenly suffers a commercial attack, once the company goes wrong, the X project behind it will also suffer a crisis. Then, the Beit Talila Bible organization, isn't it? It has no effect. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuzha's complexion finally became serious. 500 billion, right? Renminbi or US dollars? Zhang Yazu asked indifferently in a calm and indifferent voice during the call. Renminbi. Chen Zhongying replied 3 words. According to his estimation, in this district of Jiangnan City, there should be no need for a US dollar level capital lineup. Therefore, the renminbi is enough. I see. At noon tomorrow, 500 billion funds will be credited into Kuyiren's account in the form of an account transfer of Lilong Fund Company. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuyu said calmly and slowly, Lilong Fund Company is the third sector's external government agency. According to the task, carry out all-round cover-up and cover-up. All mission actions of the third sector, including external claims, are covered by the Lilong Fund. It's just that, with such a large sum of money, how do you explain it to Kuyiren? Zhang Yazu asked solemnly with a complicated voice on the phone. The information and tasks of the third sector must not be disclosed. Therefore, for this express delivery task, Kuyi is almost unaware of it. Then, how does Chen Zhongying explain the source of this huge sum of money? I'll deal with it myself. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, and he answered 3 words, and then hung up the phone directly. Standing in front of the shower in the bathroom, his eyes were deep and complicated, just allowing the icy cold water to constantly wash his body. Washed out for a long time. However, his body still emits heat. As long as you close your eyes, a picture of Renji will appear in your mind. At this moment, a fire in Chen Zhongying's heart seemed to be ignited suddenly and could no longer be extinguished. From a few moments ago, in the Maybach SUV, the moment Kuyiren handed him that photo, the deep memory hidden in his heart was unearthed. At this time, I can't hide anymore. When a person, the endless thoughts of a woman turn into a memory, which is deeply buried in the depths of the mind. One day, it will be excavated, it will explode, and it will get out of control. At this time, Chen Zong was a little out of control. He was depressed for too long. The memory of that woman has been for a whole number of years. Now, the memory reappears. At this moment, late at night, Grim Reaper, his emotions are out of control. Chen Zhongying turned off the cold shower, pulled directly over a bath towel and wiped his body dry. Putting on the suit, his face was as cold, and he walked directly out of the villa. When he arrived in the garage of Kusmana, he opened the door of a Lamborghini Urus off-road vehicle. The Lamborghini off-road vehicle started. A whistling, galloping out. Streets late at night. The Lamborghini Urus was swiftly slamming and howling in the streets. The violent engine roar. The speed has exceeded 300 km per hour. Speeding all the way through dozens of kilometers of blocks. Crunch. Lamborghini Urus flicked his tail and suddenly stopped at the gate of Thompson Yipin Mansion. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were cold, and he slammed the door and got out of the car. With a cigarette in his mouth, with complex mood swings, he walked directly into the mansion complex. New Year's Day, late at night. The Thompson Yipin community is extremely quiet. He took the elevator and reached the 33rd floor. When he came to Yuan Li's house, he directly pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Soon, a magnetic sound came from the walkie-talkie outside the door. Who is it? I. Chen Zhongying stood at the door, his voice indifferent, and spit out a word coldly. The door opened soon. Yuan Li, wearing a pink night dress, was standing at the door blankly, looking at Mr. Chen outside the door in surprise. Mr. Chen? Yuan Li's pretty face was stupefied and dull, looking at him silly. Why are you here? Yuan Li said in a daze. Chen Zhongzong was dangling his cigarette, his eyes fixed on Yuan Li. This woman in front of me. The facial features, and temperament are almost exactly the same as the woman in his mind. Chen Zhongbing was indifferent. He didn't say a word, and walked directly into the Thompson first-class mansion. Yuan Li closed the door and turned around in shock. However, when she turned around, Chen Zong suddenly pushed her against the wall. She pressed her whole body hard against the wall. His eyes are complicated, and there is a trace of desire in his pupils. The distance between the two is almost only a few minutes away. He could clearly feel Yuanli's panicked breathing, can smell the fragrance of the violet shower gel on her body. Her long hair was a bit messy at this time, and her whole person was pressed against the wall. She was completely panicked. Mr. Chen. You, what's the matter with you? Yuanli's face was panicked and scared, his voice trembling. She had never seen her husband before like this. Such a Mr. Chen is terrible. Yuanli's beautiful chest was messy and trembling, his heartbeat flustered, and his eyes dodged. Chen Zong grabbed Yuanli's chin, lifted her head, and stared at the woman just like that. Why do you look exactly like her? His voice was endlessly cold, with a terrible chill. Huh? Yuanli was dull, looking at him in shock. Sir, you. What are you talking about? Yuanli was flustered, looking at the man in front of him with some fear. For some reason, she actually felt a terrible temperature from Mr. Chen. His skin is so hot. It's like a burning man. Sir, can you let me go? I can't breathe. Yuan Liqiao's face was pale, and she trembled cautiously. Chen Zong's pupils were cold. He suddenly grabbed Yuanli's pretty waist, hugged her whole body directly, and threw her on the sofa fiercely. Then, he flashed, like a demon, and directly pressed against Yuanli's body. This time, there is almost no barrier between the two people's bodies. They are directly close to each other. Yuan Liqiao's body trembled, and he was squeezed under him severely. She was completely frightened, her beautiful eyes flushed, and she was struggling in a panic. But the more she struggled, the more dead Chen Zonging controlled her. Sir, please, let me go. Yuan Li almost cried at this moment. Since you are my canary, you must do well. This kind of awareness. Chen Zonging's pupils were filled with scarlet lust, burning his body. At this moment, he seemed to be completely out of control. At this moment, Yuan Li was really shocked. Her night dress is being torn. The legs and jade feet are completely exposed in the air. Although it is fatal and charming, it makes people feel distressed. On her beautiful eyes, a drop of crystal tears slowly fell. She cried. She was completely frightened by Chen Zong's brutal behavior. This is her first time. She didn't want to. That's it. In this kind of occasion, was given by Mr. Chen. However, at this moment, Chen Zonging's movements also suddenly stopped. The tear at the corner of Yuanli's eyes fell on his hand. With a touch of warmth, Chen Zonging's heart trembled, and he pulled back his mind from the endless fire. At that moment, his endless thoughts were surging, and almost instantly, he was dazzled by the fire. A man with normal physiological needs, who can resist the desire of female sex? Even if Chen Zong is of death, it is no exception. He kept Yuan Li. After all, it's just for physiological needs. In order to act on the occasion, in order to solve their own needs. But at this moment, Yuan Li cried and cried at the moment. Chen Zong's fire was finally extinguished. He stopped moving. Then, slowly got up. But, just when he was about to get up, Yuan Li suddenly stretched out his hand, took the initiative, and hooked his neck. At this moment, she seemed to have made a huge decision. Her long hair is messy, and her delicate face looks pitiful. Sir. If you want me, I won't resist. Yuan Li bit her red lips, held back for a long time, and finally trembled lightly and said this sentence. At this time, her pretty face was already blushing, shy, frightened, afraid. All kinds of complex emotions were intertwined. At this moment, Chen Zong's pupils were taken aback, and a little stunned. He stared at the woman under him. His breathing became a little quick. He is just a man after all. A man of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from ordinary people. Yuan Li Jumui's eyes blinked, and she suddenly closed her eyes, and then was actually taking the initiative, leaning towards Mr. Chen. The beautiful and moist red lips, like a dragonfly, touched Chen Zong's lips. Then, the two lips, like an electric shock, gradually deepened the touch. Brothers, the plot you are looking forward to is finally here. Ha ha! Exclamation mark. The monthly ticket is here! Exclamation mark. Otherwise, Chen Zhonging will be withered. Whether Chen Zhonging is a man or not depends on your monthly ticket to decide. Haha. More monthly tickets will be overturned. If the monthly ticket is less, it will wilt. Chapter 608 Fraud. In an instant, Chen Zhonging's body trembled. Yuan Li's lips were soft and scorching, lightly pressed against them. Her breathing was messy, and there were teardrops on Qiao's face. But she closed her eyes. But she already kissed Mr. Chen. She knows herself. She knew the reason why she lived in Thompson Yipin, a miner, a canary. How can you not know the end of yourself? Perhaps, between her and Mr. Chen, it is destined to have no results. But she, even if it is just at this moment, a dream is good. This man saved her. This man gave her hope of survival. Tonight, she is willing to dedicate her body, including her soul, to this man. Yuan Li closed his eyes. His red lips were messy, and they touched Mr. Chen's lips. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she took the initiative to take off her night dress. The movements are messy and panic. Jiabai delicate body, naked on the sofa. It seemed like a frightened rabbit. However, at this moment, Chen Zong suddenly woke up from the flames of desire. He suddenly opened his eyes and pushed Yuan Li away. He stood up coldly, his whole body exuding hot heat. Yuan Li was pushed down on the sofa, with messy long hair, more beautiful and pitiful. She looked at Mr. Chen in confusion. Chen Zong's eyes were cold. He didn't stop at all, and hurriedly left the living room and walked outside the door. Mr. Chen. Yuan Li's stunned and messy shout came from behind him. However, Chen Zong didn't respond at all, and walked out directly. Forget everything tonight. If you dare to reveal half a word, I will personally punish you. Chen Zhonging's voice was indifferent, and after speaking, he closed the door with a bang. He just left. In the Thompson No. 1 mansion, only Yuan Li was left, lying sluggishly on the sofa. His night dresses were messy, and his beautiful eyes were red. There was endless self-deprecation in her eyes. Is it yourself? Unattractive? Ah! She began to laugh at herself. Smiling and laughing, she started sobbing. Then, there was a poignant and messy cry. This night, Yuan Li cried very painfully. As a canary, as a miner, she failed. In the middle of the night, the yellow Lamborghini Urus off-road vehicle was speeding along the street. Chen Zhonging sat in the car. His pupils were scarlet and bloodshot. In the cold winter of January, his body exudes endless heat. On the forehead, sweat constantly seeped out, burning in the flames, but there is nowhere to vent. Yuan Li, in his heart, is destined to be a complete canary. She represents the memory of that woman. Therefore, Chen Zong couldn't break this memory. He can't move Yuan Li. Moved, maybe, the memory will be shattered. The relationship between the two will fall into a special situation. Chen Zhonging was more willing to treat Yuan Li as that woman, always locked in a cage, as a substitute for memory, looking at her, without being destroyed, intact. This is enough. This may be the possessiveness of men. At this time, he was sitting in a Lamborghini cross-country vehicle, stomping on the gas pedal, and racing through the streets at midnight. Boom! The sports car almost burst out at a terrifying speed of 350 kilometers per hour. Chen Zhonging sat in the car. His body couldn't bear the heat at all. Sweat all over the body, madly dissipating heat. On his skin, sweat was constantly evaporating. A burst of water vapor emanated. His body has its own temperature, which is higher than that of ordinary people. At rest, the temperature reaches 70 degrees Celsius. At this time, he suddenly burned in the flames, and his body temperature had exceeded 300 degrees Celsius. The body is like hot steel, constantly radiating heat. He opened the car window and let the cold wind roar in, trying to dissipate heat. Tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the villa. In his current state, he can't go back. He drove a Lamborghini off-road vehicle, whizzing all the way, looking around in the night streets. Finally, he found a cold storage for fresh food on the street ahead. Crunch! The Lamborghini off-road vehicle drifted and flicked rapidly, and stopped steadily in front of the fresh cold storage. Chen Zongwang's eyes were cold and he slammed the door and got out of the car. In front of the ice storehouse, 2 guards on duty were sitting at the door, smoking cigarettes. Seeing this mysterious man in a suit suddenly came, the 2 security guards were taken aback and looked at him vigilantly. "Dude, at night, is there anything going on?" the 2 security guards asked suspiciously. Chen Zong directly took out 2 thick stacks of banknotes from his suit pocket, a total of 20,000 yuan. It was thrown directly in front of 2 security guards. "Borrow the cold storage," Chen Zong voiced indifferently. After losing the money, he walked directly towards the cold storage. The 2 security guards saw this full 20,000 quick cash, and their hearts were instantly moved. "This!" exclamation mark. "It's too generous." The 2 security guards picked up the money directly and hid it in the clothes. It's easy to talk. After receiving the money, the 2 security guards also became kind. "Anyway, no one came to this cold storage room at night. It's okay to borrow him. This money is not made for nothing." "Dude, what do you want to use the cold storage? Do you want to put something?" 2 security guards looked at him and asked curiously. "Sleep." Chen Zonging's voice was cold. After speaking, he walked to the front of the freezer, pushed open the door of the freezer coldly, and pushed in. "Huh?" After the 2 security guards heard this, their bodies trembled. "Sleep, go to bed?" "My body, this ... this can't work." The 2 security guards suddenly changed their colors. "Does this man have a mental problem?" "Come to sleep in food cold storage?" "The cold storage temperature can be -30 degrees Celsius. What the fuck? Can you sleep?" "I am afraid that after just lying down for a few minutes, the whole person will have to turn into an ice corpse." The 2 security guards immediately stepped forward and tried to persuade the man to come down. But it's killing people." However, just as 2 security guards rushed up and planned to stop him, Chen Zong suddenly stretched out his hand. Bah! The 2 security guards' complexions changed, their eyes stared, and they fell directly to the ground and passed out. With a cold look, Chen Zong opened the cold door and stepped directly into the icy cold storage warehouse. The whole cold storage was full of cold air. The walls of the warehouse are covered with thick ice. Chen Zong directly found a nice storage location against the wall, lay down, and went to sleep. However, when he just lay down, the ice under him was instantly flooded with high temperature. There was a sound of the ice cubes under his body began to be melted by his body temperature. At this time, his body temperature exceeded 300 degrees Celsius. You can only lie in this bitterly cold ice storehouse, so that you can lower your and extinguish the fire in your heart. He just lay in the ice bin and gradually fell asleep. -30 degrees Celsius. It is impossible for any normal person to lie here for half an hour. In just 20 minutes, a person's body will be frozen. However, Chen Zonging, lying in this ice storehouse, gradually fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, outside the ice storage, 2 security guards lying on the ground were awakened in a daze. "What's the matter? Why are you fainting?" A driver who rushed to deliver the goods looked at the 2 security guards suspiciously and asked in confusion. The 2 security guards looked at each other and glanced at each other. Then, he glanced at the time hanging on the wall. Early in the morning, 7 o'clock. The face of the security guard suddenly changed. "Bad. Last night, that man said he was sleeping in the ice store!" To kill. The expressions of the 2 security guards changed suddenly, and they rushed directly to the ice storehouse and pushed open the door of the ice storehouse. When, seeing the situation in the ice store, the complexion of the 2 security guards changed drastically! I saw that the entire huge ice storehouse, all the ice cubes, all melted. The ice cubes turned into puddles of cold water. In the freezer, All the fresh pork that was frozen and stored was also melted and deteriorated. I saw that on the floor of the ice store, the man in the black suit was lying there. This! Exclamation mark. Has he been frozen to death? Exclamation mark. Looking at the corpse, on the ground, the expressions of the two security guards became embarrassed. This is dead. But, why does the ice in the ice store melt? Question mark. The faces of the two security guards became embarrassed. However, at this moment, the man lying on the ground suddenly woke up and stood up slowly. Seeing this scene, the two security guards were almost taken aback, and back again and again. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Is it a corpse? Exclamation mark. Add more. Hey, the mood is dripping inexplicably. Lost in love. Brothers, please take some monthly pass to comfort me. Chapter 609 Emergency Alert. Chen Zonggong's eyes were cold, and he got up from the ice storehouse. Last night, he slept in the ice storage room, and with the 30-degree cold, he was finally held down by the fire. And when I woke up, it was dawn. He glanced at the two security guards, and then walked directly out of the ice storage. The two security guards have wide pupils. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This guy is fucking really slept in the ice store? Question mark. Besides, he's still alive? Question mark. Hey! Are you okay, buddy? You have to go to the hospital to see. The two security guards looked at Chen Zong's back in disbelief and shouted. They were afraid that Chen Zonging would be frozen to his body. Then they have to take responsibility. Chen Zong didn't pay attention to them at all, and got directly into the Lamborghini off-road vehicle. He lowered the car window and dropped a word to the two security guards. For the loss of the ice storage, someone will assess the compensation later. After speaking, he slammed on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini SUV sped away, whizzing away. Lamborghini off-road vehicle, speeding on the street. Chen Zong drove the off-road vehicle and drove back to the Kiss Villa. As soon as he stepped into the Kiss Villa, the little witch Kushwang rushed up with her hands on her hips, staring at him angrily. Why did you go last night? Chen Zonggong glanced at her coldly. What's the matter? 7 consecutive speeding tickets. What are you talking about? Were you racing with the midnight street party last night? Kushwang took out his mobile phone and handed the ticket text message to him, angrily said, my driver's license points will be deducted by you. The little girl was very angry at this time. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I received 7 illegal speeding text messages from a Lamborghini SUV. Oh, Chen Zonging replied indifferently, and passed her by. He sat straight at the table and started to eat. Under autumn frost. The little girl was about to get angry, but was yelled at by her parents' eyes. Isn't it speeding? I'll get rid of it for you later. Let's eat first. Father Kuhuihai said. Kushwang was full of anger and sat back at the table. The family began to eat. Kuyiran sat aside and looked at Mr. Chen in surprise. Mr. Chen ... Why ... Your clothes are frozen? Kuyiran couldn't help but asked in doubt. At this time, Chen Zonging's black suit was still covered with a thin layer of frost. It's cold. Chen Zonging replied faintly, and continued to lower his head to eat. Kuyiran. Cold? Question mark. It's cold, it won't be enough. Please freeze the suit? Question mark. Just as the family was sitting at the dining table and enjoying breakfast quietly, the personal Huawei mobile phone that Chen Zong put in his pocket suddenly rang. Chen Zonging was puzzled, took out his phone and took a look. It is an Sleeville encrypted short message from the 3rd department. The text message contains only 4 words, emergency alert. When he saw this text message, Chen Zong's pupils suddenly condensed. Is this? Something happened? Exclamation mark. Chen Zong put down his knife and fork, got up from the dining table, and walked out of the villa sharply in the surprised eyes of the Ku family. When he came to an empty corner, he raised his head and glanced around the sky above his head. Then, turn on the Omega watch and turn on the radio interference mode. Prevent any electronic devices and monitor them. Then, He picked up the Huawei mobile phone and dialed a call. This time, what he called was not Zhang Yuzha's private number. Rather, the landline phone of Zhang Yui's office. That one, the red special line landline. Soon, the other end of the phone was connected. Urgent alert, Reaper, go back to the team. On the other end of the phone, as soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Yuzha's hoarse and solemn voice came. Hearing Zhang Yuzha's words, Chen Zhongying's pupils suddenly condensed. Want to transfer yourself back to the team? Exclamation mark. Alert level? Chen Zhongying asked solemnly. SS grade. Zhang Yuzhu said slowly in a solemn voice during the call. Chen Zhongying's complexion changed slightly. SS level? Exclamation mark. This, above the ordinary strategic level, special strict guard. What's going on? Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed, and asked coldly while holding the phone. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuzhu was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Yilbuz's special forces, the highest commander, was killed by a targeted bombing by the M-drone last night. Upon hearing this news, Chen Zhongying's pupils shrank suddenly. This! Exclamation mark. Li, the commander of the highest special warfare brigade, was killed! Exclamation mark. Party M is really unscrupulous. Dare to do anything? Exclamation mark. The Yilbuzu, but the Nuclear Energy Department, has nuclear self-defense weapons under its command. Back then, both M and L even triggered the nuclear Cold War. Now, M Party, unexpectedly? Exclamation mark. Targeted bombardment. This is to provoke the Third World War? Question mark. Reaper, it's urgent. I now order you to return to the team urgently. Go to the Persian Gulf Strait. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuzhu said in a solemn voice. At this moment, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed. If I leave, will the Kui people be safe? Chen Zhongying asked rhetorically with a solemn voice. He came to Jiangnan this time to protect the safety of the Kui people. If he was urgently called back to the team, who will protect the safety of the Kui people. If something happens to Kuyiren, the Bible behind it may also be found in wireless. Therefore, Chen Zhong couldn't let the Kui people be exposed to danger. On the phone, Zhang Yuzhu said solemnly, I have arranged a Chinese character-level agent to rush to Jiangnan. At 9 o'clock this morning, she will meet with you at the gate of the Kus mansion. In the past few days you have returned to the team. She will replace you and perform protection tasks. Hearing Zhang Yuzhu's words, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent. He did not answer. Represents the default. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhongying's eyes were deep, and he slowly walked into the villa. He regained his indifferent breath, returned to the table quietly, and continued to enjoy the breakfast. However, at this time, in front of the TV in the living room, CTV Morning News is also being played. In the news content, the host has suddenly interrupted a message. According to the Global Network report, in the early morning of January 3, the IRQ capital airport was attacked by M-Party artillery fire, and many Li soldiers were killed, including Il's highest military rank, commander of the Special Forces Brigade, Aldorf. At the dinner table, the eyes of Father Kuihuihai and Kuyiren immediately focused on the TV screen. The entire Ku family was almost shocked by this sudden news of the battle. The overseas situation is in chaos. This M-Party is too crazy, right? Exclamation mark. How dare, so unscrupulously, to kill other important officials! Exclamation mark. Hey, overseas is too messy. Kuihuihai sighed with a solemn expression. He had never thought of such a situation. Party M made the shot, unscrupulously. Is the Third World War coming? Before the dinner table, the little witch Kushwang asked curiously and nervously. Father Kuihuihai sighed and shook his head. I'm not sure. Party M is indeed too unscrupulous. A world war is not enough. Is it true that the power of Asia is a vegetarian? All parties and continents. Should there be a response? Kuihuihai shook his head, and said in a somewhat uncertain tone. He didn't come from a military background, so he rarely studied this kind of military game between continents. just guessing by himself. According to this development trajectory, the various forces in the East should be deterred, right? In fact, Kuei may not know. His prediction is correct. The various forces in the East, indeed, will take action. For example, at the dining table, Chen Zonging is doing a quiet breakfast. He, as one of the main members of this operation, will be recalled urgently. It's just that Kuei-Hai's family at this time didn't even know. In the news, various reports about the bombing are still being broadcast. Obviously, at this moment, the entire overseas situation has been completely turbulent. This breakfast was extremely complicated. Throughout the Kuei family, watching the news reports on TV complicatedly, the emotions were extremely complicated. After breakfast, Kuei-ren and brother Chen Zong walked out of the villa together, took the Mercedes-Benz fleet, left the manor, and drove all the way towards the Kiss mansion. Along the way, it was quiet in the Maybach sedan. Chen Zong sat there with a cigarette in his mouth, his expression indifferent and quiet. These days, I have been out in a hurry. As soon as I send you to the company, I will leave. At this moment, in the quiet car, Chen Zonging suddenly said, "Huh?" When he heard these words, Kuei-ren turned his head in surprise and looked at Mr. Chen in confusion. 3. Chapter 610 Chinese Character Level, Code Name, Yumai. These days, I have been out in a hurry. As soon as I send you to the company, I will leave. At this moment, in the quiet car, Chen Zonging suddenly said, "Huh?" When he heard these words, Kuei-ren turned his head in surprise and looked at Mr. Chen in confusion. "Mr. Chen, what happened to you?" Kuei-ren asked subconsciously. Of course, her inquiry had no other purpose, just pure concern. But Chen Zongong glanced at her indifferently. "It has nothing to do with you." The 4 words are simple and clear, without any emotion. At this moment, Kuei-ren's pretty face was slightly taken aback, and he felt a little inexplicable. After all, he still didn't regard himself as a close friend. A trace of complexity flashed in Kuei-ren's heart. She faintly felt that this time Mr. Chen suddenly left. It seemed that there was a bad feeling. There must be something wrong. "Your salary and the interest on the money borrowed from me, I will settle it to you as usual, and wait for you to come back." Kuei-ren hesitated for a long time. Since she couldn't stop it, she could only wait for Mr. Chen to come back. However, in the past few days after Mr. Chen left, the Kiwi people still settled his salary income according to the normal proportion. In other words, it is paid vacation. However, Chen Zong did not care about these. Turning his head, he quietly lit a cigarette, puffing the smoke ring lightly. "In addition, in the past few days, I will entrust someone to protect your safety," Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly. "She is already waiting at the gate of the building, and I will transfer work with her in a while." Hearing Mr. Chen's words, Kuei-ren's mood was complicated and nodded. "I don't know why and when I hear the news that Mr. Chen is leaving." An inexplicable emotion flashed in her mind. Like worried? It's like reluctant to give up. This. Kuei-ren shook his head in a mess. "Own, what is going on?" "The Mercedes-Benz fleet is driving all the way." After half an hour, I finally arrived at the KISS building. Along the way, there was no sudden situation. However, at this time, a black Jaguar XS coupe was quietly parked at the door of KISS building. A fair-skinned woman with lightly curled hair, wearing sunglasses, a black tights, and a black plush trench coat, is leaning against the Jaguar coupe, holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth. When I saw the moment the Mercedes-Benz team arrived, the long-haired woman in a black windbreaker threw away her cigarette, stepped on high-heeled boots, and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz team step by step. In the Mercedes-Benz motorcade, the door of the Maybach opened, and Kuei-ren and Chen Zong got out of the car together. The woman in the black windbreaker walked up to Chen Zonging, her beautiful red lips curled up. "Chen Zonging, long time no see." The woman in the black windbreaker stretched out her hand towards Chen Zong. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he glanced at her with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Frowning, "This Jiang Yazu actually sent her here?" "Long time no see." Chen Zong stretched out his hand slowly and shook hands symbolically with the woman in front of him, which was regarded as polite greetings. In fact, according to his personality, it is impossible to shake hands with the woman in front of him. However, Kuyiren was present at this time. In order to conceal his identity and not arouse suspicion, he can only shake hands. Still the same as before, it doesn't seem to have changed. The woman in the black windbreaker looked up and down at Chen Zong and said lightly. The two seemed to know each other well. Kuyiren stood aside, looking at these two people in surprise with beautiful eyes. For some reason, when she saw this woman in a black trench coat, how intimate with Chen Zonging looked. In Kuyiren's heart, there was an inexplicable ripple. What is the relationship between this woman and Mr. Chen? She guessed so in her heart. When a woman starts to guess this kind of problem, it was her. Sometimes when she fell. Obviously, the Kuyi people seem to have fallen a little at this time. But soon, she cut off the messy thoughts in her mind. At this time, the woman in the dark glasses and black windbreaker also retracted her gaze from Chen Zong. She turned around and came to Kuyiren's side. He took off his sunglasses and smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, you are Chen Zonging's employer boss, Miss Kuyiren? The woman in the black windbreaker smiled pretty face and stretched out her hand. And when she took off her sunglasses, Kuyiren's heart was a slightly uncontrollable peace. Because this woman's eyes are so special. Her eyes are very beautiful. The beauty is so beautiful that Kuyi people feel suffocated. However, what makes people feel weird is that her eyes are faintly like a fox. That's right, just like a fox. That kind of charming fox-like eyes makes people feel suffocated. How can there be such charming eyes in the world? At this time, even Kuyi's heart was beating a little. When it comes to appearance, she is actually no worse than the woman in front of her. However, the eyes of the woman in front of her were too charming. Let Kuyi people feel a sudden loss of consciousness. Miss Kuyiren? The woman in the black windbreaker did not respond when seeing Kuyiren, and shouted again. Kuyiren was in a state of absent-mindedness. Recovered. She quickly reached out and shook the woman in the black trench coat. The jade hands of two beautiful women are holding each other at this moment. Chen Zonging's friend, Yan Yin. These days, I will protect your safety, Yan Yin said with a smile on his beautiful face and said magnetically. Kuyiren looked at the woman in the black trench coat with surprise in her eyes. Mr. Chen stretched out his hand to be strong. Understandable. After all, he is a man. The black windbreaker woman in front of her, although her aura is very strong, but after all, it's just a woman. How can this woman protect her safety? At this moment, Kuyi people did not understand. However, she did not say it on the spot. She could only put this doubt in her heart. Originally, she thought, what a great figure Mr. Jin's friend would be. But, at this moment, it seems as if just a woman similar to yourself. It's not that Kuyi people don't believe it. However, it is really difficult to associate a beautiful and weak woman with protecting herself. You, come with me. Chen Zonging's eyes were cold. He glanced at Yan Yin, and then walked not far away. Yan Yin and Kuyi made a humane voice, and then followed Chen Zong to a short distance. Kuyi's pretty face was surprised. Looking at these two people, my heart is full of doubts. Not far away, Chen Zongguang's eyes were cold, staring at Yan Yin. Ghost, this mission protection is no trivial matter. Remember, the safety of the Kuyi people is the top priority. Chen Zongguang's eyes were cold, and he slowly urged the Chinese character-level female agent. The one in front of him, like him, belongs to the 3rd Sector Secret Intelligence Agency. Similarly, it is a Chinese character-level agent. Codename, Phantom. Demons and Monsters. Wan Gui Yin Kao. It is enough to imagine how terrible she is to use the Chinese character as a code name. In ancient times, charm represents ... ghosts. At this time, the seductive female agent smiled deeply. Reaper, don't worry. Leave your woman's safety to me. Chen Zonging nodded, but suddenly felt that this sentence was wrong again. His eyes were cold, and he glanced at the ghost like a sword. Don't provoke my bottom line, She is just a bait. Chen Zhongying said indifferently and coldly. This is an explanation. He is explaining that Ku Yi is not his woman. Let the ghost in front of you. Don't talk nonsense. A meaningful and profound flashed across the corner of the ghost's mouth. Understand. Chen Zhongying exhorted her a few words in detail, after handing over the work at hand, then handed her the key to his villa. These few days, you live in my villa, remember my things, don't move around. Chen Zhongying finished speaking, then turned and left. In the villa, all clues about the identity of Azura have been erased and cleaned up. So at this time, he can safely let the ghost live in his villa. After handing over all the work, Chen Zhongying walked quickly to the Black Jaguar's coupe with a cigarette in his mouth. Pull the car door and get in the car. Hey, this is my car. Ghost Yunin's pretty face was taken aback, and he was about to step forward to stop him. A cry. The Jaguar's coupe started suddenly and the engine roared. The Black Jaguar coupe flicked, whizzed, and drove away. The entire scene at the entrance of the Kiss mansion, only a burst of harsh smoke and dust remained. With complicated eyes, Ku Yiren looked at the Jaguar car that was flying away. For some reason, a faint trace of complicated worry flashed in her heart. She always feels that Mr. Chen's departure this time. It happened suddenly. It seems. What is going to happen? She is actually a little worried about that cold man. The mysterious third sector is gradually being unveiled. P.S. The third sector, the East, really exists. As for which sector, readers explore on their own. It is inconvenient to say more, because it is a secret. In addition, keep asking for monthly tickets. At the end of the month, the monthly pass will be cleared. There will be more in the evening. Chapter 611. The highest traffic access permissions. The Black Jaguar's coupe, speeding fast, whizzing in the streets. Chen Zhongying was sitting in the Black Jaguar sedan with a solemn expression. Tingling bell. At this moment, his personal Huawei mobile phone rang suddenly. While driving, Chen Zhong took out his cell phone and connected to the phone. Reaper, the task has been handed over. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuzha's deep and hoarse voice came. Finish. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent, and he slowly returned 2 words. You immediately drive to the Shanghai International Airport, and you must be there within 10 minutes. I will open the city's special traffic permissions for you. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuzha's voice was solemn and slowly ordered. I know. Chen Zhongying didn't reply too much, and then hung up the phone. However, at the same time as the phone hangs up, the Traffic Command Department in the entire Shanghai and Shanghai market suddenly received a special high-level order. Black Jaguar's sedan, license plate Beijing A00729. Open the highest road traffic permissions. Give traffic military privileges. With the release of instructions, all streets in Shanghai and Shanghai. Let's get the highest road permission for this Black Jaguar's. No traffic lights. No traffic rules. Whenever a vehicle passes by, all the traffic police will command them together and give way. Shanghai City, Zongshan South Road. A traffic policeman is standing at a traffic light intersection, directing road traffic. At this time, it was the red light flashing, and countless vehicles in front of them braked and stopped at the red light intersection. Just now, suddenly, the street ahead, a grumpy engine roared and roared. I saw in the distance, a Black Jaguar's coupe, like the ghost of an angry beast, hurriedly screaming. That Jaguar's sedan, ignoring any traffic rules, hurried toward the red light intersection. The traffic policeman condensed, staring at the license plate of that Black Jaguar's sedan? A00729? This. In an instant. That will make the traffic police face condensed. He immediately directed the traffic and ordered all vehicles passing by with green lights on both sides to stop. Make way for a 4-way intersection. Then, the traffic policeman looked respectful and dignified, and let the Black Jaguar car rush past the red light for the first time. The moment that Black Jaguar car was speeding by, the traffic police respectfully raised his right hand, a standard military salute to the Jaguar car. The Black Jaguar's sedan is swift and fast, like a roar of a beast, madly galloping on the streets of Shanghai. Chen Zhongying sat in the car with the accelerator pedaled to the end. On the speedometer of the Jaguar X's sedan, the speed has exceeded 370 kilometers. The entire Jaguar car, with the terrifying power of 500 horsepower, swept the roar instantly. Like a black ghost, flying by. Along the way, on the entire traffic fortress, all the traffic police officers received the wireless current instructions from the headquarters. Attention to all areas. Beijing A00729, Black Jaguar. Make sure to go straight. Make sure to go straight. In an instant, the entire traffic fortress of Shanghai Hailong Street, hundreds of traffic police officers, all together, gave him a Jaguar car, dedicated service. All traffic lights are controlled manually in an instant. Anyway, the moment that Black Jaguar X's car drove by, all the red lights in front of it turned into green lights in an instant. Make way for it. From the Ku Group to the Shanghai International Airport, it is almost 30 kilometers away. If you drive as normal, it is impossible to reach it within half an hour. Moreover, there are all kinds of waiting for traffic lights, traffic jams, etc. However, at this moment, the entire 30-kilometer-long street, and even the entire Shanghai and Shanghai market, with hundreds of square kilometers of traffic, are all in place to serve Chen Zhong's car. The highest traffic access permissions. On the surrounding streets, a group of citizens were sitting in the car, waiting for the traffic lights in surprise. Strange. I have waited for the red light for 5 minutes. Why is it still over? Several drivers sat in the car, vomiting a little impatiently. However, just at this moment, suddenly, at the intersection ahead, a black car whizzed past. In an instant, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Fucking. What's the situation? This fucking car racing on the street. There has a traffic policeman too. The man who is looking for death. However, the next second, the drivers suddenly realized that something was wrong? Because, the traffic policemen at that intersection were not only without any pursuit. Instead, with a solemn expression on the black car, he paid a respectful military salute! This! What the fuck! What's the situation! At this moment, in front of the road, all the drivers on the road, their eyes widened and shocked. 10 minutes later, the Black Jaguar X's sedan, swiftly and quickly, finally drove to the Shanghai International Airport. Shanghai International Airport, Fortress Apron Passage. This passage is an important fortress passage. It can directly reach the apron of Shanghai International Airport. On weekdays, it is only open for special circumstances. However, at this moment, the entire fortress entrance is full of traffic police cars. The entire airport has been replaced by the transportation department, who will perform management on its behalf. The whole mission is just to give the Black Jaguar X's car the highest pass permission, unimpeded, and drive into the Shanghai International Airport. Boom! The engine of the Black Jaguar X's car roared, like a black ghost, and instantly galloped past and drove into the airport fortress passage. All the traffic police on the scene saluted and saw off. This scene is simply. However, at this time, Shanghai International Airport, in the waiting hall, a large group of waiting tourists were standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the terminal, their eyes shocked and curious, and they all looked at the huge parking plaza outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Because, on the parking lot, there is a fierce superfighter. In the terminal, all the passengers were attracted by the huge and fierce fighter outside the window. Even countless passengers took out their phones and started taking pictures. This is a civil flight airport. Ordinary tourists like them, on weekdays, where do you have the opportunity to see such a big and genuine thing? This is a fighter! In the terminal, several military fans were even more shocked. Almost at a glance, they recognized the model of the fighter plane parked in the square. This was developed by our country, a fighter jet, J-20. God. Among the crowd in the terminal, people were shocked and excited. F-20 English, Chengdu 20. Code name, Veyron. NATO code name, Firefang. Translation, Flame Fangs. A Vic Aircraft Industry Group has developed a stealth 5th-generation air control fighter with high stealth, high situational awareness, high maneuverability and other capabilities. However, at this moment, suddenly, on the square outside the French windows, a black Jaguar car, swiftly and quickly, drove into the sight of everyone. "Look! There is a car coming over there." "So fast, I don't know which passenger waiting for the flight yelled." Everyone followed their sights, and sure enough, they saw a black car speeding up. The speed was so fast that it almost instantly killed the next civil airliner that had just gliding and took off. This! Exclamation mark. Before the floor-tussling windows, all the passengers looked surprised. Question mark. This? Question mark. How fast is this car? Question mark. Can even the gliding speed of an airplane be shot in seconds? Question mark. You know, the takeoff speed of a civil airliner can reach 300 kilometers when gliding. Can even the civil airliner was killed in seconds? Exclamation mark. The black Jaguars, swiftly, whizzed across the plain square of Shanghai International Airport. At this moment, all the planes, all ground command centers, towers, all in the square gave way to him. All departments and organizations have opened up a special military green channel for him. Crunch. The black Jaguars hurriedly flicked its tail. Exclamation mark. The car dragged on the ground, showing a trace of rapid tire friction. Drift quickly, flick and drag. Hundreds of meters away, in the terminal, the group of passengers, their eyes widened, looked at this gorgeous scene in disbelief. God, is this making a movie? Question mark. However, at the same time, in the square, the black Jaguars' sedan was flying fast. The car door opened suddenly. Chen Zhongying was dressed in a black suit and straight, unfastened his seat belt, and rolled quickly. Get off the car violently. Behind him, the Jaguars' car slid for hundreds of meters before it stopped. At this moment, Chen Zhongying was standing in front of the huge silver fighter. His eyes were calm. He slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Then, raised his head. His eyes were deep, and he looked at the huge J-20 fighter jet in front of him. Tingling bell. At this moment, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. Add more to the climax is coming. Ask for monthly ticket support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 612 Great Power. Tingling bell. At this moment, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. Standing in front of the fighter, Chen Zhongying had deep eyes, took out the phone and connected. Arrive at the airport. Zhang Yaz's deep and hoarse voice came on the other end of the phone. Yes. Chen Zhongying held the phone and replied indifferently. The vehicle has been prepared for you, and it is full of fuel. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazu said in a deep voice, slowly, drive it and fly to the Persian Gulf Strait 6,000 kilometers away. I will guide you along the way. Just as Zhang Yazu was still telling something on the phone, Chen Zhongying had already hung up the phone. He ignored the security warning behind. He raised his head and looked at the price in front of him. Super big guy. F-20, super stealth, 5th-generation fighter. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm. He slowly took a deep breath of cigarette, and then squeezed out the cigarette. But, in the next second, his body jumped up. Woo! In an instant, he jumped onto the top of the 3-meter-high fighter jet. Opening the transparent fighter cabin, his eyes were deep and he sat in the cabin seat. F-20, fighter. The cabin is densely packed with various operation buttons. Fighters are completely different from other means of transportation. Its complex operability and harsh posture conditions make its posture performance extremely difficult. All countries in the world spend huge sums of money to train fighter pilots. There used to be the Ministry of National Defense of the Overseas Continent Ministry. Expense statistics, training a fighter pilot, from a novice rookie, training to being able to fly into the sky, remain in combat. Need, a full 10 years or so. Moreover, it costs a huge amount of money. Every time they drive a fighter jet, it costs $100,000 an hour. This speed of burning money has made fighter pilots more precious than ever. In other words, training a pilot who can fly all weather, 1,000 hours as an example, is equivalent to spending 3 billion yuan. In addition, the cost of various training and ground simulation training will cost at least 3.5 billion yuan in total. Therefore, all parts of the world are looking for ways to protect fighter pilots. It is better to have an accident with a fighter jet worth billions than to have an accident with the pilot. Fighter ejection devices are prepared for this. However, the hot summer and some overseas military powers are also equipped with special forces dedicated to infiltrate behind enemy lines and rescue fighter pilots. Once the fighter pilot is hijacked by the enemy, then at all costs, we must send special forces to infiltrate and rescue the pilot. However, at this time, sitting in the cabin of the J-20, Chen Zhongying is a qualified fighter and pilot. He has received the most terrible training. He is a natural combat killer. It was cultivated in the hot summer and spent huge sums of money. Fighters, nuclear-powered submarines, aircraft carriers, tanks. Everything, equipment related to force, he will drive. He adapts to all-weather, all-terrain combat rules. One person is enough to fight against the entire armed forces. At this moment, Chen Zhongying was sitting in the cabin and turned on the fighter's engine switch. The violent engine roar, 2 strings of terrifying flames, flew out of the fighter's rear wing engine. Chen Zhongying looked cold and indifferent, driving the J-20 fighter, slowly driving towards the direction of the airport runway. He is familiar with all the fighter models of Yangtze and is familiar with all the operation modes of these fighters, even more professional than those professional fighter pilots, because his high-altitude combat time and accumulated experience have been more than 10 years. However, at this time, airport terminal, the group of passengers looked very excited, and looked at the fighter plane about to take off on the airport runway. This group of ordinary people are just ordinary people living in peacetime. They work, live, and go to work. They live in a peaceful era. They have never seen it in their lives, have never been in contact with a real war. I have never seen such a terrible weapon of war. F-20 fighter. In the terminal, countless passengers are watching. He drove the F-20 fighter plane and slowly entered the airport runway. Chen Zhongying put on an oxygen mask. The fighter jets fly into the air at high speed, and the cabin lacks oxygen. Therefore, the driver must wear an oxygen mask to obtain sufficient oxygen demand. J-20, codenamed Veyron, applied for tower monitoring and asked to borrow the runway. Chen Zhongying sat in the fighter plane, turned on the radio, and communicated with the tower. Hongqiao Tower is permitted to use the runway for the J-20. If you have any requirements, please ask. During the wireless current, the airport tower staff looked solemn and replied to Chen Zhongying in the fighter plane, "Withdraw from the groundwork team, I will take off." Chen Zhongying said calmly and slowly, "Received." The tower staff replied respectfully. This was the first time they received an order to take off a military fighter plane at Shanghai International Airport. At this time, the countless staff in the entire airport looked excited and solemn. Soon, all groundwork teams were evacuated from the airport runway. The J-20 fighter entered the runway slowly, and glide slowly along the takeoff field of the runway. The violent engine roar echoed over the entire airport. The J-20 fighter is about to launch. In the cabin, Chen Zhongying pushed down the throttle and accelerated. The speed of the J-20 fighter suddenly accelerated. 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers. Chen Zhongying suddenly raised the elevation angle to increase lift. The fighter's nose, slowly raised and tilted. Continue to accelerate. Break through 1000 kilometers per hour. In the audience, thousands of passengers and airport staff watched. The F-20 fighter took off. Puff! F-20 fighters rapidly passing at high altitude, burst into the vortex of terrasonic boom. That is, the terrifying sonic boom produced when the speed exceeds 3 times the speed of sound! In an instant, everyone present, airport staff, salute. Facing the J-20 fighter that disappeared from the camera, salute respectfully! Although, they are not soldiers. But, this military salute represents the awe of the soldiers. This military salute represents the awe of the great weapons of the great power. The J-20 fighter jet flew at a rapid speed, piercing through an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin with an oxygen mask, turned on the navigation system, and swiftly headed towards the Persian Gulf Strait. At this time, the entire F-20 battles, the speed has exceeded Mach 2.9. With terrifying supersonic speed, whizzing towards the direction of the Persian Gulf Strait in the navigation map! Mach 2.9, 3 times the supersonic speed. The surrounding pictures, clouds swiftly passing by. Sitting in the cabin, the terrifying sense of speed and pressure is almost suffocating. However, Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin indifferently, without any mood swings. The speed of Mach 2.9 is the limit of the F-20 fighter. These speeds have already broken the M side, the highest limit speed of the F-22, which is known as the Invincible Hornet. The sonic boom swept over where the F system passed. In the hot summer, it is 6,000 kilometers away from the Persian Gulf Strait. The rapid flight of the F-20 at this time will take about 2 hours to reach the destination. This emergency mission has a lot to do with the secret fixed-point bombing of Party M last night. Although Zhang Yazhu did not explain the situation on the phone, however, how could Chen Zhongying fail to guess? Il has a very good relationship with Yang Xie, a friendship alliance. Now, such horrific actions by the M side have completely destroyed the peace of the world. This is causing trouble. The fighter plane flew quickly, skimming high in the sky. After 1 hour, the 4 fuel tanks of the F-20 fighter, that terrifying liter of fuel, have almost been exhausted. The fuel consumption of an ordinary car is about 7 liters per 100 kilometers. Even if it is the most powerful Ferrari sports car, its fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is only about 30 liters. However, the fuel consumption of the F-20 fighter that Chen Zhongying piloted was unprecedentedly terrifying. Fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is 2.35 tons. 1 hour of flying will cost hundreds of thousands of RMB in fuel! This is simply. However, at the same time, Chen Zhongying also received a radio message from Zhang Yazhu again. Your location? Zhang Yazhu asked slowly in a calm voice during the call. Arabian Sea, coordinates, X147 S712. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin, his voice calm, reporting his flight status. The aerial tanker has taken off. It will approach you in 10 minutes and start the aerial refueling program. Zhang Yazhu said slowly with a deep voice. This task is unprecedentedly urgent. Even Chen Zhongying had no choice but to lower his height and went to the ground gas station to refuel. Instead, Refuel directly at high altitude. Refuel while flying. It is enough to see the urgency of the task. Thank you brothers who voted for me today, thank you for your support! Exclamation mark. In addition, shamelessly ask for another wave of monthly tickets. Looking forward to Chen Zhonging's glory in the Persian Gulf! Exclamation mark. Chapter 613 Fly the fighter with one hand. Arabia, 10,000 meters above the sea. The F-20 fighter jet flew quickly and whizzed. Chen Zhonggong sat in the cabin and took off his mask. The supersonic speed will bring horrible low depression. Therefore, the pilot must wear a mask to protect safety. But Chen Zhongying, as if he didn't care, sat in the cabin, took off the oxygen mask. His eyes were calm and indifferent. He lit a cigarette and started smoking. Sitting in the fighter plane, smoking a cigarette. If these images are seen by those Air Force commanders, I'm afraid, will vomit blood. Smoking in a fighter jet! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Are you looking for death? Exclamation mark. The fighter is full of ammunition, and behind the driver is a huge fuel tank. If it were, the fighter was suddenly ignited. The consequences are simply unimaginable. However, Chen Zhongying was like a gay person, sitting in the fighter plane, driving the fighter plane with one hand, with the other hand free, smoking cigarettes, slowly puffing out smoke rings. Those who are brushing up on Douyin, some rich second-generation sons drove Ferrari with one hand, and a large group of internet celebrity girls all admired and worshipped. But what is Ferrari worth? At this moment, Chen Zhong was sitting in the J-20, driving the fighter with one hand. Who can compare? However, at the same time, behind the J-20 fighter jet, suddenly, a large transport tanker suddenly came from the cloud. F-20, F-20, apply for a speed reduction, maintain the speed, 1,000 kilometers. In the radio headset, the sound of the opponent's tanker was heard. Received. Chen Zhong held a cigarette and slowly lowered the throttle lever. Reduce the speed. The flight of the J-20 fighter slowly descended. The F-20 and that aerial tanker are slowly converging at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The two fighters enter the flight state side by side. High-speed anastomosis. Speed matching. Please, open the mailbox cover with full authority. On the radio, the tanker staff said solemnly to the pilot of the J-20 fighter jet. At the same time, the staff subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the J-20 fighter next door. It doesn't matter if you look at it, just take a look. In the entire tanker cabin, all the flight crews were taken aback. I saw that in the J-20 fighter. The pilot was taking off his helmet. At this time, was sitting in the cabin, smoking a cigarette indifferently? This! Exclamation mark. In the refueling machine, several staff members had already made a mistake. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, and then looked out of the cabin again. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. That fighter pilot, he just smokes! Exclamation mark. Naked, take off your helmet. Sit in the cabin and smoke! Exclamation mark. It's it! Exclamation mark. Inside the tanker, all the staff were so pale with fright! Exclamation mark. Brother, this is on a fighter plane. Moreover, it's here to cheer now! Exclamation mark. Are you fucking still smoking? Exclamation mark. Still sitting in a fighter jet? Exclamation mark. It's it, right? Exclamation mark. Never before! Exclamation mark. F-20 fighter, F-20 fighter, I beg you, immediately squeeze out cigarettes and wear a helmet. Follow the safety rules and procedures. In the tanker, the staff looked dignified and nervous, and commanded solemnly to the radio headset. It's just a cigarette. It doesn't matter to you. The fuel tank cap has been opened. Let's start to refuel and dock. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin, continuing to puff out the smoke ring, and said lightly. Inside the tanker, all the staff. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. You crossed your eyes and smoked so unscrupulously. Wouldn't it interfere with us? Question mark. This is the fuck. And it's cheering in the air! Exclamation mark. Have you ever seen a driver who dared to smoke at the gas station when he was refueling at the gas station? Exclamation mark. In case the gasoline ignites, the entire plane will explode! Exclamation mark. F-20 pilot, which Air Force department do you belong to? Report your number. The staff in the tanker asked with solemn expressions. A fighter pilot, dare to sit in the cabin and smoke so unscrupulously? Exclamation mark. This fucking, there is no professional ethics. It's a disregard for safety. They want to report. They want to complain. Complain against this pilot. However, in that F-20 fighter, the pilot slowly exhaled a smoke ring. His eyes were calm, and he slowly returned the words, "The third sector." Boom. In the tanker, after hearing this name, the expressions of all the staff in the group changed. Number. The third sector? Exclamation mark. This. The complexion of the staff changed suddenly. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. This. The other party, actually. From the third sector? Exclamation mark. The third sector. They can't afford it. Do you still want to add fuel? If you don't add it, I will find another gas station. Among the F-20 fighters, Chen Zhongying asked with an impatient tone. In the tanker, a kind of staff. At this time, after hearing the name of the third department, the expressions of all the staff instantly became respectful. Everyone dared not resist at all. Opposite. But the third sector. This group of tanker personnel are all internal personnel of the military camp, although the third sector is never open to the public. However, inside Yueying, there is still some gossip. The third sector, the most mysterious sector in the summer. Those terrifying agents who come and go without a trace are from this terrible mysterious department. In the past few years, how many wars overseas have seen the presence of third sector agents? Protect the people in the summer. Protect hot summer assets. They are the most mysterious backbone of the hot summer. Wait a minute and arrange for refueling in the air immediately. In the wireless current, the tanker staff looked solemn and reported respectfully. Soon, in the tanker, an oil pipeline slowly appeared in the air. High in the sky, two planes flew side by side. Start to complete this, super difficult, aerial refueling mission. The Arabian Sea is located at various junctions, and wars continue. In such a place, refueling at high altitude requires great care. If you are not careful, you may be detected by the radar of the terrorist organization below, waiting for the war chaos. That way, it is extremely dangerous. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the fuel hose of the tanker is slowly and deep. Then, the fighter's refueling hatch was docked steadily. The docking is successful. Request the oil delivery mission. The staff solemnly reported on the radio. Aloud. In the J-20 fighter, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent, smoking a cigarette, and he replied. Soon, the aerial refueling docking, open. Turn on fuel delivery mode. In the fuel pipeline, the liquid gasoline is instantly input into the fuel tank of the F-20 fighter jet through the docking method of the fuel pipe. The F-20 fighter jet consumes a lot of fuel. Therefore, it is impossible to fly directly to the Persian Gulf. Emergency air refueling needs to be carried out midway. After having enough fuel, they can fly to the mission destination, the Persian Gulf Strait. Refueling in the air is ongoing. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin like this, smoking a cigarette, waiting for the end of the refueling. However, at this moment, suddenly, in the F-20 fighter radar, faintly, a burst of strange and inexplicable radio waves. Although there is no display on the radar, but Chen Zhongying could clearly feel that something is approaching quickly! Exclamation mark. His pupils condensed slightly. Sitting in the cabin, he was just puffing out the smoke ring. His eyes were calm, and he glanced around the cabin lightly. 10,000 meters high in the sky, surrounded by clouds, it was quiet. Nothing happened. Everything seems very quiet. However, Chen Zhong's pupils constricted slightly. His ears can catch over-frequency infrasound waves other than radar signals. At this moment, he can clearly perceive that there is something in the direction of the nearby area. Something is approaching quickly. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. The J-20 fighter jet is still transporting oil at high altitude. However, at this moment, suddenly, over the F-20 fighter plane, a huge black shadow slowly passed by! Chen Zong's pupils condensed and slowly raised his head. Through the transparent cabin glass, he clearly saw the huge black shadow over the J-20 fighter. Like a giant bat, flying across the sky. All the clouds are covered in all directions. That is B-2, Ghost Bomber. In an instant, the expressions of all the staff in the tanker changed all at once! This! They are in the process of refueling. A B-2 Ghost Bomber suddenly broke into the sky over their field! What the fuck! Chapter 614 Sabre Piercer B-2, Ghost Bomber originated in the 1970s, a product of the Cold War period. At that time, the two superpowers faced each other in the Cold War. The Air Force on the M side proposed to build a new type of strategic bomber, emphasizing defense penetration capabilities, requiring the ability to evade air-to-air radar detection, sneak into the enemy's depths, and complete the mission with an 80% success rate. For this reason, the Air Force drafted the Sabre Penetrator plan. The B-2 bomber was born. B-2, the only one in the world today, a stealth strategic bomber. However, at this time, B-2 Ghost, but appeared over the Arabian Gulf. The crisis is extremely serious. At this time, the F-20 fighter jet is performing a refueling mission. Even the fuel tank is not full yet. However, the sudden appearance of the B-2 Ghost fighter completely disrupted the entire refueling process. Who sent this fighter plane? Which institutional department does it belong to? What is its purpose? Warning, warning. The Hot Summer Air Force here. This is the Hot Summer Air Force. We are on a refueling mission. Please leave now. Please leave now. In the tanker, the staff had a calm red face, and solemnly shouted at the B-2 Ghost Bomber. Warn it to leave. However, the B-2 Ghost Bomber did not react at all. Its huge black bat-like fuselage suddenly turned sideways, like a ghost. In an instant, the J-20 fighter jets lined up high in the sky and flew at the same time. This! This is... What are you going to do? Provocative! Still is! At this moment, the scene is unprecedented. Known as the most terrifying B-2 stealth bomber in the world, it flies alongside the fuselage of the most advanced fifth-generation fighter in the summer, the F-20 fighter. This is simply Chen Zongxing dangling cigarettes. His eyes were deep and indifferent, and he glanced at the B-2 Yulin fighter plane. His eyes were calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about that B-2 bomber. Warning, warning. Please report to your affiliated organization. You report to your affiliated organization. Report your purpose immediately. Otherwise, we will request air support. Shouted sharply at the B-2 fighter. However, the B-2 Ghost fighter still did not respond. Fly side by side with the J-20 fighter. The atmosphere is getting more and more solemn. It will take 10 minutes to complete the refueling of the F-20 fighter. The situation at this time, and its crisis. If the opponent uses force once, then the F-20 and the tanker will have no chance to resist. There is no time to resist. However, at this moment, in that B-2 Ghost bomber, suddenly, a strange radio signal floated out. The sound is like a demon calling. The radio signal is simulated like a sharp nail, and the sound of squeaking across the glass makes people creepy. Hearing this signal, Chen Zongxing's pupils slightly narrowed. This is the terrorists' current model. This is Met. Overseas terrorists! 1. A terrorist in a B-2 Ghost bomber! However, at this moment, the B-2 Ghost bomber suddenly turned its fuselage abruptly. The cabin cannon, instantly aimed at the J-20 battle. A terrifying bomb head slammed towards the F-20 fighter! Exclamation mark. Speaking of doing it, do it! Exclamation mark. Don't hesitate. In an instant, on the tanker, all the staff's complexion changed suddenly! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. That's it. But, lightning and thunder. Suddenly the cabin of the J-20 fighter jet opened suddenly. Woo! A voice of Devil May Cry suddenly echoed. With a twist of Chen Zong's right hand, a Devil May Cry dagger flew out of the cabin! Exclamation mark. Bar. The Devil May Cry dagger turned into a black light and violently attacked the bomb head. In an instant, the Devil May Cry dagger collided with that bomb head in an instant. Boom! The warhead exploded directly in the sky before it hit the F-20 fighter! Exclamation mark. A wave of horrible flames swept the sky instantly! Exclamation mark. The J-20 fighter jet was even swept by the air waves of high-altitude flames, and the fuselage trembled. In the tanker on the side, the group of staff members are already staring at this moment, their faces full of disbelief! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Is there such a counterattack technique? Exclamation mark. They have never seen it before in this life. Swish! Devil May Cry Silver Blade, tracing a trajectory in the air, suddenly flew back into the J-20 cabin. Chen Zong's eyes were calm and he withdrew the dagger. He scanned the airspace next to the cabin indifferently. At this time, the B-2 Ghost bomber had disappeared. It seems reclusive. A ghost bomber that does not represent any armed department, only played a weird terrorist music. This! Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. This seems to be more like a provocation from someone, although did not indicate that the other side's power. But Chen Zong has guessed the source of the other party's affiliation. Chen Zong took a deep breath of the cigarette, and then squeezed out the cigarette butt. Temporarily closed the fuel pipe. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he spoke slowly to the radio. At the same time, he cut off the air refueling. Since the other party tried to provoke, then, how can you give the other party a chance to escape? Swish! The F-20 fighter accelerated suddenly, leaned to the side, and flashed away in the clouds below. No, F-20, your cabin has not been full of fuel. The battle will not last long. In the tanker, the face of the crew suddenly changed and they shouted urgently to the radio. However, that F-20 has been lost. High altitude, stealth battle, open. 10,000 meters high in the sky, among endless clouds. The Ghost B-2 bomber is flying fast, hiding in it. The bombing failed, and the Ghost B-2 planned to return. But right now, suddenly, behind the Ghost B-2 bomber, a silver shadow suddenly appeared, speeding up the pursuit! Exclamation mark. 10,000 meters in the sky, in the clouds. The F-20 fighter plane is surging with murderous intent, and is chasing. Chen Zong sat in the cabin of the J-20 fighter. His eyes were calm. He turned on the wireless electric headset, and sent out an electric warning to the Ghost fighter in front. Since you want to treat me as your opponent, then, I won't be disappointed. I, on behalf of Eastern Fighter, formally accept your challenge. In Yangtze, never bully others, and others don't want to bully Yangtze. If someone insists on pushing Yangtze into an opponent, Yangtze will definitely become a qualified opponent. In the F-20 cabin, Chen Zongwang looked calm and indifferent, and slowly pressed the missile launch button. Swish! A Pili-15 Air-to-Air missile, like lightning, burst out of the F-20 fighter. Ahead, the B-2 Ghost bomber suddenly maneuvered with a Cobra and quickly avoided the bombardment of this missile with super difficulty. See this scene. The corners of Chen Zong's mouth raised a slight arc. This is obviously not an ordinary terrorist. Controlling the B-2 Ghost bomber, can you still possess such superb tactical driving skills? The answer is self-evident. Except for which power can ... can cultivate such an excellent fighter pilot, although disguised as a terrorist. However, he still couldn't escape Chen Zong's eyes. Since the other party is disguised as a terrorist, that Chen Zheng simply took him as a terrorist and shot him down. Even if it was investigated, it was just shot down a terrorist fighter plane. But, at the same time, above, the B-2 Ghost bomber has spun around at a rapid speed, and is attacking the F-20 fighter jet at a super high terrifying flight speed. The terrifying artillery fired by the Ghost fighters roared towards the J-20 fighter! This moment, a terrorist air combat weapon from the opposite side of the Pacific Ocean, the B-2 Ghost bomber, fight with the latest and fifth-generation fighters of the East, the F-20, officially, a game of battle. In the world, there is a game about these two fighters. Which one is strong and which one is weak? Various media, as well as military enthusiasts, have expressed their opinions. It is difficult to conclude. Some people think that the F-20 is even better. Some people think that the B-2 Ghost is even more invincible, and the J-20 cannot match it. However, speech is only speech after all. The two fighters have never had a real combat duel in the high-altitude domain. The East promotes peace. Never take the initiative to fight with people. Therefore, since the development of the F-20 fighter, it has almost only been an Air Force exercise and has not participated in actual combat. However, many military technology enthusiasts around the world have simulated computer synthesis, trying to make the F-20 and B-2 Ghosts conduct simulated operations on the computer. However, the result of the simulation synthesis is the B-2 Ghost bomber winning. In their eyes, the B-2 Ghost bomber has stronger firepower and more maneuverability. The J-20, the domestically produced fighter jet in the East, after all, cannot be compared with the terrifying continents across the ocean. This is an absolute gap in science. However, at this moment, in front of us, the air battle that all military fans all over the world are looking forward to is already unfolding at this moment, over the Arabian Sea. F-20 versus B-2 Ghost. Update 2! Ask for monthly ticket support, brothers. Help. The first monthly ticket is 1,000. I only have more than 600. I beg you, brothers who still have monthly pass, please vote for your help. If you don't vote, it will be cleared the next month. Chapter 615. A qualified opponent over the Arabian Sea. F-20 versus B-2 Ghost. Silent 10,000 meters high in the clouds. Whizzing. Two fighters, almost at the same time, whizzed past! Chen Zong was driving a J-20 fighter jet, sitting in the cabin, chasing the B-2 Ghost in front of him. He didn't fire, but just followed closely behind, biting hard. This is more like ... a provocation. At this time, the B-2 Ghost in front has been locked by him as a prey. The B-2 Ghost fighters screamed and passed by, and the terrifying airwave swept over the entire cloud. The pilot of that fighter plane is extremely skilled in operation. You can feel the terrible operation of the other party. This is definitely not an ordinary terrorist pilot. It is one who has undergone professional special training. Special flight fighters. 10,000 meters in the sky. An air battle is a rapid duel. Swish. The B-2 Ghost fighter howling in front suddenly launched a bomb head suddenly and fiercely. The bomber head galloped forward, and then suddenly turned 360 abruptly, toward the F-20 fighter jet, rushing toward it. Infrared thermal imaging, tracking missiles. This is one of the most terrifying military technologies across the ocean. How can ordinary terrorists get such terrorist warheads? The corners of Chen Zong's mouth raised an arc. He has thoroughly confirmed the identity of the other party. Just when the red cloth tracking missile was about to hit the F-20 fighter, wow! The J-20 fighter slammed to the side. That bomb head, along the underside of the wing of the J-20 fighter, quickly whizzed past, avoid it successfully. The Yulin fighter swiftly swept over the head of the J-20 fighter. Then, the blast hole of the Ghost fighter aimed at the F-20 fighter below! Again, fire violently. Da-da-da-da-da. The tongue of terror, overwhelming the sky, roared towards the J-20 fighter. Chen Zhongying's eyes were indifferent. His posture of fighter planes, a strange rotation, instantly avoided countless bombing warheads. Two planes, which belong to two supercontinents of terrorist air combat weapons. At this moment in the sky over 10,000 meters in the Arabian Sea, there is an unprecedented, super air combat duel. The horrible maneuverability of the two fighters has been brought to the extreme, continuously circling, winding, and chasing in the sky. During the high-speed flight driving, the pilots of the two fighter jets are being subjected to a huge G-pressure overload force. At this time, the speed of the two fighters has exceeded 3,000 km per hour. Like two lightning ghosts, constantly trembling and fighting at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Countless missiles bombarded wildly! At this terrifying speed, fighter pilots need to withstand the pressure of the terrifying acceleration of gravity. The gravitational acceleration on the surface of the Earth. In aviation, 1g is defined as the pressure when the lift of the aircraft flying at sea level and the gravity of the Earth are in balance. When the aircraft changes its inertia, such as acceleration or deceleration or non-linear movements, it will produce positive or negative g-force. The maximum limit that the human body can withstand under normal conditions is between positive 9g and negative 3g. Exceeding the limit will endanger life and safety. The same is true for airplanes. Some terrifying high-speed dive movements, if the g-force load is too large, the plane will even disintegrate in the air. At this time, in the rapid pursuit of the two fighters, the fighter pilots are suffering from a huge overload of forces. Whizzing. Two fighter jets flew high above the sky. Ghost fighter bomber in the cabin, equipped with 3 special professional drivers. Due to the huge fuselage of the Ghost bomber, it must be equipped with the top 3 special air combat pilots for full control. It is equivalent to that the 3 of them are facing each other against Chen Zong. The 3-person operation is obviously more precise and comprehensive than the in-person operation. 3 people can take care of all aspects of the plane. Therefore, their operating space is bigger. At this time, the 3 pilots wearing oxygen masks and helmets looked extremely ugly, because the fighter jets entangled at high speed and bombed under fighting. Their bodies are being subjected to a huge overload G-force. At this time, their bodies seemed to be torn apart, as if they were crushed. A terrifying force crushed their bodies. Puff. Finally, the 3 drivers couldn't bear it anymore. The 3 of them raised their masks and helmets. A nosebleed could no longer be resisted, spewing out! Their bodies, blood vessels, have already withstood the limit. But, on the other side, in the cabin of the J-20 fighter jet, Chen Zong's eyes were calm and he didn't even wear an oxygen mask. He sat in the cabin calmly, driving a fighter jet with an e-handed fighter joystick, and with the other hand, making time for a cigarette. Calm and indifferent, sitting in the cabin, smoking lightly. This is simply, if not, countless artillery shells passed by. Simply unbelievable. This is is flying a fighter jet, conducting an air battle! Exclamation mark. At such a severe air combat juncture, he still had the mind to sit in the cabin and smoke lightly! Exclamation mark. This calmness is unprecedented. However, the Wraith B-2 fighter jet in front being constantly pursued, has gone completely mad. The three fighter pilots have already endured their bodies to the limit. Guerrilla warfare can't go on like this anymore. Be sure to fight quickly! Exclamation mark. The B-2 Ghost fighter slammed to a side and pulled back into the fuselage 360 degrees, and aimed its nose at the J-20 to fight with it. Question mark. Several terrifying cruise missiles screamed and launched! Exclamation mark. The B-2 Ghost fighter jet, because of its huge body, can carry terrifying missiles of mass destruction. Question mark. At this time, the B-2 Ghost has been completely chased and killed. Regardless of everything, trying to attack with heavy firepower, the overwhelming firepower is sweeping, and the J-20 will be shot down! Exclamation mark. Are you pressed? Inside the F-20 cabin, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. He took a deep breath of cigarettes, and then, just like that, holding the fighter stick with one hand, he swiftly manipulated it like this. Question mark. And 11 F1 F20. These speeds and angles are simply beyond the reach of humans! Exclamation mark. At this time, the J-20 fighter jet has already endured a huge overload force. It is impossible for any fighter pilot to bear it. In the cabin, the raised helmet visor placed next to Chen Zhongying couldn't bear it and burst directly. However, Chen Zhongying did not put on his helmet at all. Therefore, it does not matter if it bursts. He threw his helmet aside and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Then, he picked up the radio communication tool and directed a radio message to the Ghost fighter in the clouds. Since you regard me as your opponent, then I should be a qualified opponent. Next, let me send you on the road. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. In the next second, he drove a J-20 fighter jet, swiftly and quickly, and rushed away, maneuvering with a terrifying cobra, instantly rush straight ahead of the B-2 Ghost fighter. Goodbye. The corners of Chen's mouth are curved upwards. That is, the smile of death. Exclamation mark. The two missiles formed a potential to break through the air and whizzed towards the Ghost B2. One 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 two two three three two three 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 and 3 in engine jin 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 gaga the vertical bayug dot 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 h. At this time, the Ghost B2 was also flying towards the front. All this happened too fast and too fast. Too sudden. The B2 Ghost did not expect. The J-20 fighter jet would suddenly appear in front. What's more unexpected? F-20 will fire like lightning? Exclamation mark. The speed of the Ghost is 3,000 kilometers per hour. However, the speed of the Thunderbolt missile, 2, has a speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour. The two collide. Speed superimposed, more than 6,000 kilometers. Inevitable! Exclamation mark. No. In the Ghost fighter, the three special warfare pilots looked horrified. Question mark. The two collided in an instant. Exclamation mark. Boom. Two Thunderbolt missiles ignited instantly, blowing up the entire B-2 Ghost fighter into a sky of flames! Exclamation mark. F-20 versus B-2 Ghost. This time, numerous military fans all over the world have simulated and discussed countless peak duels. Finally, the winner is determined. B-2 Ghost, blown up. Add more. Thank you brothers who gave me a monthly pass today. Thanks again! Exclamation mark. Continue to add more tonight. Looking for a wave of monthly tickets. Chapter 616 Suicide Dive, Flame Fangs, F-20 versus B-2 Ghost. This time, numerous military fans all over the world have simulated and discussed countless peak duels. Finally, the winner is determined. B-2 Ghost, blown up. In the B-2 bomber, the two pilots even had time to eject by parachuting in the future. Just straight, it was bombed to no bones. The sky is full of flames, sweeping the sky. The F-20 Lightning screamed, passing through the air through the endless flames. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin with deep eyes, calmly and indifferently took out a cigarette and lit it. He glanced at the fuel tank data of the J-20 fighter, and 110 of the fuel volume remained. However, at the same time, the voice of the tanker staff came from the radio waves. F-20, F-20. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? We have requested recent military support. Support will arrive soon. Please keep it up. The tanker staff looked solemnly in the radio communication. Exclamation mark. They thought that the fight between the two fighters was still going on. Chen Zhonggong looked indifferent, picked up the radio walkie-talkie, and directly replied, "The Ghost has been shot down." Huh? Hearing these words, in the radio headset, the tanker staff suddenly fell silent. The battle is over? Question mark. Only then, less than 3 minutes? Exclamation mark. Just shot down that terrifying B-2 Ghost bomber? Exclamation mark. Shocked briefly. In the radio headset, the tanker staff had a solemn voice and asked, J-20, are you okay? Can it be damaged, injured? None. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin and faintly returned a word. F-20, your fuel tank is running out of fuel. Just in case, Please return immediately, and we will fill up the fuel for you. In the radio headset, the staff reported solemnly. Wait for 10 minutes first. Chen Zhongying replied faintly while sitting in the cabin. He glanced at the scale of the fuel gauge in the engine room, and calculated the time and distance. The other party's secret base is not far away. I will blow it up and come back to refuel. After speaking, he pushed the flight control stick abruptly. Swish! The F-20 fighter exploded with a terrifying engine thrust. Cut through the sky, and head towards the sky under the clouds. Huh? Exclamation mark. In the radio headset, the tanker staff were shocked when they heard his answer. Exclamation mark. J-20. No way. Your fuel tank is not enough fuel. You can't take risks. F-20. Come back soon. The opponent's military base must have ambushes and a large number of surface-to-air missiles. You are not their opponent. Don't die in vain. In the radio headset, the staff shouted anxiously, and Chen Zong did not pay attention to them. Instead, the radio was turned off and silence was turned on. He, driving a fighter plane, dived toward the clouds below 10,000 meters. According to radar detection, he has detected the location of the opponent's base, although the other side adopted military high-density concealment. Moreover, on the radar, there was no trace of the opponent displayed. However, through the infrasound waves fed back on the radar, Chen Zong could already feel the violent infrasound signal in a jungle below. That should be a signal to the B-2 Ghost. Unfortunately, B-2 Yulin has been blown up. However, that intense infrasound signal completely exposed the opponent's base. The corners of Chen Zhonggong's mouth raised an arc as he drove the J-20 fighter jet violently through the air, whizzing towards the jungle below. He kills and likes to cut grass and roots. Since the opponent wants to use him as an opponent, then he must be a qualified opponent. At this time, 10,000 meters below the cloud cover, a coastal beach, deep in the jungle. A hidden secret base is hiding in the jungle. The base is equipped with the newly developed M-type surface-to-air missile, and a large number of anti-air force radar systems. On the surface, this base is a terrorist organization. But behind the scenes, the true identity. Almost, it goes without saying. Their purpose is to shoot down the J-20. Warning. Deter East. At this time, a group of foreign staff members in the base were sitting in front of the radar tower, their faces solemnly analyzing the tower signal. B-2 Ghost. What's wrong? A worker in charge asked with a solemn expression. In front of the radar tower, the group of signalmen looked complicated and shook their heads. B-2 has lost contact. Maybe. Maybe, it has been attacked. The signalmen looked ugly and complicated, and reported cautiously. 3 minutes ago, their base sent B-2 bombers. According to the secret intelligence information disclosed by the CIA, there is a J-20 fighter plane that will sail through the Arabian Gulf. Therefore, they deploy their combat power in advance, just to take the opportunity to shoot down the F-20 fighter, in order to complete the international deterrence task. Yes, the result. The B-2 Ghost they sent out, but it hasn't seen the mission return. Moreover, the signal of the entire fighter plane suddenly lost contact? This is simply, send me 2 more fighters for survey assistance. See what happened. The base commander sternly shouted. With the order of the commander, in the base's secret fighter warehouse, 2 more fighters were slowly pushed out of the warehouse. The 2 fighter pilots put on flight suits and got ready to go. But, at the same time, 10,000 meters high in the sky, a silver fighter plane is diving straight at a 90-degree attitude toward the ground of the base below at a terrifying speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour, straight down! Fighter engine flame jet. Maximum firepower. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin without wearing a helmet, just sat in the cabin, piloting a fighter plane, and dived down vertically toward the ground at a terrifying speed! According to his understanding of the military characteristics across the ocean, in the opponent's base, There is a large number of radars in the sky and a large number of surface-to-air missiles. Although, the F-20 is the 5th generation stealth fighter. However, since the other party is here for him, he must be prepared. Certainly, a special radar system for capturing the F-20 fighter plane has been prepared. Therefore, Shenzong didn't bother to sneak in. Simply, directly from the top of their base, 10,000 meters high in the sky, dive down vertically. The speed of vertical acceleration is the fastest. The terrifying speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour, coupled with the inertial blessing of gravity, the speed will exceed 3,500 kilometers! At these speeds, any radar, any ground-to-air defense system is fundamental. Too late to react, defend it? In the fighter cabin, the huge G-pressure overloaded Chen Zhonging's body as if to tear it apart. Diving toward the ground, at supersonic speeds, the human body simply can't bear it. However, Chen Zhonging looked indifferent, without the slightest mood swing, clutching the propellers, swooping down quickly against the ground. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, reached the ground base. Almost, just a blink of an eye. Within 3 minutes, reached the ground base! However, at this time, in the ground base, 2 pilots are putting on flight suits and preparing to step onto the plane. Just now, swish! Suddenly, there was a terrifying sonic boom in the sky above! The 2 fighter pilots raised their heads in shock and looked up into the sky? In an instant, the expressions of the 2 fighter pilots suddenly changed! Silver fighter! A silver fighter plane, like a horrible meteor, swoops toward the ground base frantically! Flame tusk body! Annihilate, F-20! Alert! Alert! The expressions of the 2 fighter pilots changed suddenly! 2 shouts. However, they have no time to react! Thunderbolt, the latest research and development in the summer, air-to-ground bombing of missiles. The purpose of its research and development is to respond to everything, threats, coercion, and any armed base in the eastern continent. Thunder! The pupils of the 2 fighter pilots suddenly changed. At all, there was no time to react, let alone to escape! Boom! The moment the Thunderbolt missile hits the ground, 2 groups of terror-swept flames erupted! The horrible air wave swallows everything! The 2 fighter pilots, even before they could catch up with the plane in the future, were directly bombed to pieces! As for the 2 newest F-22 fighter jets, they were swallowed by flames and shattered before they could take off in the air in the future! Command room. The commander's pupils were wide, and he couldn't believe it. Looking at the picture on the surveillance video! That silver light swept across and swooped quickly, whizzing towards their ground base! The speed is so fast that it is too fast to respond to the radar. It's almost too late to activate the air interception defense system! It was a suicide attack! At such a fast speed, it is impossible for that F-20 fighter to survive. It will collide with the ground and bombarded into pieces together! Ground-to-air interception system. Hurry up, turn on. The commander's last "she" had not yet been uttered. Boom! A cry! The entire command and operational base was instantly bombarded by terrifying air waves! The commander's body was engulfed by endless flames and exploded into bones! Hell! When the thunderbolt spread the battlefield, hell, the devil of hell, will sweep the sky. F-20 annihilate everything. The F-20 fighter jet dived rapidly, terrorist thunderbolt missiles, and frantically bombed! Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying fire wave swept across the sky! In an instant, the entire secret base completely turned into a sea of flames! All military equipment, bases, all ruined! This secret base that cost countless funds to establish is completely destroyed! In the sky of fire, the F-20 fighter jet screamed and dived too fast. The huge dive inertia caused the entire fighter jet to too late to turn around. This is the most terrifying, suicidal swoop. Seeing the fighter jet was about to collide with the ground and exploded into smashing pieces, Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin. His pupils were deep and calm. He suddenly pressed a bomb switch, which a thunderbolt bomb blasted towards the ground below! Boom! A terrifying explosion swept across. The ground below was directly blasted out by a wave of terrifying flames. But, at this time, a huge wave of air swept the sky. Chen Zhong's pupils condensed, and he suddenly pulled up the fighter jet's ascending rod! He actually borrowed. The air wave of the bomb exploded to make the J-20 fighter jet to take advantage of the force of the air wave to forcefully lift into the air! Swish! Borrowing the horrible explosive air wave. The backlash wave formed. The J-20 fighter successfully pulled back the fuselage! The entire fighter plane swept through the woods with a whistling, swiftly whistling! Add more to! Thank you brothers for supporting at! Please brothers, help me charge 1,000 for my monthly pass! Gikiu! Chapter 617 This is the glory of a soldier. The J-20 fighter successfully pulled back the fuselage! The entire fighter plane swept through the woods with a whistling, swiftly whistling! In the blink of an eye, blow up the enemy, an entire armed base! It's it. If this scene is spread out by overseas, international and military media, I am afraid it will shock the world. A J-20 fighter jet in the summer, single-handedly, broke into the enemy's armed base, the team's entire base owner! What the fuck, it's just! Unbelievable. The J-20 fighter jet galloped and whizzed, and at a speed of 3,000 km per hour, it instantly escaped from the raging sea of flames behind. F-20 fighter, in the cabin. Chen Zhong's expression was calm, sitting in the cabin, his eyes calm and indifferent, and he slowly lit a cigarette. Take a deep breath. Unknowingly, a rush of warmth overflowed from his nose. It's a nosebleed. No matter how strong his physical fitness is. But after all, it was just a physical body. After undergoing such a rapid and violent vertical dive on the ground just now, His internal organs and blood vessels couldn't withstand such G-pressure overload. At this time, he was also under terrible pressure, and a trace of nosebleeds overflowed. Chen Zong stretched out his hand and wiped off his nosebleed. It seems that he doesn't care about the bleeding damage of the body. Today, his crazy move almost destroyed hundreds of millions of dollars in military assets of the enemy in one fell swoop. Even if it is a little blood, it can be pointed out. You want to kill me alone? I will kill your entire base. This is the style of death. Who wants to treat death as an opponent? Then he must be a qualified and terrifying opponent. Tuk tuk tuk. And, at this moment, in the J-20 fighter jet, the fuel alarm sounded suddenly. The fuel capacity of the fuel tank has bottomed out. The fighter jet has almost reached its fuel limit. Chen Zonging sat in the cabin, manipulated the posture lever, hurriedly twisted the fuselage, turned around and galloped back. If you don't refuel, this super rare combat weapon worth billions of yuan will crash. He turned on the radio communication. As soon as the signal was turned on, the staff of the tanker sent an emergency radio wave. Gosh. J-20. Are you still alive? We thought you. In the radio waves, the voice of the staff of the aerial tanker was complicated, with a slight tremor. At that moment, they couldn't get in touch with the J-20. They even thought that J-20 had already sacrificed. At this time, when I heard the radio waves of the F-20 again, all the tanker staff were a pleasant surprise. J-20, hold on, our air support will be here soon. The staff in the tanker said solemnly. No need. But Chen Zonging, but his voice was calm and indifferent, slowly replied to the radio. In the radio headset, the tanker staff were taken aback. Some unknown so. However, Chen Zonging's next sentence made all of them shocked and dumbfounded. I have destroyed the enemy base. As soon as this remark came out, all the staff in the radio headset became quiet. Destroyed? Local base? ? Just relying on a J-20 fighter ... one person, single-handedly? ? Destroy? ? The enemy armed operations base? ? This! ! What the fuck? ! How can it be? ! Air battles in the past have almost never appeared. Such incredible scenes! ! The other party, but the entire armed base! ! Have a ground-to-air counterattack interception system. How could it be ... by a mere fighter plane, broke in ... and bombed it all? Mission destroyed? ? The other party, don't they fight back? ! Gas machine, report your location. I'm almost out of gas. Chen Zonging looked calm, holding the radio walkie-talkie, and said on the radio, the aerial tanker reacted violently. J-20, our coordinates, XO67S323, come here quickly, your fuel process is very dangerous, and it is very likely to crash. The staff in the tanker looked solemn and reported. Received. Chen Zonging replied indifferently, sitting in the cabin, smoking a cigarette, driving a fighter plane, and whistling away. 10 minutes later, the F-20 fighter jet dragged the last trace of fuel, and finally ... flied back to the target airspace position of the tanker. But, just as the J-20 fighter was about to approach the tanker, the engine of the J-20 suddenly stalled. Fuel exhausted. Whoosh! The whole fighter jet fell directly downward. Inside the tanker, the staff's complexion changed suddenly. This! ! Don't be stunned, descend the altitude, and dock with me. Inside the J-20 fighter, Chen Zonging looked calm and indifferent, and exhorted to the radio walkie-talkie. At this time, the height is 10,000 meters above the sky. It takes about 10 minutes for the fighter jet to fall to the ground. At this time, as long as you seize the opportunity, you can still refuel and save the fighter. Above, The crew of the aerial tanker hurriedly recovered from the sluggishness. Whoosh! The aerial tanker hurriedly lowered its altitude and chased after the F-20 fighter jet below 10,000 meters high in the sky. The two planes were falling at a rapid speed. However, the J-20 fighter jet ran out of fuel and was inertia by gravity and fell downward. The tanker, on the other hand, estimated its descent height and was close to the F-20 fighter jet. So it refueled thousands of meters in the low air. The height of the two fighter jets, finally remained on the same plane again. The fuel tank cap has been opened and requested for refueling. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin and replied to the radio. Understood. The oil gun probe tube has been extended. The staff in the tanker replied with a solemn expression. In the tanker, a thick oil pipeline came out slowly. Then, it was docked with the fuel tank of the J-20 fighter jet that fell rapidly. Come on now! The staff shouted sharply. In the pipeline, a steady stream of energy fuel gasoline poured into the fuel tank of the F-20 fighter jet instantly. Chen Zong just sat in the fighter jet cabin, letting the fighter jet fall rapidly. His eyes were calm, staring lightly at the fighter's fuel tank datasheet. The fuel in the tank is increasing. Prepare. The F-20 will reignite and prepare to adjust the position. Chen Zhonggong calmly picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the radio. Understood. From the radio walkie-talkie, there was a solemn answer from the tanker staff. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he pressed down the fighter's engine and the ignition system switch. Boom! A violent engine roar. F-20 fighter, reignite. The engine ignites! Exclamation mark. From the tail of the fighter jet, two long and narrow purplured flames were ejected. Wow! The entire fighter plane, like an eagle, rose into the air. Aside, the tanker hurriedly followed and vacated together. Maintain the same level of airspace as the J-20 fighter jet, and maintain the fuel delivery process. The oil pipeline is connected to the two fighter jets, and continue to refuel. However, at the same time, in the airspace ahead, a whistling sound broke through the air. Dozens of F-15 fighter jets pierced the sky and came in lightning. The air support force of the hot summer finally arrived. Among the dozens of F-15 fighter jets, the pilots have received reports from the tanker staff. At this time, they all knew what had happened. Dozens of fighter jets flew side by side with Chen Zong's J-20. At the same time, among dozens of fighters, dozens of pilots raised their right hands together and paid a respectful military salute to Chen Zhongying. One person, one machine, wipe out the opponent's entire base. Hot summer. F-20. This is the glory of a soldier. Should be admired. 2. Chapter 618. Take a rest. Salute. Dozens of F-15 fighter jets just escorted around the tanker airspace. Protect this refueling mission. Wait until the F-20 fighter jet, after the refueling is complete. The oil pipeline of the tanker was slowly retracted. On the tanker, all the staff, standing in front of the airplane window, saluted the J-20 fighter jet. Soldiers, as it should, are honored by military salute. Among the J-20 fighters, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and deep, and at the same time, he slowly raised his right hand, a standard military salute. In response to the quartet, the Arabian Sea, a short episode, is wiped out. Next, he will drive a J-20 fighter plane, alone, into the war-torn area, which is also the most serious military threat to the two continents today. Persian Gulf Strait. Execution. Emergency alert mission. He slammed down the throttle stick of the fighter plane. The J-20 fighter engine whizzed, and instantly flew away. The F-20 fighter jet screamed in the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Throughout the process, turn on the incognito mode and whistle quickly. However, at this moment, suddenly, there was a signal on the radio. Chen Zong's eyes condensed, and he turned on the signal to see. Is it a message from the capital of the capital? He condensed his eyes and picked up the signal. Reaper, you shot down the B-2 Ghost bomber? A familiar hoarse voice came from the radio signal. Exactly, Zhang Yazu. Yes. In the cabin of the J-20 fighter, Chen Zhongying was driving the fighter plane with a deep complexion, and slowly returned a word. Something? Chen Zong asked, lighting a cigarette. Oh, it's okay. Zhang Yaz's calm and hoarse voice came from the radio headset. You also bombed the other party's military base? Zhang Yazu asked again. Yes. Chen Zhongying still looked calm, and slowly uttered a word. Oh, blow it up. What is surprising is that in the radio headset, Zhang Yazu. For this thing, it seems that he doesn't care. Question mark. This is simply. Is there anything else? Chen Zong asked indifferently while driving the fighter plane with a calm and indifferent voice. You, fly to the Persian Gulf Strait first. After reaching the strait, I will contact you again. In the radio headset, Zhang Yazu said in a calm and deep voice. Chen Zhongying didn't pay much attention, and directly hung up the radio communication. However, at the same time, located in the Strait of the Gulf of Oman, the depths of the endless blue sea, a huge aircraft carrier is slowly moving on the sea. Ford-class, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, belongs to the other side of the ocean. The largest Huazu. Surrounding the Voltu aircraft carrier, a huge aircraft carrier battle group is formed within a few kilometers of the sea area. Murderous. At this time, the Ford-class aircraft carrier, the ship's highest commander, was in the confidential office. As the super captain of this aircraft carrier, Clinton is standing in front of the office at this time. He held his back with his hands, clenched his fists, his eyes stared at the image on the satellite screen of the office. In the picture, they, a secret armed base on the coast of the Arabian Sea, were bombarded and destroyed by a J-20 fighter jet instantly. Razed to the ground. No one survived. This is simply. Clinton's dark muscles swelled up. His pupils shrank violently. Staring hard at the satellite screen picture, the picture is constantly playing back. In the picture, that silver J-20 fighter jet, like a meteor, screamed and swooped toward the ground below the base. Then, in an instant, the entire base was razed to the ground! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This is. What means of flying! Exclamation mark. This is. When did such a horrible air combat pilot appear! Exclamation mark. Clinton's fists clenched, making a crunch. At this moment, his expression was unprecedentedly sharp. The destruction of the base is simply an unprecedented shame. Whoever he is, chase me down. Clinton's voice was as cold, and he vomited slowly. Move the course of the mothership towards the Persian Gulf. However, at the same time, the F-20 fighters whizzed over thousands of kilometers. 1 hour later, finally, successfully reached the sky over the Persian Gulf. 10,000 meters high in the sky. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin of the J-20 fighter, his eyes calm and deep, and he looked around in the sea below. The deep blue sea is endless. Last night, after M's sudden big assassination, the entire world situation today has been completely turbulent. Almost all the various forces have exploded. The sky over the Persian Gulf Strait was even flooded with invisible radio waves, and various anti-airspace radars were turned on, scanning the situation at high altitude. The entire sea area has almost fallen into an unprecedented tense situation. However, at this moment, in the radio waves, news of the capital was sent again. Chen Zong's eyes were indifferent, and he picked up the radio wave message. Reaper, has he arrived? Zhang Yaz's deep and hoarse voice came from the radio wave. I have arrived over the Persian Gulf. Chen Zhongying replied slowly in a calm and indifferent voice. Okay. In the Infinite Electric headset, Zhang Yaz's voice slowly responded, and gradually, his tone became solemn. Codenamed Death. Now, accept your urgent confession. The third sector, the Strategic Armed Organization, is now commanding you, in the Persian Gulf ahead, the Vostok aircraft carrier, landing the fighter plane. And you will perform this special encryption mission on the Vostok aircraft carrier. Zhang Yui's voice was deep and solemn, and he commanded solemnly over the radio. At this moment, in the F-20 cabin, Chen Zong's pupils constricted slightly. Special encryption task. He glanced around the sea below. Even the Vostok has arrived in the Persian Gulf! Reaper, take the order. Chen Zong's tone was calm, and he slowly returned 4 words to the radio. Okay. Zhang Yazu said solemnly in the radio signal. Next, proceed with you. Docking with the Vostok coordinate position. Within 10 minutes, arrive and land on the Vostok ship. Zhang Yazu reported a string of special encryption codes. Among them, the Vostok carrier's current coordinate position is included. Received. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly replied with 2 words. Then, before he waited for the wireless current, Zhang Yazu finished his instructions. He directly hung up the current signal. His eyes were calm. He took a deep breath of cigarette, and then slammed the fighter's power rod. Swish. The entire J-20 fighter jet whizzed past, heading towards the Persian Gulf waters, towards that special location, breaking through the air! Dot. The coordinates of a mysterious location in the Persian Gulf. A huge red ship, like Noah's Ark, is slowly sailing on the blue coast. Along the ship's surroundings, countless aircraft carrier battle formations are neatly lined up. Crimson Dragon, Vostok. Last night, a certain top figure in Il was killed. The international situation is shaking. However, as Il's friendliest partner, Dongfeng, how can you stay indifferent to loyalty? Immediately, the revered Vostok aircraft carrier hurried in from the nearby strait. Joint martial arts. The sword points to the west. However, at the same time, there are also warships from the north and Polar Bear Island participating in the military exercise. Tripartite alliance, deterrence by force. This, not only, is dissatisfaction with power and terrorist acts somewhere on the other side of the ocean. What's more, support for your friends. If one person is in trouble, support from all directions. The Vostok aircraft carrier, Polar Bear Island, and aerobatic warships all dispatched together. Joint exercises over the waters of the Persian Gulf. However, at this moment, over the Vostok carrier, suddenly a sound of breaking through the air swept across. A kilometer high in the sky, a silver J-20 fighter jet, roaring and roaring, came galloping. Chen Zonging sat in the cabin, his eyes calm, with smoke in his mouth, and he drove the fighter plane like this, slowly landing towards the extended runway of the Crimson aircraft carrier. The Vostok aircraft carrier immediately sent a radio greeting. This is the Vostok aircraft carrier, and this is the Vostok aircraft carrier. Please report your mission code. In the radio, the Vostok aircraft carrier sent the mission code matching the first time. The Vostok aircraft carrier, as a superclass aircraft carrier, has an absolute military defense system. Any fighter aircraft, even those from the east, have to land on the carrier runway. All need to pass password matching and confirmation. Only after passing can be allowed to land. Otherwise, once the password matches the error, never allow fighter planes to land. It will even shoot down the fighter on the spot in the airspace 2 kilometers away from the aircraft carrier. This is for absolute security. Defense. In the F-20 fighter, Chen Zongong looked calm, picked up the walkie-talkie, and slowly reported a series of special codes, ZSHK12345SF1.132. Wait a minute. The codes are matching. The staff of radio number 6 middle school said solemnly. A few seconds later, in the infinite current, the staff's respectful voice finally came. J-20 fighter, your code is successfully matched. Vostok carrier, welcome to board a ship. Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep, driving the fighter plane, slowly landing towards the Crimson aircraft carrier below. However, at this time, below, in the Vostok aircraft carrier, Countless crew members on the deck also began to prepare for the F-20's landing. Aircraft carrier, deck, airport runway. The whole field is only 1 kilometer. To complete the takeoff and landing of aircraft in this extremely narrow runway, a special method is required. Takeoff requires electromagnetic catapult to take off. For landing, 3 metal cables on the deck are required to hook the hook of the fighter's landing pulley at the same time, so that the fighter can successfully land. There can be no deviation from every angle. Otherwise, the fighter jets will hit the aircraft carrier and blow up directly. Therefore, almost every fighter pilot on an aircraft carrier uses his life to take off and land. Angle adjustment, signal matching. Then, it was allowed to land. The J-20 fighter slowed down, and then glided toward the Vostok aircraft carrier. The entire fighter jet drove tens of meters in front, and finally slowly stopped. On the deck, a large group of armed staff in camouflage uniforms stepped forward solemnly. The cabin door opened. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly stepped out of the J-20 fighter. In the next second, all the staff on the deck rest for a while and salute. 3. Thank you brothers who voted for me yesterday. Many thanks. There are now 750 votes. The distance is 1,000. Which is 250 votes short. Shamelessly continue to beg! Exclamation mark. There will be more in the evening. Chapter 619 Dongfeng, Heoyan. In the next second, all the staff on the deck rest for a while and salute. Although, they don't know who this person is and where it comes from. However, he was able to drive a J-20 fighter jet and came through the air. Such characters are by no means simple. You know, the F-20, as the top 5th generation model in the summer, is subject to special restrictions. Only the top Air Force pilots can pilot this, a terrorist weapon with ultra-high maneuverability. Although, the staff on deck did not know where Chen Zong came from, nor did he know which department he represented. However, as a J-20 fighter pilot, he has enough capital and is respected. Throw your head and blood. Protect your home and country. Great power, the pride of the Air Force. Facing the response from everyone on the deck, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm. He slowly raised his hand, and returned a military salute to the group of staff below. Then, he lit a cigarette and jumped off the plane. However, at this moment, suddenly, a group of staff on the deck stepped aside neatly. I saw a man wearing a white Wuhai uniform, wearing a hat, step by step, walking towards Chen Zhonging. Following the arrival of the white-clothed man, everyone around him respectfully stepped aside. The white clothes are the picture, and merge with the sea. Maritime military camp, the highest level. Heiying, the highest level. That man, very young, was in his early 30s. His complexion was firm and his bronze skin was like a steel warrior, standing in front of Chen Zhonging. Take a break and salute. When see this scene on the deck of the Vostok, all the staff, all sea and air fighters, all their faces changed in shock. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This is their Vostok carrier, the deputy captain under one person and over 10,000 people. Ranked Haiwu, honored, 1 star, Kwesa King. In history, the youngest captain of the hot summer aircraft carrier. At the same time, it is also the youngest in history. 1 star Kwasi King can. At this moment, they the supreme young captain, unexpectedly stand in front of a J-20 Air Force pilot, so respectful, and salute for a while. Exclamation mark. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked by this scene. This one is just a pilot. Although he is very good, his status is lower after all. And the other one is the entire aircraft carrier fleet. The top existence, the Vostok, the aircraft carrier fleet, the #1 character, their captain. The status of the two do not match at all, even. It's a big difference. But, what is the ability of the pilot in front of him? To let them dignify the captain, personally. Stand here and salute. Chen Zhongying! When I saw this captain in his early 30s, even Chen Zhong's expression was slightly taken aback. 30 years old, captain of the aircraft carrier. Chen Zhongying felt surprisingly surprised. The Vostok carrier is the latest super carrier to be delivered. Any information about this aircraft carrier is kept confidential. Therefore, before, Chen Zhong did not know who the captain of this aircraft carrier was. When I saw it at this time, I didn't expect that he was so young. Chen Zhong dangling his cigarette, and at the captain, he also responded with a military salute. At this moment, the youngest heroes in different fields, at this moment, for the first time on the deck of this Vostok aircraft carrier, face each other. Captain Vostok, Dongfen Rock. The 30-year-old man saluted with a solemn voice. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, and in the same way, he announced his name. However, he did not report his department. The third sector is a highly confidential organization for national defense. Even if anyone in the military camp does not have enough levels, he has no right to know. The third sector, Dongfen ship members, return to their posts and continue to work. The 30-year-old captain, Dongfen Yan with deep eyes, looked around at the soldiers and shouted, "Ha!" The soldiers around, the staff all obeyed, and instantly returned to the ship deck to continue their work. Today, their Vostok sailed into the Persian Gulf, into this land of war. Rather, there is an important urgent task to proceed. So at this time, no one dare to bear it. Chen Zhongying, good name, sir. Dongfen Yan slowly commented with deep eyes and a solemn voice. Invincible vertically and horizontally, no big country. This name is overbearing enough. Chen Zhongying's expression was calm, staring at Dongfen Rock faintly. Captain Dongfen's surname is also very admirable. Chen Zhongying replied lightly. The Vostok aircraft carrier. The captain's name is also the surname, Dongfen. This really makes people have to think more. After all, is it a coincidence? Still is. Hearing these words, the corner of Dongfen Yan's mouth raised a deep smile. It's just a coincidence. I didn't expect that my last name would be the same name as this ship. This should be my pride. Dongfen Yan explained generously. Mr. Chen Zhongying, please. Dongfen Yan's eyes were as deep as a sword, and he personally invited Chen Zhongying into the cabin of the ship. Chen Zhongying was not welcome, and followed the captain towards the cabin of the ship. Mr. Chen Zhongying, are you from the third department? Along the way, Captain Dongfen Yan asked with a solemn voice. On the entire ship, the only person who knew which department Chen Zhong came from was the captain with the highest level of authority, Dongfen Yan. However, his level of knowledge is limited to this mission secret. He only knew that Chen Zhongying came from the third department. As for which combat unit is specifically affiliated with, what is his combat code name? Dongfen Rock, I don't know. Yes, Chen Zhongying replied faintly, and didn't say much. However, Dongfen Yan hesitated for a while, and suddenly asked again. Dare to ask, Mr. Chen? A month ago, Stan Buzu, that person. Could it be you? After all, he couldn't help being curious and asked solemnly. Chen Zhong's eyes were calm, smoking a cigarette, and glanced at him lightly. No answer. Be regarded as the default, huh? At this moment, Dongfen Yan was taken aback for a moment. His eyes were shocked, and he looked at the man in the third department in disbelief. Stan fled from the 100,000 armed group. That person, obviously, is him? A month ago, the Vostok received a secret mission order and headed to the Stan state, deterred with force, protected a certain helicopter, and left smoothly. However, I didn't expect it. At that time, the person who was driving that helicopter was the person in front of him. At this moment, Dongfen Yan became more curious about the identity of the person in front of him. What kind of existence is this? The two walked into the ship's command office. Dong Fengyan closed the office door and locked it. After that, he began to explain to Chen Zhongying that this time, the route of the Vostok's voyage, the purpose of the mission already undertaken. Last night, on the other side of the ocean, drones were dispatched to target and kill with terror an important figure in. As a result, the situation in the entire Gulf was turbulent. Dongfeng, as the closest partner of I can't do anything. Today, the Vostok aircraft carrier has arrived in the relevant waters to conduct military exercises. Its purpose is extremely critical, or by force, across the ocean. This is a warning. It is an unprecedented confrontation. Sitting in the headquarters, listening to the explanation of the youngest captain, Dong Fengyan, Chen Zhongying's eyes were still calm and deep. All actions were in his expectation. The Vostok arrived in the waters of Bo Bay, and its purpose was also within his budget. Joint sea exercises, force deterrence. How many aircraft carrier groups are there in the Bay of Waves? Chen Zhonggong asked, standing in the command room, looking at the azimuth simulation map on the satellite screen, with deep eyes. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Thank you brothers who voted for me today! Exclamation mark. Thank! Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support. Friends who have monthly tickets, can you give me some more haha? I want to break 1000. Ask my brothers for support. Chapter 620 The Sea and the Sky Intersect. How many aircraft carrier groups are there in the Bay of Waves? Chen Zhonggong asked, standing in the command room, looking at the azimuth simulation map on the satellite screen, with deep eyes. Dong Fengyan's eyes were deep and solemn, and slowly returned the two words, a lot. He pointed to the azimuth coordinates of the Blue Bay on the map. 100 kilometers away from us, the very egg of the polar bear state, 3 combat formations, are near the sea, preparing to join us in a joint military exercise. Hearing these words, Chen Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, all parties are indeed surging. Unexpectedly, even the polar bear. On that side, the most powerful continent in the Arctic, all deployed their forces to conduct joint exercises. It can be seen that this time, the other side of the ocean has indeed stabbed a hornet's nest, which caused the anger of countless continents in the world. And the formation is also stationed near the strait, and together with us, we will conduct joint naval and air military exercises. Dong Fengyan continued to explain with a solemn voice. In addition, 700 kilometers away from overseas, in the Gulf of Oman, on the other side of the ocean, the Truman, the flagship of the 8th Aircraft Carrier Group, is approaching. Truman. Upon hearing this name, Chen Zhongying's pupils were a little serious. This is a super aircraft carrier powered by nuclear power like the Eastern ship. On the other side of the ocean, the force is strong. In the waters of the world, there are hundreds of aircraft carriers. Try to blockade and control the seas of the world. However, this Truman is one of the most terrifying nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Same level as the Ford of the Year. Is there a possibility of a head-on conflict? Chen Zhongying asked with his eyes condensed. At present, it should not be possible. However, it cannot be ruled out that they will carry out special interference with our martial arts performances in order to achieve the purpose of deterring. Dong Fengyan explained with a solemn voice. Chen Zhongzong's eyes were deep, staring lightly at the straight map on the military satellite. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Up to this moment, Zhang Yazu still has no specific mission details announced. He doesn't know what the specific tasks of the third sector are. Did you let yourself land on the Truman? Destroy the opposing warship? Still is. The situation is turbulent, and the task he has undertaken this time is extremely important. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhang Yuyu to mobilize him to the Persian Gulf urgently. When is the military exercise? Chen Zhongying asked. Probably tomorrow, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Dong Fengyan said solemnly. Mr. Chen, what is your task this time? Dong Fengyan asked with a complicated and solemn voice, looking at Mr. Chen. At this moment, Dong Fengyan still did not receive any details about Mr. Chen's mission. Therefore, he asked curiously. I don't know. Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep, and he replied 3 words. It is not hidden, because even he himself still doesn't know the purpose of this mission. In the command room, the atmosphere is a bit quiet. Mr. Chen, you have been flying all the way, and you are tired. Or else, take a rest in the advanced ship, Dongfeng Yan asked. Chen Zonging nodded calmly. It's okay. Dongfeng Yan immediately arranged for a naval sailor to take Chen Zong to the lounge of the aircraft carrier. Looking at Chen Zonging's leaving back, Dongfeng Yan's eyes were deep, slowly condensing. Chen Zonging was arranged in a luxurious single room in the aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier, as a large combat ship, although the size and length are huge. However, most of its internal space is filled with fighter jets, various ammunition, and combat weapons. Therefore, the room is small and pitiful. Moreover, the number is large. In such an aircraft carrier, it is necessary to arrange sleep arrangements for more than 3,000 staff members. In the ship, more than 3,000 rooms need to be built. Therefore, in the aircraft carrier, the luxurious single room is almost a symbol of luxury. At this time, Chen Zonging was placed in a luxurious single suite on the aircraft carrier, which shows the degree of his preferential treatment. Sitting in the luxurious single suite of the aircraft carrier, Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep, and he slowly lit a cigarette. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. At this time, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Kuyi should have returned to the villa, should be eating dinner, right? Such a picture idea flashed through Chen Zong's mind. However, 6 o'clock on this watch is hot summer time. There is a 4-hour time difference between the time in the Persian Gulf and the hot summer. At this time, in the Persian Gulf, it is still at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the whole room, there are no windows, nor can you see the outside. Chen Zonging turned off the wall lamp, pinched out the cigarette butt, just lay on the bed and fell asleep quietly. It was only during the day, and along the way, driving the J-20 from the hot summer to the Vostok, he was exhausted, and he could no longer stop tiredness and fall asleep. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The sky over the Persian Gulf is dotted with stars. In the night sky of the city, few people can see such a sky full of stars. The light pollution and air pollution in the city obscured the beautiful scenery of the sky full of stars. However, at this moment, in this endless sea, the talent is feeling the beauty of the stars in the sky. The Vostok aircraft carrier hovered quietly in the middle of the sea. Around, dozens of combat ships, destroyers, and early warning ships were forming a queue, quietly escorting in the dark sea. Right here, in the endless dark night. Suddenly a few kilometers away in the sea, dozens of speedboats and jet skis were speeding across the water, coming in the direction of the Vostok aircraft carrier. Late at night, 12 o'clock. The Vostok aircraft carrier, the highest operational command center. Captain Dongfeng Yan, with deep and indifferent eyes, stood in the command center, staring at the satellite console. On the console, a circle of small red dots is slowly approaching. According to radar, it was dozens of civilian speedboats and jet skis. It poses no threat to the Vostok aircraft carrier. The destroyer hundreds of meters away has issued a radio warning and proceeded to expel it. As a result, I didn't expect. That group of civilians, not only did not retreat, but accelerated, rushing towards the Vostok aircraft carrier's fleet. The distance is constantly being drawn closer. At this moment, Dongfeng Yan's eyes were a bit deep and solemn. According to the agreement of this military exercise, the Vostok aircraft carrier cannot fire at will without authorization. After all, this is near the sea of other people's homes. Open fire blatantly, violating the peace law. Moreover, the other party's dress is obviously ordinary people. Although, as everyone knows, these civilians are all pretending to be. Tonight, these speedboats are clearly planned, and prepared. However, there is no alternative. The Vostok aircraft carrier, if it fires here, I am afraid, will be condemned from all sides. At this point, The problem is a bit tricky. If you can't fire, you can't forcefully expel. However, the group of speedboats are constantly approaching within the boundary of the Vostok aircraft carrier. How to deal with this? Dongfeng Rock was somewhat helpless at this time. This dignified, Dongfeng captain, at this moment, has fallen into an unprecedented predicament. Due to the military exercise's treaty restrictions, before the exercise, no fire can be carried out. Unless the fleet encounters a real crisis, it will be able to use force. However, in front of this group, the speedboat fleet is all dressed up as civilians. This is fundamentally impossible for risk assessment. Because, dressed according to their clothes, this is a commoner. If the civilians are fired and expelled, then I am afraid it will arouse huge public opinion. Warning, warning. This is the aircraft carrier fleet restricted area. No approaching, no approaching. In the dark, the aircraft carrier staff continued to warn the water speedboats outside the sea with a solemn voice. But the warning is useless. The group of civilians looked grim, as if like a death squad, crazy rushed into the alert range of the aircraft carrier fleet. At this time, their distance from the aircraft carrier fleet is only a few hundred meters away. The group of civilians were sitting on speedboats and jet skis, constantly circling around. In their hands, holding hidden cameras and infrared detection, they are facing the Vostok aircraft carrier, taking photos and detecting in all directions. This is a sneak shot of the confidential information of the Vostok aircraft carrier. Take pictures of aircraft carrier data and analyze them. Analyze the aircraft on the carrier fleet. Analyze the formation of the aircraft carrier. Analyze the aircraft carrier's anti-air intercept missile system. Analyze the radar system. This group of civilians use a series of various concealed tools to conduct rapid detection, interference, and radar monitoring on the Vostok aircraft carrier. The Vostok aircraft carrier is equipped with its own anti-radar system. In other words, almost no air force, radar, or naval and air system can detect its existence. Moreover, it also comes with a super-frequency radar reconnaissance area system. It can actively detect any fighter jets within 5 kilometers above it, and any combat equipment. Radar coverage radius, 50 kilometers. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, there are the RAFOIs of the Vostok aircraft carrier, covering the area. Nothing can escape its monitoring. However, at this time, this group of civilians suddenly rushed into the alert area of the aircraft carrier, using various high-tech equipment, frantically testing, monitoring, the aircraft carrier's radar rating and signal codes. They tried to feed back the data based on this continuous detection, so that base personnel could crack and deal with the radar data of the Vostok aircraft carrier. This is simply, but at this time, due to their status, the Vostok aircraft carrier couldn't open fire at all. Chapter 621 BS Bay Waters. The Vostok aircraft carrier has 3 negative decks. In a luxurious single-room suite, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, lying in the room, closing the curtain and resting, falling into a deep sleep. But, at this moment, suddenly, his ears moved slightly while he was sleeping. The next second, he opened his eyes suddenly. He heard the inexplicable move outside the ship. His ears can catch any small infrasound signal in the air. But at this time, he clearly heard, outside the ship, that strong radar covering sound. What happened outside? Chen Zonging got up suddenly and got out of bed. Quickly walked out of the room. Along the way, walked towards the deck of the ship. Along the way, the staff of the various departments of the ship are staying in their posts, looking solemnly. Is this entering a state of alert? Exclamation mark. Chen Zong's pupils condensed slightly, and walked quickly towards the commander's room on the 3rd floor of the ship. Command room of the ship commander. At this time, the atmosphere is a bit solemn. Dongfeng Yin had a solemn face, standing in front of the command room, holding a telescope in his hand, and constantly scanning around the ship, the group of civilians who kept circling around the sea. This is simply a provocation. If so, follow the past. Dong Fengyin did not hesitate and directly ordered to kill these pretenders on the spot. But tonight, the situation is special. The Persian Gulf has just experienced a battle. Now, before the joint military exercise, there must not be any more difference. Therefore, Dong Fengyin has no choice. Where the identity is, and the responsibilities are limited. The treaty has orders. He can't do it at all. What should I do? Looking at the surrounding speedboats, his complexion was unprecedentedly sharp. Want to do it, but can't do it. What should I do? Behind him, a group of senior staff of the mothership stood there with complex expressions, staring at the group of civilians frantically scurrying outside the command room window. Tonight, it is destined to be a difficult battle. Not afraid to fire. On the contrary, instead of firing, it cannot be expelled by force. Then, it is impossible to drive this group of people back. I can only watch them and provoke the Vostok aircraft carrier. I watched them and collected all kinds of core information about the Vostok carrier. In the entire command room, everyone's fists were clenched tightly, which was an inexplicable anger. At this moment, everyone is angry. But there is no way. A senior captain wearing a Haiwu uniform stood in front of the command room, watching the group of civilians scurrying around the sea in the dark. His anger could no longer be contained. He suddenly stepped forward and bowed solemnly. Captain, Eastern Fleet, the 3rd Special Forces Group, Leader Zuk Xingqi, apply to go out and perform the mission. As he said, he took off his military cap directly, took off his medal, and then he was about to take off his uniform. Tonight, he will take off his military uniform and resign from his military rank. At the risk of being forced to go to the International Armed Forces Tribunal, he will personally come forward and repel the group of civilians. But at this moment, suddenly, the door of the command room was pushed open. Chen Zonggong's eyes were calm, and he slowly walked into the command room with a cigarette in his mouth. In the command room, everyone was stunned, looking at this young man who suddenly broke in. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong walked into the command room step by step. He walked up to Zuk Xingqi, picked up the military cap in Zuk Xingqi's hand, and took it back for him again. You, stay. Chen Zongying's voice was calm and said slowly. Zuk Xing was too late to make a move. That means that his future is completely over. He will leave the Vostok and has nothing to do with the Vostok. Will play as an ordinary person. Once, what are the consequences? He was arrested. Then, even the hot summer can't protect him. Because, when he took action, he represented his departure from the hot summer nationality. Chen Zong put the hat back on Zuk Xingqi's head. You stay, I'll go. Chen Zongying's answer is very simple. 5 words. You stay. I go. Tonight, this crisis is provocative. It is premeditated, planned, targeted, and provocative. The other party even brought a variety of military equipment to collect and analyze Vostok's data. Tonight, if there is someone inside the Vostok, this hit the other side's arms. I am afraid that the other party will catch this and make a big fuss. So, tonight, no one on the Vostok can make a move. At this time, in the command room, all the high-level personnel, including the captain and Dong Fengyin, had complicated eyes and stared at Chen Zongying. I'm not a shipboard crew member. I acted and it has nothing to do with you. Chen Zongying's voice was calm, looked around at everyone, and said lightly. Indeed, tonight, he is the only one who is not affiliated with the Vostok carrier. His identity is highly confidential and almost no one knows. Let him take the shot, maybe, is the most appropriate. Brother Chen, but you are just an Air Force pilot. The captain of the Dong Fengyin, with a solemn expression on his face, reminded, if you go down, it will be a close combat. This is not good for you. Indeed. Nowadays, dealing with the group of civilians in the sea surrounding the ships, they can only rely on bare hands and close combat methods to expel them. You can't use force at all. However, the Chen Zongying in front of him, based on everyone's guess at this time, probably guessed that he was a fighter pilot. A fighter pilot, all his abilities are embodied in flying airplanes and conducting air combat. The combat skills of fighter pilots in close air combat are almost zero. If you let Brother Chen go down, then, I'm afraid. Moreover, it is hard not to guarantee. What methods will the opponent use to fight back? The situation is dangerous. Yes, Brother Chen, you can't go. All around the command room, a group of high-level people looked equally solemn and retorted for the first time. In the motherland, training a fighter pilot is extremely difficult and costly. The life of a fighter pilot is more expensive than any military equipment. A fighter pilot is equivalent to a super-military asset of the motherland. The life of a fighter pilot does not belong to him. It belongs to the country. Belongs to Yu Ying. Chen Zhengzong's eyes were calm, and he glanced around. Your worries are superfluous. After speaking, he turned around and walked out of the command room. Brother Chen ... No. Dongfen Yan seemed to perceive something wrong, fearing that he was reckless and dangerous, so he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Dongfen Yan shouted from his opponent. He couldn't let Chen Zhongying go to the sea to risk. The night is deep. Who knows what threats there will be under the sea? Chen Zhongying is just an air combat pilot. He is an asset of the motherland. His safety must be guaranteed. However, Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he lifted his right hand directly, rushing the group of soldiers to intercept him, and fell directly to the ground. Then, he slowly took off his suit jacket. Towards the bottom, the ship's splint with a height of tens of meters, jumped. Boom! Chen Zhongying's body landed fiercely. Then, in the shocked and surprised eyes of countless staff on the deck, he slowly got up from the deck. He, just like that, step by step, walked towards the edge of the deck. At this moment, the expressions of all the senior staff in the command room all changed. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This skill! Exclamation mark. In the blink of an eye, several sailor fighters blasted off, jumped down from a height of tens of meters, and, intact! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? How can it be? Exclamation mark. Is this really just a Air Force pilot? Exclamation mark. In the command room, everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the figure walking towards the edge of the deck. Dongfen Yan stood in front of the command room, his pupils dignified, and he couldn't believe it. Staring at that figure on the deck below. Update 2. Brothers, take a closer look. In fact, MIGA's chapters only need 2,000 words per chapter. More than 2,000 words, there is no extra income for writing too much. However, for the sake of the completeness and excitement of the story, I have exceeded 2,500 words in a single sheet each time, which is only for my brothers to see the excitement. In addition, thank you brothers who gave me the monthly pass yesterday. I am here, thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Looking for a wave of monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. For the sake of me and Xena so awesome. At the end of the month, the monthly pass must be cleared for you. The monthly pass is useless. But for me and my editor, this is our performance indicator. Hey! Chapter 622. Sorry, I kill you. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent, and step by step, he walked towards the edge of the deck. However, at the same time, around the Vostok aircraft carrier, hundreds of meters outside the sea, there are still countless speedboats galloping like crazy. The group of civilians, driving fast, constantly testing the endurance of the Vostok carrier. By the way, they took crazy photos and took a frontal, ultra-close-range shot of this super aircraft carrier in the hot summer. Upload all the information to the forces behind the organization for a comprehensive strategic analysis. This is simply an unprecedented provocation. This group of civilians are totally confident. They seemed to have grasped the dead spot where the Vostok aircraft carrier did not dare to use force to fire. However, this group of civilians ... maybe they don't know they are about to pay a heavy price for their crazy and provocative behavior. The Vostok aircraft carrier did not dare to do it. However, the of death who stayed on the ship dared. I'm afraid they would never dream of ... on this Vostok aircraft carrier, there is a person who is more terrifying than the entire aircraft carrier group. Codename, Death. However, at this time, the Vostok aircraft carrier, in front of the ship deck. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent, and slowly walked to the edge of the deck. Hundreds of meters below, there is dark and deep sea water. Tonight, the Persian Gulf wind is howling, caused the entire sea wave, extremely turbulent. The huge wave surged. The vortex continued. Chen Zong's eyes were indifferent, and in the next second, he suddenly jumped from the front of the deck. The whole person, like a shark, instantly like water. Puff. Chen Zong's body poured into the water. Then, as if sinking into the sea, suddenly disappeared, and never floated again. On the Vostok carrier, searchlights are constantly searching and patrolling the surface of the sea. In front of the deck, the group of sailors glanced suspiciously at the sea level below? Just now, they saw with their own eyes that Chen Zong jumped down. But why? At this moment, in the sea, you will never see the figure of Chen Zong? Where did he go? However, at the same time, the Vostok aircraft carrier is hundreds of meters around the ship's sea area. The group of civilians are provocatively galloping on the water in a speedboat. They have no fear at all. It is expected that the Vostok carrier will not dare to open fire. So, almost unscrupulous. And, tonight, no matter what, they will kill two birds with one stone. If the Vostok aircraft carrier fires, then, it is in their arms. If the Vostok fired, it was equivalent to shooting the civilians. At that time, it will cause a sensation in international public opinion. So, in any case, no matter what actions the Vostok carrier takes, they will kill two birds with one stone. One stone, two bird. As for the name just now, the figure that suddenly jumped into the sea from the deck of the Vostok aircraft carrier? They don't even care. Even the entire Vostok aircraft carrier can't help them. Could it be that a warrior who jumped into the water in a mere trivial way could do nothing to them? What's more, they are not civilians in the first place. The status of civilians is just a cover-up. If, really on the sea, fighting in close combat? They are exactly the level of special forces. However, at this time, on the level of the pitch-black sea, there was silence. Except for the turbulent sea, there were no waves. The man who had just jumped off the deck seemed to have drowned completely. No more news. On the speedboat fleet, several civilians were sitting in the speedboat, looking strange and mocking. Boss, what about the man who jumped off the Vostok just now? Didn't he drown and die? Damn. The diving action is so handsome. I still thought it was a king. It turned out to be a bronze. Fuck. On the speedboat, the group of civilians with foreign identities began to ridicule and talk, and laughed constantly. That diver, in their eyes, is simply ironic. I originally thought that jumping off an aircraft carrier would be a terrific figure. The special forces would not be successful. As a result, what a dream. Just jumped down and drowned. There is not even time to breathe. This is too ironic. In the hot summer, it is really the sick man of East Asia. However, on the speedboat, a group of foreign civilians talked a lot. Suddenly, puff, the heads of their boss suddenly rotated 360 degrees, and then there was a puff. The head of the boss landed directly on the deck of the speedboat. Puff. The headless corpse of the boss, like a fountain, splashed out wildly. In the entire speedboat, the faces of the civilian members sitting next to the boss are all covered with blood from the boss's body. Everyone in the entire speedboat was dumbfounded. In an entire speedboat, blood spattered all over the ground. The headless corpse of the boss fell on the deck, and blood was still pouring out wildly. On the speedboat, the complexions of all the members changed suddenly. Everyone looked shocked and shocked. However, just before they reacted, a figure, like a shark, instantly jumped from the dark sea and landed on the deck of the speedboat. You guys, are you talking about me? Chen Zonging was covered with sea water, his eyes calm and indifferent, and he slowly scanned the people on the speedboat. On the speedboat, the expressions of all foreign civilians changed drastically. You Do you dare to kill us? We are civilians. A group of foreign civilians shouted in shock. But, as soon as the civilian's voice fell, puff, Chen Zong's right hand penetrated his tracheal neck directly. Puff, Chen Zong grabbed his trachea and twisted it directly. Sorry, I kill civilian exclusively. Wow! On the entire speedboat, everyone's complexion changed suddenly! Exclamation mark. They have no time to react. There is not even time to escape. Puff, puff, puff. Chen Zong's skills are as fast as lightning, and he makes an instant shot! Exclamation mark. After bursts of blood, the sound of slaughter swept the audience. In the blink of an eye, the corpses were full of corpses, piled up all over the cabin of the speedboat. Chen Zonging slowly took out a square towel and wiped the bloodstains on the palm of his right hand. He never hesitated to kill. His identity does not represent any continent or any force. He wants to kill whoever he wants, no matter who. Wiping his palms clean, he stepped forward, tore open the clothes of one of the civilian corpses, and glanced lightly. The civilian's body was covered with gunshot wounds and bullet scars. This is not a civilian at all. It is a soldier hired overseas. Only after a rain of bullets and bullets on the battlefield can such terrible scars be formed on the body. Chen Zong stepped forward again and tore open the clothes of the remaining corpses. The same is true. Everyone is covered with all kinds of hideous gunshot scars. This group of people are not civilians at all. This is the evidence. The corners of Chen Zonging's mouth raised a deep arc. In that case, what scruples does he have? In the next second, his body jumped directly into the air. Towards not far away, a speedboat bounced away. In the speedboat not far away, Chen Zong's body, like a demon, fell on the deck fiercely. The entire speedboat was shaking violently. In the speedboat, countless civilians were taken aback. Exclamation mark. They are trying to resist. But they have no time to make a move, because what they are facing is a more terrifying existence than the Vostok carrier. Puff puff. The sound of fingers piercing the skin and fleshy tissues echoed in the air. In an instant, in the entire speedboat, blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing. Exclamation mark. The scene is beautiful and gorgeous. Boo, bang, bang. The sound of the dead bodies falling on the deck echoed in the dark night. Several corpses were even thrown directly into the dark water. On the surface of the entire sea, in an instant, there was almost complete chaos. On the dozens of speedboats, the faces of all the civilians changed drastically. Exclamation mark. Azure Pricey attack. New eerie tact. Quick withdrawal. The group of civilians looked shocked and screamed in horror. On the sea. Assault. We were attacked. The hot summer violated the peace treaty. Let's run. The group of civilians were shocked and yelled frantically, driving a speedboat, trying to escape from here. Tonight, their task has been completely completed. The specific information of the Vostok carrier was captured at close range and uploaded to the base database. The signal code of the Vostok radar was detected again, and the Vostok's defense system can be studied through the radar. Moreover, they succeeded in forcing the members of the Vostok to do something and start killing. Tonight, as long as they escape from here, be able to make it public immediately, then the Vostok aircraft carrier can be plunged into a huge crisis of international public opinion. Exclamation mark. Add more to. Thank you brother who voted for me just now. Exclamation mark. Thank you. Ask for another wave of monthly tickets. Chapter 623 Thunderbolt of Hell. The group of civilians looked grim and yelled, and then drove the speedboat, trying to escape the scene quickly. Dozens of speedboats, almost all turned around, fleeing in all directions. But, the of death, since he has already taken action, how can it be? Let them leave alive? Ahead, not long after a speedboat rushed out. Suddenly, woo, in the dark night, there was a cry of devil's cry. A black light pierced through the speedboat in an instant. The pupils of those civilians on the speedboat trembled together. Then, on their necks, traces of fine bloodstains appeared. Sneeze. Bloodstains suddenly splashed, and on the speedboat, the group of civilians splashed with blood on their necks, and everyone subconsciously reached out and tried to cover their necks. However, following the sea ahead, a huge wave hit, and the speedboat bumped. Boo! Bang! Bang! The heads of people rolled down on the deck of the speedboat. The group of headless civilians fell to the ground. The blood stained the entire speedboat and the entire sea area. The smell of blood, even, attracted countless schools of sharks in the deep sea. The Arabian Overseas Zone is in the deep sea where sharks are infested. At this time, the countless breath in the sea caused the sharks to be excited, and they crashed into the speedboat frantically, trying to enjoy the food. Throughout the darkness of the sea, the killing spread. The group of pseudo-civilians had no time to escape. Before the speedboat sailed out, it was pierced by a man's and the head fell to the ground. Devil May Cry is present in this world. Do not drink up the blood, never take it back. This is simply an unprecedented feast of killing. Vostok, the aircraft carrier. Above the podium, all the high-level personnel had their eyes widened, shocked. Shocked. Can't believe it. Staring at the pitch-black sea hundreds of meters below. On the sea, nothing can be seen at all. The sky is too dark, even if the searchlight is searching. The beam's line of sight is very limited. However, the group of pseudo-civilians wailed miserably. Immediately afterwards, their heads and corpses were cut to pieces by an inexplicable black glow. Scattered on the sea to sleep. This is simply everything, as if the ghost shot. Is this the Air Force pilot, Mr. Chen? However, at this time, none of them saw Mr. Chen's figure. In front of the podium, the captain Dongfeng held the handle-shifting infrared thermal synthesis telescope, staring at the sea hundreds of meters away. Through the infrared thermal synthesis telescope, he could clearly see the sea area hundreds of meters away. Infrared thermal synthesis feeds everyone's body temperature energy back into the telescope, and the group of pseudo-civilians on the sea have all turned into red thermal synthesis images. However, in this, under the sea, there was actually a purple figure of a figure appeared. This! When seeing this purple image, Dongfeng Yan's pupils condensed. Infrared thermal synthesis can capture energy according to the temperature emitted by the organism and synthesize the heat image of the other party. The red silhouettes represent their body temperature. The human body can emit a normal skin temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, so it can synthesize red. In this telescope, the purple composite image! What's going on? At this moment, Dongfeng Yan's complexion was unprecedentedly solemn. Purple! This, according to the color change principle of thermal synthesis, the higher the human body temperature and energy fluctuation, the darker the color displayed by the telescope. Purple! That, in the sea, how high is the energy of that person? At this moment, Dongfeng Yan's complexion was unprecedented. In the deep sea, the killing was raging. The sound of devil cry, trembling constantly. Puff puff. The black light flashed. Among those speedboats, the pseudo-civilians had no time to escape, and were directly swallowed and penetrated by black horns. They turned into pieces of meat and fell onto the speedboat and the sea. In the deep Black Sea, countless schools of sharks flooded crazily, started frantically to the pair of the minced meat floating on the water. This scene is simply, in the blink of an eye, dozens of speedboats. Almost none can escape successfully. Only the last speedboat was left, taking advantage of the chaos, and fled the sea. It galloped towards the sea hundreds of meters away. In the sea, Shenzong's pupils condensed, and his body rushed into a speedboat, dropping the corpse into the sea. Then he started the speedboat and chased it up frantically. Two speedboats are chasing wildly on the sea. On the Vostok aircraft carrier, on the combat formation, dozens of battleships, countless soldiers, standing in front of the deck, staring at the chase hundreds of meters away. This scene is simply countless fighters on the scene, due to their status, could not make a move. Everything can only be entrusted to the man who jumped off the Vostok speedboat, top speed, 200 kilometers. The two speedboats have almost reached the limit of speed at this time. The speedboat was speeding wildly, dragging two long rolling waves on the sea. Chen Zhongying stood in front of the speedboat, his eyes calm and indifferent. The corners of his mouth are curved. That is a bloodthirsty, strange arc. His right hand swirled slowly. Devil May Cry dagger emerged. The person that Eve Death wants to kill, who can escape? Woo. The devil cries and whispers, just like 10,000 ghosts crying, making people creepy. The black man's dagger slashed away along the speedboat ahead. Puff. Almost instantly, Devil May Cry black light suddenly penetrated the speedboat ahead. Exclamation mark. The speedboat in front of you creaked. Unexpectedly, he was directly cleaved by Devil May Cry dagger. The deck of the speedboat is slowly cracking along a central axis. Exclamation mark. Countless sea water poured in. At the same time, there are countless sharks all around. No, no, my God. On the speedboat, the two disguised civilians' expressions trembled and turned pale in shock. Exclamation mark. One of the civilians was unsteady and fell directly towards the sea. Puff. The civilian fell into the water instantly. In the next second, in the sea, countless groups of sharks gathered in all directions. Exclamation mark. No. The civilian was horrified, struggling frantically, trying to flee into the sea ahead. But he has no time to escape. Almost, in the blink of an eye, countless groups of sharks surrounded him. Puff. The sharks' sharp teeth bit his legs almost instantly. Tear into pieces. Countless sharks swarmed up, and instantly, the civilian was mutilated. In the endless sea, a piece of blood is stained red. Only the last civilian was trembling in horror, staying on the deck of the speedboat that was only half of it. His expression trembling in horror. Around the sleep, countless schools of sharks were crashing frantically on the deck of the speedboat. This is simply that civilian has no way of life. If he jumps into the sea, he will be directly killed by a shark. There is no way to escape. Wow! In the rear, Chen Zong's speedboat passed quickly across the water like lightning and arrived. Chen Zong jumped directly and jumped onto the half of the speedboat deck. The civilian trembled in horror and tried to escape. He was directly slapped to the ground by Chen Zong. His leather shoes stomped heavily on the head of the civilian. With a cold voice, he asked slowly, "Who do you work for?" However, at this moment, suddenly, over the dark night, an unmanned aerial vehicle concealed from the clouds that were thousands of meters high. Next second, shoot your ships. 3 Hellfire missiles slammed through the sky, towards Chen Zongying below the sea, and the civilian violently attacked. Drone! Exclamation mark. Targeted bombing. Murder! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Chen Zongying suddenly raised his head. His pupils shrank violently! Exclamation mark. His eyes were firmly locked on the 3 missiles that violently attacked from a kilometer altitude. Hellfire missile! Exclamation mark. Party. Last night, the top of Hill had just been bombed by drones. Tonight, this drone was aimed at yourself! Exclamation mark. Tonight, Chen Zong will also be attacked and killed! Exclamation mark. Exactly the same means the same missile. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Unscrupulous. The identity of this group of pseudo-civilians is self-evident. Murderous. 3 Hellfires pierced the void and shot towards Chen Zongying. All this happened too fast and too fast. The radar of the entire Vostok was too late to react. Because of the intrusion of this group of civilians, they carried a radar jamming device, which caused the signal of the drone intrusion to be jammed. The Vostok's radar was not detected. All this is premeditated. With 3 Hellfires, Chen Zongying is about to blow up. But, right here, lightning and thunder. Chen Zongying's right hand swiftly twisted. Woo. And Devil May Cry flashed out. Boom, boom, boom. Devil May Cry directly split the 3 Hellfire missiles high in the sky into 6 halves and detonated on the spot. A terrifying fire wave swept the sky. Thousands of meters above the sky, that drone still hovered in the dark, murderous. Swish. The drone's infrared light instantly locked on Chen Zhonging, and another Hellfire roared. Attempt to kill Chen Zhonging and the pseudo-civilian together! Chen Zhong's pupils condensed, staring straight at the Thunderbolt missile that roared! Avoid, avoid 6. On the aircraft carrier battleship, countless soldiers looked terrified and shouted at him, trying to remind. But at this moment, it happened too fast, almost, just in the blink of an eye. That Hellfire, like a ghost of lightning, instantly flew in front of Chen Zhonging. Chen Zhonging looked cold and calm, and hugged with both hands. Actually abruptly, he hugged the Hellfire missile across his chest. The tail of the Hellfire missile still carries a long flame. This is a rocket with tracking function! But at this time, what is weird is, this rocket, after all, did not explode! That's it, being held by Chen Zhong in his hands! Chen Zhonging turned the rocket abruptly, and then, towards the drone above, hurled it hard. Swish. The targeted attack target of Thunderbolt has been changed. At that moment, Chen Zhong passed through the Omega Watch, and entered the signal of the Thunderbolt missile in a flash of lightning, instantly changing its lock-on attack signal. At this time, this missile, heading for kilometers above, the drone, bombed away. The bombing target of the Thunderbolt missile is a drone. Brothers, and more! Good news for the Night Owl brothers who haven't slept yet. Haha. I've never updated so late, but fortunately I'm not late! Brothers, my update is so awesome. The number of words in this one is 3,000 words. Ask for a monthly pass at all readers. At S-Fans. Chapter 624 Feast. Thousands of meters above the drone. There is no time to react. It seems to be completely dumbfounded. The computer signal of the drone is completely sluggish and cannot be recognized. However, at this moment, Thunderbolt missiles have whizzed from below. Boom. In an instant, hit the drone! The entire drone was turned into flames, and airwaves swept the sky. This one, known as the world's most advanced super drone, with super equipment costing hundreds of millions of dollars, just crashed. However, at the same time, at the feet of Chen Zhong, the pseudo-civilian also activated a self-destructive human bomb. To the great imperialism, dedication, boom. The human flesh bomb exploded. Chen Zhonging's body was directly blasted out dozens of meters away. Puff. His body fell heavily into the sea. Attracted everywhere, countless schools of sharks rushed in one after another. Puff puff. But, as soon as the group of sharks approached Chen Zhonging, the Devil May Cry silver light appeared in the water instantly. Sharks were chopped into pieces of meat. In an instant, the shark group collapsed. Fleeing wildly, Chen Zhong directly took advantage of his hand, grabbed a Tomato-long giant white shark king, carried the shark, and swam directly towards the Vostok aircraft carrier. At this time, the Vostok aircraft carrier and the response force had already hurriedly arrived. Aid Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong picked up the Tomato-long shark and boarded the aircraft carrier deck. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, there are countless soldiers and staff. Their eyes are dignified, and they all rest for a while and salute Chen Zhonging. At this moment, in their eyes, is a hero. Assault and kill dozens of pseudo-civilians and eliminate the threat for them. And, with bare hands, blow up the drone in the sky! Although, they didn't know why the drone was suddenly rotated back by the missile and blown up. However, they know that all these are the means of the hero in front of them. This is not just an Air Force pilot. The person in front of him is definitely a hero. However, at the same time, in front of the Vostok podium, Dongfeng Yan's eyes were dignified, and he picked up the infrared thermal synthesis telescope again, and glanced at Chen Zonging on the deck below with the telescope. On the telescope, his figure turned purple. At this moment, Dongfen Yan's pupils became dignified. Purple figure. How powerful is the energy fluctuation in his body? Ordinary humans have a maximum body temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. It can show a red figure on the infrared thermal composite image. However, the purple figure, how much body temperature does this need? Dongfen Yan has rarely seen humans with purple body temperature in her life. There are very few such people. Their bodies are no longer ordinary human bodies. It has completely surpassed the human level. Dongfen Rock was only seen on that terrifying instructor in a mysterious military camp in the Beijing Tianjin Hebei region. Even at this moment, Dongfen Yan himself couldn't guarantee that there would be such a terrifying energy fluctuation. Let's go. Go and meet that hero. Dongfen Yan put down the binoculars, his eyes were deep and calm, and said slowly. He became more and more curious about the identity of that hero. Will open, F-20. Will kill, possess terrifying melee fighting skills. Even the Thunderbolt missiles of the drones can attack head-on. What kind of identity is this kind of person? And this time, in front of the deck of the Vostok, Chen Zonging was standing there holding the Tomato-long shark. Accept the attention of everyone in the military salute. Just now, in front of the deck, the group of soldiers suddenly gave way to a path. Dongfen Yan's eyes were calm and solemn, stepping on those army boots, and walking solemnly in front of Chen Zonging. Behind him, followed by a large group of senior personnel of the aircraft carrier. Dongfen Yan stared at Chen Zonging with dignified eyes, staring at each other. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, his palm horizontally in front of his temple. A standard military salute. Yes, warrior, to heroes, respect. Let him, the captain of the supercarrier fleet, personally salute him. Such treatment can be described as respectful enough. Behind Dongfen Yan, countless high-level personnel also saluted. The scene trembles like never before. Tonight, who is standing here, who is not the martial arts leader? Standing alone, they are all heroes of great military exploits. But at this time, these high-ranking heroes, without any hesitation, saluted Chen Zonging together. Tonight, thanks to Chen Zonging. Otherwise, they really don't know how to end it. Brother Chen, thank you very much. Your feelings, Dongfen Yan. Remember, Captain Dongfen Yan said with a solemn voice. Chen Zonging's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he seemed to be light and indifferent to their thanks. Is there any smoke? Chen Zonging asked lightly. Yes. Dongfen Yan immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to hand a piece of soft china to Chen Zonging and set it alight for him. Yes, Captain Vostok, personally light his cigarette. If you look at this scene in the eyes of other people, I'm afraid, I'll drop my jaw in shock. This has broken the routine. If you follow the rules of the barracks, how can you smoke on an aircraft carrier battleship? During the service of the warship, anyone who smokes will be severely punished by the military. However, these regulations did not work at all in front of Chen Zonging. Moreover, it was the captain who personally lit his cigarette. Chen Zonging took a deep breath. On the deck, countless warriors and staff members admired them with solemn gazes. He finally spoke slowly. He pointed to the group of corpses floating on the sea. There are bullet marks all over the corpse per capita. It is not a civilian, he said slowly in a calm and indifferent voice. When hearing his words, the pupils of Captain Dongfen Yan condensed slightly. I understood it instantly. It is impossible for civilians to have so many bullet wounds. Only mercenaries and members of the overseas armed forces have so many gunshot wounds. He immediately yelled, "Go to the sea and get the corpses of those militants." The emergence of this group of pseudo-civilians disrupted the plans of the entire aircraft carrier fleet. Today, their identities have been confirmed. Not civilians. These corpses will all be evidence. If it is targeted internationally, these corpses will be thrown out, which will surely clarify everything. Therefore, tonight, this group of pseudo-civilians was killed, and it did not violate the regulations of international security law at all. Everything is still under control. Soon, The corpses of the civilians on the sea were salvaged one by one. Dong Fengyan ordered his men to tear open the clothes of the corpse. Sure enough, on the corpse, I saw countless hideous gunshot scars. This group of so-called civilians is simply disguised by armed elements. Dong Fengyan immediately ordered the cameraman to take photos of the corpses for evidence and send them back to the Yueyang headquarters. Then, the corpse, the evidence. Keep it all. The fragments of the drones that were blown up were also salvaged, as evidence, and kept them one by one. Take care of everything. Dong Fengyan looked puzzled, looked at the tomato white shark at Chen Zong's feet, and asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, this shark?" 3. Chapter 625 Chinese character level code name, the name of the of death. Take care of everything. Dong Fengyan looked puzzled, looked at the tomato long white shark at Chen Zong's feet, and asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, this shark?" Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then, his leather shoes suddenly slammed on the shark's head. Puff! The whole shark's head was directly crushed and cracked. Dong Fengyan's gaze followed the direction of the shark's forest. The next moment, his pupils suddenly condensed. I saw that in the shark's head, a black metal mechanical device was installed! Exclamation mark. The device is still flashing red light at this time. This is! Exclamation mark. Around the scene, all the soldiers on the deck also looked solemn and extremely complicated. This! Exclamation mark. Radar signal monitoring device. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent, and he slowly returned a few words. Just now, at a glance, he could see that something was wrong with the group of sharks. A special radar detection device is embedded in the body of this group of sharks. The enemy can use the simple detection device of this group of sharks to carry out all-round real-time monitoring, detection, and radar information invasion of the Vostok aircraft carrier. This is simply. Dong Fengyan's pupils condensed slightly. This group of sharks just came in. In other words, are these devices just put in by the enemy taking advantage of maneuvering and chaos? This is simply taking advantage of the chaotic launch, trying to control and monitor all the movements of the Vostok carrier. Putting the radar machine in the shark's body, again underwater, can naturally shield many signals. Therefore, it is almost hard to find. Did not expect the enemy would use this trick! Exclamation mark. Dong Fengyan's eyes were deep, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone, immediately kill the coastal area, within a radius of 500 meters, all sharks." Following, he gave an order. On the Vostok, the ultrasonic weapon began to be used. Ultrasonic weapons use sound waves to attack all sharks within 100 meters of the opponent with infrasonic waves. This group of sharks has been controlled by the enemy, and they will not live long anyway. In that case, it can only send them a super birth. Destroy the school of sharks. The enemy's radar detection will also be destroyed. However, Chen Zong dragged the tomato long white shark and walked to the front of the ship's deck. He picked up a bottle of white wine. While drinking the white wine, he cut a piece of raw shark meat with a military dagger and ate and enjoyed it. He was hungry just after the battle. This meal was a midnight snack to replenish physical strength. And at this time, on the deck, Captain Dong Fengyan, with a deep gaze, returned to the command platform. Standing in front of the podium, his eyes were deep, staring at the figure in front of the ship. "Captain, just now that group of sharks, you should have already noticed it?" Behind him, a hand was complicated and asked cautiously. In fact, Dong Fengyan had already noticed all the enemy sections long before Chen Zonghang boarded the ship. However, he has been and never shot. It's just pretending to be helpless. Everything about him is for Chen Zong to take action. He wanted to see how much of the hidden abilities of this mysterious figure from the third sector. The whole situation, from the beginning, was under Dong Fengyan's control. This is not so much a crisis. Rather, it was him. A test of Chen Zonging. On the surface, Dong Feng Rock seems to be resourceful, and all of its shortcomings. But in fact, Everything about him is hidden in it. This is a terrible figure who knows how to restrain his aura. At only 30 years old, he served as the captain of the Vostok. The compound surname is Dongfeng, which is the same name as the Oriental name. Such a character, how can it be simple? However, at this time, the secret about Chen Zhongying seems to be gradually being revealed. Dongfeng Yan's eyes were deep and inexplicable, and the corners of his mouth raised a radian. He seemed to be able to faintly guess the general identity of this man. The third sector. In addition to that terrifying Chinese character-level agent, who else can have such a terrifying skill? However, he didn't know it. What would Chen Zhongying, his Chinese character-level codename be? The codename of each Chinese character-level agent is a special secret. Dongfeng Rock is very curious. What is the codename of this young man in front of him? One night, deep. The Persian Gulf Strait, this night, is deep and inexplicable. The stars are embellished, and the sea breeze howls. The January winter is even colder in the Persian Gulf Strait. It was -°C, and the icy sea breeze passed by. People can't stop shivering. And Chen Zong, lying on the deck of the cold Eastern aircraft carrier, using the sky as a blanket and the deck as a bed, lying in the temperature of -°C, slowly sleeping. Beside him, there are already dozens of liquor bottles. Only on the Vostok ship can he really drink the 60° and Zong Northern Spirit. After dozens of bottles of wine, he finally got a little drunk. Taking advantage of drunkenness, lying on the bow of the deck, gradually fell asleep. I do not know how long it has been. Chen Zhongying was awakened by the sound of a long flute in the distance. His ears trembled slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. Above the head, a hint of the first sun is white, and it is projecting over the sea. He slowly got up from the deck. At this time, it was early in the morning, 6 o'clock. On the deck, the staff are preparing nervously. Today, a joint military exercise will be conducted in the Persian Gulf. However, Chen Zong's mission, until this time, was still the same, and he did not know it. He slowly got up from the deck, just standing up. His gaze was just a moment's surprise. Follow his line of sight and look out of the sea for hundreds of meters. A huge steel behemoth is slowly emerging in the sea to the left of the Vostok aircraft carrier. Varyag Polar Bear State, a protective cruiser. An aircraft carrier. 70,000 tons of displacement. It is one of the few super aircraft carriers in Asia. The aircraft carrier of the Polar Bear has already rushed to the designated area, and will be united with the Vostok aircraft carrier. However, at the same time, several super combat cruisers were also dispatched. The whole Persian Gulf, the sea area with a radius of 30 degrees north latitude, is already full of gunpowder. Tripartite Bazu, joint martial arts. At 8 o'clock this morning, it will start soon. The martial arts time is counting down. At this time, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. There is 1 hour left. Vostok, on deck. Dozens of fighter jets have all been pushed out. Dozens of fighter jets are neatly placed on the deck. Be ready at any time to start military exercises, air combat, and live ammunition drills. Around the Vostok aircraft carrier, dozens of shipborne frigates are neatly aligned, forming an absolute phalanx lineup. Chen Zhongying stood in front of the deck, dangling a cigarette, wearing a straight suit, and staring at the sea quietly. Last night, the situation in the world became crisis again. They launched several missiles and bombarded the military base stationed in the middle of the M side. The situation escalated. Moreover, it is more serious. WKL, a passenger plane full of 179 people, was suddenly shot down during the flight. 179 people were killed. All killed. The incident caused a sensation. Internationally, investigations are ongoing. In addition, the #1 character of the Polar Bear Department Zoo attended the interview with XLY, and it seemed to be a step closer to the future trend. The international situation is surging. However, at this moment, tingling bell. Suddenly, Chen Zong's personal cell phone rang. Chen Zhongying stared for a moment, took out his phone, and glanced at the caller ID, Beijing, the imperial capital calls. His eyes condensed slightly, and he answered the phone. Reaper. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazhu's hoarse voice came. What's the task? Don't tell me. I'll go back. Chen Zong held the phone and asked in an impatient voice. Waited all night. There was no news about the mission. He is already a little impatient. This is equivalent to wasting his entire day. The third department, Red SS level, urgent task, now ... promulgated task rules. During the call, Zhang Yui's voice was unprecedentedly solemn, and finally, began to reveal the details of the task. At 8 o'clock this morning, the joint military exercise, and you, standing in front of the ... the Dongfeng ship, with the third sector. The Chinese character code name, the name of the of death, unite, military exercise. When, the moment I heard this sentence, Chen Zonging's pupils suddenly condensed. Thank you brothers for your support! Exclamation mark. Thank you brothers who voted for me yesterday. The monthly pass gives me a lot of motivation. Crazy update today. Brothers, don't break the monthly ticket. Kuyiren, waiting for you. Chapter 626 Death is here. The third department, Red SS level, urgent task, now ... promulgated task rules. During the call, Zhang Yui's voice was unprecedentedly solemn, and finally, began to reveal the details of the task. At 8 o'clock this morning, the joint military exercise, and you, standing in front of the ... the Dongfeng ship, with the third sector. The Chinese character code name, the name of the of death, unite, military exercise. When, the moment I heard this sentence, Chen Zonging's pupils suddenly condensed. During the joint military exercise, he stands in front of the aircraft carrier under the name of the Chinese character level code, the of death! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This is, in front of the world, in front of the other side of the ocean, in the face of the horror empire, openly, revealing his identity as the of death! Exclamation mark. The third sector has always been a hidden existence behind the scenes. Regardless, the international community has repeatedly provoked, inquired, and tried to inquire. The Eastern Hot Summer does not even admit that there is a third sector, and that Chinese character level code name is even more a special secret. Although, the Chinese character level code name has already caused a sensation in the world. However, Yangxia never admits it. This is a special state secret, highly confidential state. But, at this moment ... Zhang Yazhu actually wanted him to stand in front of the Vostok aircraft carrier in this military exercise! Exclamation mark. In the name of the of death, for the first time. Real, exposed, under the universe, exposed in front of M-Party! Exclamation mark. This is a unprecedented, force deterrence. 2 years ago, the name of the of death made a sensation in the entire northern hemisphere. Almost nearly sunk the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Volt on the M side. That year, M-Party was furious. After that, the of death disappeared. Now, Zhang Yazhu suddenly wanted to let the of death be open to everyone! Exclamation mark. This is simply Zhang Universe. Are you sure? On the Vostok aircraft carrier, in front of the deck, Chen Zengxing held the phone and asked Zhang Yazhu on the other end slowly and deeply. Okay. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazhu's calm and profound voice came. Reaper, get ready. S-level early warning battle. From today, you belong to Yangxia. Official. The identity of Chinese character level agents is never made public. And, today, Zhang Yazhu's move is to ... for the first time, to disclose ... the identity of the of death. In addition, there will be a companion who will join you ... to this military exercise. During the call, Zhang Yazhu said in a deep voice, slowly, another one. Companion? Chen Zonging's pupils condensed. Another Chinese character level spy, will also be publicly identified! Exclamation mark. This Zhang Yazhu's move is really shocking. In the hot summer department, before crazily refused to admit various cover-ups. The third department does not exist. The identity of Chinese character-level spies is never officially disclosed. But today, everything has changed. In broad daylight, under the reputation of joint military exercises, open the identity of the Chinese character-level spy. This is not only a deterrence by force. More, it is a warning to old world police. Don't care too much. Don't mess with the hot summer. This is simply Zhang Yuzhe's move is crazy. During the phone call, Zhang Yuzhe was still solemnly admonishing the details of the mission. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Zonghang directly hung up the phone. The Huawei mobile phone was crushed and thrown into the sea. Chen Zonghang had deep eyes, slowly raised his head, and glanced up at the sky. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. Grim Reaper, today, will stand under the sight of hundreds of millions of people in the world. He is looking forward to it. In the face that is about to come the threat of an SS Leeville mission. Not only did Chen Zhenging not have any fear, but on the contrary, he raised an arc of hideous excitement. How long has he not had such a feast of killings? Over the years, due to his status, the code name of his of death could not be officially disclosed. Therefore, those enemies, due to geographical reasons, did not kill one by one. Now, everything will be broken. Death is here. The enemies of the quartet, will attack from all directions. An unprecedented feast of killing. I don't know, what kind of expression will the Empire on the other side of the ocean look like after hearing his death code name. Early in the morning, 7:30, Persian Gulf Strait. 3 continents. Armed warships, all form a row, a terrible array. There is still half an hour. The martial arts show is about to begin. But, at the same time, in the distance of the strait, a huge steel behemoth is slowly passing through the strait, slowly coming towards the martial arts array. Yanlong, in place. Dongfeng, the second super aircraft carrier. The Yanlong battle fleet formed a terrible battle array, crossed the strait, and finally arrived at the martial arts sea area. In the entire sea area, 4 steel behemoths are raging. Polar Bear Bazu, 2 aircraft carriers. East, 2 aircraft carriers. Mil, dozens of combat fleets. The scene, and it's turbulent. Yanlong, like a giant dragon, slowly drove into the battle martial arts array. Yanlong, and the Vostok carrier, slowly stopped at a distance of several hundred meters. The 2 supercarriers, in this situation, met head-on for the first time. However, at the same time, Yanlong was on the aircraft carrier. A woman in a black windbreaker is step by step, slowly walking to the deck of the Yanlong good aircraft carrier. The sea breeze blows the woman's long hair. Her long hair was blown and swayed in the wind. But her beautiful face was indifferent and cold. Perfectly beautiful pupils, like the moon and ice cold. In an instant, standing in front of the deck of the Vostok carrier, Chen Zong turned his head slowly. With that woman in front of Yanlong's deck, stared at each other. 2 people, standing in front of the decks of 2 supercarriers at the same time. The 2 figures are nearly 1 kilometer apart. But the 2 of them can clearly see the identity and face of each other. Grim Reaper, Divine Phoenix. Almost, at the same time, the 2 of them said each other's code name at the same time. The corners of the 2 people's mouths outline a deep ghostly arc. Chinese character level agent, code name, Divine Phoenix. Chinese character level agent, code name, of death. 2 terrorist agents belonging to the 3rd sector, at this moment, met in this thousands of miles away in the Persian Gulf. Clank, clank. A kilometer away, the 2 people's right hands were spinning at the same time. 2 daggers suddenly appeared in the palm of his right hand. Black dagger, Devil May Cry. Red dagger, Nirvana. Thousands of miles away, the killing is raging. The gazes of the 2 confronted each other like sharp swords colliding. The breath surged. Standoff, tens of seconds. In the end, the 2 men retracted the dagger at the same time. Still not shot. Today, a joint military exercise. For the sake of the overall situation, the 2 restrained and did not do anything. However, The murder between the two has become deeper. A kilometer away, on the deck of Yanlong aircraft carrier, Divine Phoenix slightly danced with long hair. She slowly stretched out her right hand and wiped it on her neck. Facing Chen Zonging, he made a kill action. Then, her figure, like a ghost, suddenly disappeared on the deck. Only Chen Zonging was left, with deep and complicated eyes, standing on the deck of the Vostok. He took out a cigarette and slowly lit it. He didn't expect that Zhang Yazu would actually mobilize the Divine Phoenix to come. Is this too messy and not messy enough? Divine Phoenix came forward. The whole scene, I am afraid, will be more chaotic. Over the years, Chen Zonging has fought against Divine Phoenix many times. That woman is an absolutely terrifying existence. In order to kill, there is no scruples. There are no rules at all. Today, Zhang Yazu, is this going to be codenamed Death God and Divine Phoenix, and at the same time be exposed to the sight of everyone around the world? The Yangtze officials publicly acknowledged the existence of two codenamed agents! This is simply the appearance of two Chinese character-level agents. I don't know, how many shocks will the global department cause? Jishi, there should be many heavy weapons, locked here, right? Standing in front of the deck, Chen Zonging looked at the sea directly in front, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The atmosphere is getting more and more interesting. However, at the same time, Vostok, on the podium, Dongfeng Yan's eyes were deep, and where he was standing, his gaze had been fixed on Chen Zonging in front of the deck. Just now, 3 minutes ago, he has received a secret phone call from the Naval Battalion with the highest authority. Telephone instructions. The latest task status. Request, the Vostok aircraft carrier, during the joint military exercise, fully cooperate with the man's actions in front of the ship. The entire military exercise focused on Chen Zonging as the main axis. Cooperate with Chen Zonging's action. This, simply, Chinese character-level spy. What is your code name? At this moment, Dongfeng Yan's eyes became more solemn. 3 plus more. Thank you brothers for your support! Where is the monthly pass? Gikyu monthly pass! Divine Phoenix fans, codenamed Divine Phoenix, need you! Chapter 627 Unprecedented, Provocative. Morning. The waters of the Persian Gulf. It's exactly 8 o'clock. A deafening bug sound swept across the entire area over the Persian Gulf. Immediately afterwards, there was the trio of Bazu. Their respective bugles echoed in unison. The tripartite continents, major powers, joint military exercises, officially started. Boom ... and a burst of earth-shaking cannon broke the calm of the silent bay. Polar Bear Butcher, Yanlong Butcher, Yale Butcher, 3 martial arts. The opening. The code name of the military exercise. Sea Safety Belt. Countless giant battleships lined up to form a terrible blockade chain. The exercises include various tactical exercises to rescue ships that are on fire or ships that have been attacked by pirates, including the 3 continents, the ability to fight against imaginary targets at sea, to fight terrorism, and to implement maritime rescue capabilities. This military exercise is for the other side of the ocean, the highest empire's continent, the deterrence of force. The Persian Gulf does not need war. Peace is above all else. This exercise was a powerful counterattack against the beheading and assassination on the other side of the ocean 2 days ago. The tripartite military exercises are all shocking. Dozens of battleships lined up in the Persian Gulf Strait. Then, 4 giant aircraft carriers slowly branched off, sealed off the sea, east, west, north, south, and square positions. One after another, the fortresses were raised together. Ground-to-air, live-fire drills. The deafening sound of artillery swept over the entire sea. However, in this sky full of flames and smoke, Chen Zonging, dressed in a straight suit and a cigarette in his mouth, walked step by step to the front of the deck of the Vostok nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. He just stood on the tip of the front deck of the aircraft carrier. It's like a stone sculpture, standing calmly and smoking lightly. At the same time, in his right hand, the pitch-black devil-may-cry dagger appeared in the air. This military exercise will arouse the attention of the whole world. On the 3 continents, there will also be military media reporters and various official and authoritative television stations to conduct live screenshots and interviews. However, with such a high level of attention, his of death, for the first time, stood in front of the world. Standing, Vostok, in front of the aircraft carrier deck. This is equivalent to public recognition, hot summer, and the relationship codenamed death. This is simply, however, at the same time, kilometers away. The silver, in front of the Yanlong aircraft carrier, Divine Phoenix, wearing a windbreaker, with long hair dancing lightly, stood in front of the deck. The pair of beautiful pupils looked around the sea in front of them faintly. Codename, Divine Phoenix. Today, Death God, Divine Phoenix, and the third department, 2 super horror, Chinese character-level secret agents, come forward together, upright and bright, and show them in front of the world. But, at this moment, a distance of hundreds of kilometers away, the waters of the Gulf of Oman, a huge nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is slowly docking near the Gulf of Oman. Nimitz class, M-side, super nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. On the aircraft carrier, a series of Super Hornet fighters, waiting on the deck. These represent the most terrifying military level on the other side of the ocean. Advanced, mobile, super high speed. The entire aircraft carrier group was murderous, surrounding the Gulf of Oman, blocking the entire Bay Area. The Gulf of Oman is the only straight exit of the Persian Gulf. A few days ago, from the start of the conflict between the 2 continents, the aircraft carrier fleet has quietly approached and sealed off the entire Bay Area. Attempt, force deterrence. The whole Middle East. But, the result was unexpected. Today, Yanlong and Polar Bear Bazu unexpectedly come to join Y side to conduct a super naval military exercise? This is simply, the sword points to the M side. Such provocation, simply unprecedented. The M side is forceful. In the Middle East, there are dozens of armed bases with hundreds of thousands of combat personnel. According to M's previous and consistent tough attitude, any military exercise that dared to confront their MDs will be severely damaged and attacked by them. However, at this moment, M side dare not make any moves at all, because, in the joint military exercise, there were 4 super nuclear-powered aircraft carriers participating in the war. What do the 4 aircraft carriers represent? Hundreds of fighters. They are full of ammunition and can blow up dozens of armed bases in the Middle East for the M side. Faced with such a terrifying force of deterrence, M side dare not do it. Can only secretly observe the opponent's martial arts situation. But, at the same time, on the other side, hundreds of kilometers away, Arabian Sea. The other ship, the super nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the M side, is coming in quickly. Its target destination is only one place, Persian Gulf. Party M, the Ford aircraft carrier. Yesterday afternoon, the agent arming base of the M party located in a mysterious area was completely destroyed by a J-20 fighter jet. There is no bones left in the entire base. Upon hearing the news, the Ford aircraft carrier was furious. At this time, the entire Volt aircraft carrier accelerated at full speed and headed towards the Persian Gulf. It wants revenge. The Ford aircraft carrier, the podium. The captain of the aircraft carrier, Clinton, with a solemn expression, headed towards the Persian Gulf without any hesitation. Captain, today, at 8 o'clock in the Persian Gulf, a joint military exercise of 3 continents is taking place. A solemn hand, standing in front of Captain Clinton, reported. Oh, what kind of military equipment did you have during the military exercise? Captain Clinton asked with a solemn expression. According to high-altitude satellite images, they currently deploy 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. They are the Polar Bear State, the Kuznetsov, and the Varyag, and, the Summer, the Vostok, and the Yanlong. Among them, the two in the summer are nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Clinton's pupils condensed slightly when they heard the words nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Nuclear power English, nuclear power, also known as atomic energy, is the use of controllable nuclear reactions to obtain energy, thereby obtaining power, heat and electrical energy. Use terrorist nuclear energy as fuel for navigation. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the world's most advanced super aircraft carrier warship. It sails extremely fast and has terrible water mobility. Moreover, a nuclear reactor can travel 500,000 kilometers, almost, for decades. No need to add any fuel supply. Have absolute super high initiative at sea. What kind of combat aircraft is equipped with the Yangtze aircraft carrier? Clinton asked with solemn eyes. At present, the Vostok is equipped with the latest F-20 fighter jet in the summer, but the number seems to be small, and most of them are F-15 models. Minxia reported. F-20. Hearing this name, Clinton's double fists were just a squeeze. Yesterday afternoon, the B-2 Ghost they sent was shot down by J-20. The pilots didn't have time to escape, so there was no bones left. And yesterday afternoon, their agent base was also bombed by J-20 fighter jets into pieces. Razed to the ground. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Not a friend, don't get together! Exclamation mark. F-20. Clinton's complexion, green and changeable, and murderous! Exclamation mark. Just a small group of Asian ants, a group of backward and low-powered armed equipment, conducting military exercises? What to be afraid of? Give me full horsepower and set off toward the Persian Gulf. Before sunset, I must reach the sea. A group of backward joined military exercises? How can I break through their drill cordon? Captain Clinton said coldly. This Ford aircraft carrier is different from other aircraft carriers on the M side. This aircraft carrier carries special equipment. F-22, codename Raptor. The newest, supermobile, combat fighter of the M side. Lockheed Martin F-22 Raptor. The Square Type 1 single SE-2 dual-engine high-stealth 5th-generation fighter is the world's first 5th-generation fighter to enter service. It is not only the most advanced fighter on the M side, but also the most advanced fighter in the world at present. The combination of stealth performance, sensitivity, accuracy, and situational awareness, combined with its air-to-air and air-to-ground combat capabilities, makes it the world's best fighter with the best comprehensive performance today. Hundreds of battles, never missed. Over the years, the M side, with the F-22 Raptor's terrifying combat airstrike capability, has almost broken through the Mediterranean defense line, constantly dominating the major oil regions, grabbing power and using tough methods, making people afraid to resist. However, at this time, on this Ford aircraft carrier, there are all 70 F-22 Raptor fighter jets. This aircraft carrier has the right to perform its mission independently, as long as it is not a super important destroying mission. All small and medium-sized interference and strike missions, this Volt aircraft carrier has the right to operate independently. Now, facing the joint military exercises of the three continents, not only did this Ford not flinch, instead, they tried to break into the blockade of the military exercise in the sea. Proceed. Unprecedented, provocative. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Brothers, no excitement! Exclamation mark. Fans of the Divine Phoenix, look at the awesomeness of Divine Phoenix! Exclamation mark. Chapter 628 Soldiers of the Three Services, please Chenying. Persian Gulf Strait. The trilateral military exercises are being carried out jointly. Ground-to-air cannonballs swept over the sky. The entire bay is caught in an unprecedented smoke. Dozens of warships were dispatched together, lined up in phalanx above the sea. The breath is surging. Unprecedented. All continents in the world, countless armed forces, official organizations and media, Chi-Chi, are all focused on this super-armed exercise. Dispatch 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. This scale of exercise is simply unprecedented. This is a super show of the Asian Armed Forces. However, Chen Zhongying stood calmly in front of the deck of the Vostok, straight to the sea in front of him. On the other side, in front of Yan Long's deck, the codenamed Divine Phoenix is the same, with long hair and King Wu standing in front. The sea breeze swayed her long hair, beautifully moving. However, at this time, she had a cold face, like a machine. Throughout the entire military exercise, the frontline reporters of CTV, the official TV station of Polar Bear State, and the People's TV station in the summer, various official departments, Chi dispatched the interview team. The helicopter hovered in the sky, live broadcast, interview, screen transfer. The atmosphere of the scene is unprecedented. The golden knives in the box sounded night and night, and the soldiers of the three services invited Chen Ying. The peace mission drives the Tartars, and the sword points to the northwestern Persian Gulf. Ningxi is here to fight for the death, acting as a ghost for eliminating thieves and bandits. The loyal soul is everlasting, and Geng Geng's heart shines through history. Tripartite continents, joint military exercises, morale is high in the Persian Gulf today. Such an unprecedented scale, super military exercise. Throughout the morning, M-Party did not dare to carry out any frontal conflict action. Within a whole number of hours, during the military exercise, the Nimitskil-Asm Square aircraft carrier that was docked near the Gulf of Oman did not dare to make any movements, and could only stop at a distance, secretly guarding, and watching. It seems to be waiting for the arrival of the Ford. But, on the other side, hundreds of kilometers away, in the Arabian Sea, the giant nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Mfang Ford, did not seem to have any fear, braving the wind and waves, heading towards the Persian Gulf, prepared to rendezvous with the Nimitskil-As aircraft carrier near the Gulf of Oman. Then, the sword refers to the three-party military exercise site. An unprecedented conflict seems to be brewing. Today, the sky over the entire Persian Gulf is doomed to be filled with gunpowder. Over the waters of the Persian Gulf, 10,000 meters high in the sky, the two stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the M side are slowly driving in the high-altitude waters, seemingly in all directions, monitoring the battle situation of the joint military exercise below. The scene is unprecedentedly solemn. Before the arrival of the two M-Party aircraft carriers before they converged. Obviously, M-Party did not dare to do it. Several M-Party armed bases stationed in the nearby bay were all silent and did not dare to speak. Because, at this moment, the armed bases of this group of M-Side are in. The four aircraft carriers of the joint military exercise are in the full range of undifferentiated strikes. As long as the M-base has any actions, in the next second, countless Asian fighter jets will fly over the M-base in an instant. The following scene can be imagined. Therefore, at this time, M-Party did not dare to do anything. Vostok, above the deck. Chen Zhongying stood in the sea breeze. His eyes were calm and deep, and a cigarette was slowly lit. In his body, countless shells were fired toward the front of the sea. Conduct live ammunition exercises. In the sky, several fighter jets formed an aerial battle line, forming a blockade in the sky, whizzing past. This exercise is unprecedented in scale and unprecedented. Beside my ears, the trembling missile roars and the fighter planes roar. And Chen Zhongying, his eyes calm and indifferent, standing there, still calm and calm. Dangling cigarettes, swallowing smoke rings. Not far away, kilometers away. Codenamed Divine Phoenix, he also stood in front of the deck. She, arms folded in front of her, like a queen, standing in front of the aircraft carrier, her beautiful eyes are cold. The scene is unprecedented. But at this moment! Suddenly, a few kilometers away, in the sea, a large group of white waves suddenly emerged from the front! Chen Zhong's eyes condensed slightly. With deep gaze, staring forward meaningfully! So, is it? A large group of small armed speedboats! On the group of speedboats, a black flag with a skull head was inserted, on behalf of Armed Terrorist Pirate Organization! Is this an invasion by a pirate organization! Here, in the case of joint military exercises on the 3 continents, which desperate pirate organization dare to come here and make trouble? This is obviously not a real pirate organization, but a bunch pretenders disguised as a pirate, trying to disrupt the entire military exercise! Put the pirate flag on the speedboat. Basically, there is no Silver 300 plus here. It is almost self-evident who is behind this group of pirate forces. Sure enough, as this group of pirate organizations approached, their speedboat suddenly appeared. A series of super advanced, equipped weapons: FMG-9 folding submachine gun, M3 submachine gun, FD-4, Barrett heavy sniper, Type 45, super precision, rocket launcher, stunt grenade launcher. A very horrible heavy firearm was carried out of the speedboat. Chi-Chi aimed at the direction of the trilateral military exercise. In this way, the terrifying weaponry strength is simply impossible that ordinary pirates can possess. Behind this group of pirates, besides the terrible Western Dizu support, who else is it? The Vostok aircraft carrier, command platform. Dong Fengyan was standing in front of the floor-hustling windows on the podium. His eyes calm, staring deeply at the group of pirates rushing forward. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth flashed across an arc. Below the sea, how is the detection? Dong Fengyan's voice was calm, and the opponent's radar officer asked, Captain, in the 3-party military exercise zone, 1 kilometer deep underwater, a suspicious stealth target was surveyed. Suspected. The M side is super stealth, a nuclear-powered submarine. The radar officer under his staff was solemn and reported. Superclass, stealth, nuclear-powered submarine! Dong Fengyan's eyes condensed slightly. M-side's move is so secretive that it is really good chess. On the bright side, send a group of pirates in disguise to attack and interfere on the water! But actually, it is dispatched, nuclear-powered, stealth submarine, breakthrough from the kilometer underwater. Attempt to interfere with a special military mission? Slammed. Darkness Chen Kang, trying to disrupt this tripartite military exercise. At this time, it was not only the Vostok, the other 4 aircraft carriers were all in one detected special radar signals from 1 kilometer underwater. Although, the M-side submarine went through special stealth. However, he still couldn't escape the radar line of defense in the summer. From the moment the submarine entered the blocked waters, the target was already locked. Captain, do you activate the torpedo and counterattack? Asked with a solemn expression under his hand. Dong Fengyan's eyes were calm and deep, and he didn't speak. He put his hands on his back, waiting quietly, thinking. The M-side, a nuclear-powered submarine, sailed under the waters of the military exercise. This is an unprecedented provocation. But if it fires suddenly, that is to lead the war. In public opinion, it is difficult to explain. At this time, he was lost in thought. He is not afraid of the aircraft carrier below. What he worries about is the conflict he will face after sinking. The captains of the 4 aircraft carriers immediately exchanged encrypted radio. The meaning of Polar Bear Bucho is to sink that submarine on the spot. A lesson to M-party. In Yangtze, the 2 captains meant that they were more cautious, thinking that if they fired first, there might be pressure from public opinion. Violation of international peace law. To wait for the M submarine, attack first. They were good enough to fight back. Everything needs to be handed over to the superior to decide. In the end, Dong Fengyan looked solemn and dialed a special encrypted phone. Report to superiors. However, At the same time, military exercise formation, faced with the group of pirate organizations that are whizzing in. The frigates of the Vostok only conducted simple artillery interception and did not conduct lethal fire. Only after the pirates carry out their attacks, the Vostok and the military exercise members from all sides will make a devastating counterattack. This is in line with international humanitarian law and international peace law. However, the group of pirates, it seems, they have spotted this point. They carried out wolves-like interference with hundreds of speedboats around the sea area of the military exercise. Disperse continuously and interfere quickly. Only interfered in front of warships, weapons deterred, but did not dare to use force. No one used force and fired. Then, naturally there is no prerequisite for the outbreak of fighting. That group of pirates, just like wolves, interfered and provoked wildly. However, Vostok, in front of the deck, Chen Zhonging just stood in the sea breeze, with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes are calm, faintly puffing out smoke rings. He glanced lightly at the group of pirates. Then, slowly lowered his head, his eyes stared at the bottom of the deep blue sea. His ears trembled slightly. He heard, from below the sea, from a depth of kilometers, an inexplicable sound wave. His eyes narrowed slightly. That is, the sonic sound of a nuclear submarine. Waters, kilometers below. Have a nuclear submarine sneak in? Chen Zhonging raised his ears, and all the pictures in front of him seemed to fall into silence for an instant. He, engrossed, analyzed and listened to the frequency of infrasound waves coming from sleep. West, predators, attack nuclear submarines. This is the most terrifying stealth nuclear submarine equipment on the other side of the ocean. It broke through the imprisonment of the military exercise, silently, sneaked under the waters of the military exercise! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were deep, and he took a deep breath, then, spit out slowly. Any act that dared to use force to deter and provoke at the feet of his of death would be destroyed. Today, Zhang Yuyu has allowed his identity to be revealed in the world. Similarly, expressing a signal. Today's task, he is dead, no need to report. Recklessly, for it. Anything that has a crisis can be attack and destroy in advance. In this way, to prevent the occurrence of crises. Just like, on the other side of the Atlantic, the number one man said, "We attacked and killed XXXX, not for war, but to stop war." Chen Zhengzong raised his eyes indifferent, and he glanced at the Divine Phoenix on the Yanlong ship 1,000 meters away. In an instant, Divine Phoenix also looked back at her beautiful eyes and stared at death. The corners of Chen Zhonging's mouth flashed with an arc. He dropped the cigarette butt, and in the next second, he jumped directly towards the blue water below. 3. Chapter 629 2. Chinese character level. Puff. His body jumped into the deep blue waters, and instantly disappeared on the sea level. The Vostok aircraft carrier, in front of the podium, with a solemn expression under his hand, he suddenly reported, "Captain, Mr. Chen, he is missing." Hearing these words, Captain Dongfeng Yan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the front of the deck. Sure enough, on the front deck, the figure of Chen Zhong disappeared. Activate the underwater thermal radar image, and give me feedback on the screen. Dongfeng Yan shouted with a dignified look. He nodded his head and immediately opened the underwater thermal radar composite image. When the underwater radar image opened, Dongfeng Yan's pupils suddenly condensed. I saw that on the underwater radar image, a red-purple superthermal figure, like a bullet, continued to dive into the waters kilometers below. He! Exclamation mark. Sure enough to go underwater? This is, towards the underwater, nuclear-powered submarine? But he shouldn't be wearing any diving equipment, right? Exclamation mark. This. An ordinary human without any diving equipment. The diving limit is about 20 meters. If so, go deeper. The human internal organs, including brain cells, will be crushed by the terrifying water pressure. The deeper the underwater depth, the pressure in the water, the greater. The human body simply cannot withstand such a terrifying pressure. What's more, human beings hold their breath and vital capacity. In the end they can only be maintained for more than 10 minutes. Even if the Guinness World Record is maintained, the record of holding breath underwater is only 22 minutes. That Chen Zong, unexpectedly, didn't wear any diving equipment and oxygen cylinders, just like that, with bare hands, jumped into the sea, towards the bottom of the water, and continued to dive down. Is he committing suicide? At this moment, Dongfeng Yan's pupils were unprecedentedly solemn, staring at the purple figure in the underwater radar image. What on earth does he want to do? However, at the same time, kilometers away, Yanlong aircraft carrier, on the deck, Divine Phoenix suddenly took off his windbreaker jacket. The beautifully dressed body appeared in front of everyone. In the Yanlong, the group of male warriors stared in astonishment. Divine Phoenix's beautiful body leapt towards the sea below, jumped down. The Divine Phoenix body entered the water like a mermaid, with a beautiful butterfly stroke, swim towards the blue waters ahead. The speed is extremely fast, just like a beautiful mermaid. This moment, Grim Reaper, Divine Phoenix. Chi-Chi is like water. 2. The third department, Super Chinese character level agents. Unprecedented, let's do it together. Grim Reaper dived into the depths of the endless icy water. It seems that the huge nuclear-powered submarine is heading towards the waters kilometer below. The Divine Phoenix, with a body like a mermaid, hurriedly approached towards the Wolves pirate boat a few kilometers away. The distance of several kilometers is almost just an instant. In just a few minutes, she swam to the group of pirate speedboats like a mermaid in the water. Beauty, come up to play. Do want to take off our clothes? On the pirate ship, the group of pirates saw this beautiful oriental woman suddenly emerging from the water. A group of pirates whistled and flirted with each other. But, the next second, the group of molesting pirates suddenly, their voices stopped, because a red light ran through their trachea and neck. Puff puff. A burst of blood spattered out instantly. Exclamation mark. The pirates on that speedboat, all together, heads down. Suddenly, the scene fell into chaos. Exclamation mark. Everyone, never thought. Someone actually took the lead. Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. The blood, which dyed the entire sea surface red. Exclamation mark. Fuck. Kill her. The pirates looked grim and drawed. In an instant, a quite assault weapon, instantly aimed at the sea. Exclamation mark. Da. A burst of terrifying flames cut through the air, and shot in the direction of the Divine Phoenix in the sea. The Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were indifferent and calm, and his delicate body suddenly rolled and flew. Boom. She landed firmly on a speedboat. Puff puff. In the right hand, the blood blade of Nirvana, wiped away like red lightning. The group of pirates had blood spattered all over their necks, and their heads fell. The scene, unprecedented chaos. Say Hansen, just do it. Didn't hesitate. Exclamation mark. Originally, the joint military exercise was forced by the provisions of the peace law. There is nothing to do with this group of pirates. The two sides confronted each other, waiting for the results of the superior review, whether to open fire or expel. But, as a result, the superior's order has not come down yet. The killing has already begun. An Eastern woman shot directly without hesitation. In an instant, on the sea, slay dozens of pirates. Real speed, simply a few kilometers away, in the sea area of the tripartite military exercise. Among the countless military exercise battleships, all the staff members opened their eyes and looked at ... on the sea, that scene of killing. Exclamation mark. An Eastern woman, with the power of one person, slaughtered countless pirates. Exclamation mark. The shot is harsh, unprecedented. This skill is terrifying. Exclamation mark. Who is she? On an aircraft carrier in the polar bear region, the captain held a binoculars, his eyes deep and solemn, looking at the battle in the distance. I don't know. It seems It seems to be a crew member from the Yanlong aircraft carrier. Her identity has not been disclosed. On the side, a subordinate said with a solemn voice and cautiously replied, "Yanlong?" The captain was taken aback. He held his sight glasses and stared at the sea ahead, his eyes getting deeper and deeper. Mysterious, Oriental woman. Interesting. The killing methods of this woman are very interesting. The spiritual beliefs of the clan who fought with them are very similar. Ahead, several kilometers in the sea, the divine phoenix body was like a ghost, wandering in the water continuously and flashing rapidly. The nirvana dagger blade in his right hand rushed across the air, making a terrible phoenix sound. Dove. Huang Ming. Tremor void. Where the blood red dagger passed, on the sea, the body of a famous pirate was directly cut into a piece of flesh and blood. The scene is extremely thrilling. Countless firearms and bullets, crazy bombardment on the sponge. But, with countless bullets, none of them could hurt the divine phoenix one bit. Her delicate body danced in the blue water waves. The dance of killing. Dove. As the weapon passed by, the sound of a phoenix sound swept over the sea. However, when the military exercise array, everyone, after hearing that horrible phoenix sound, everyone's pupils all trembled together! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Phoenix. Huang Ming! Exclamation mark. Dongfeng, the sound of Huang Ming! Exclamation mark. This. In an instant, all the soldiers and members of the military exercises in the three countries, all the soldiers, reacted together! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. The phoenix flew in 1,000 renxi, and looked down at Di Hui. The gods of the nine heavens, the killing of the phoenix. Code name, Divine Phoenix. The third sector, the most terrifying Han's-eye level agent. She is ... Code name, Divine Phoenix! Exclamation mark. During the joint military exercise, tens of thousands of soldiers looked shocked and solemn. Shocked and unbelievable, everyone's eyes are all looking at that beautiful body that floats on the sea level. Divine Phoenix, codenamed Divine Phoenix! Exclamation mark. Hot Summer, a terrorist agent who has never been officially disclosed, today, unexpectedly, appeared publicly, under such a hall audience, under the joint military exercise lineup! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Vostok, the podium. Captain Dongfeng Yan's eyes were dignified and deep, holding his binoculars, his eyes fixed on the killing battle several kilometers away. Code ... Divine Phoenix, he muttered, his voice more solemn than ever. He didn't even think about ... Today's joint military exercise. The third sector would actually send ... The terrifying super Chinese character level spy, codenamed Divine Phoenix! Exclamation mark. Since the Divine Phoenix has been released, just now, that mysterious man, Chen Zong, who was standing on his Vostok. Who is he? What will Chen Zonging's code name be? Exclamation mark. A few kilometers away, in an instant, the whole sea area was filled with murderous intent. The blood, and the whole piece of seawater was dyed red. Divine Phoenix, instead of the department, execute the killing. This group of pirates now has the possibility of threatening security. Then, Divine Phoenix, one step ahead, kill all these menacing people. No explanation is needed, no report is needed, just because she is a Divine Phoenix. However, at the same time, deep blue water. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, he closed his breath and held his breath, just like that, along the endless icy water, towards the bottom. Constantly diving down. As the depth gets deeper and deeper, the pressure in the water is getting bigger and bigger, as if to tear his body apart. At this time, he had already dived hundreds of meters below the water. With such a terrifying pressure, no human being, even with the protection of diving equipment, can survive. However, Chen Zonging's eyes were calm, as if there was no fluctuation at all. He quickly dived towards the depths of the water. In the sea, it was pitch black. The icy cold, Huge pressure invaded the whole body. If an ordinary person, at this moment, the eyeball would have been crushed by the terrifying water, crushed and burst. However, Chen Zhongying was still indifferent, opened his eyes and looked into the depths of the water. His eyesight is terrifying. Penetrate through layers of water barriers. Already, I saw that ship ... hidden under a kilometer, a black stealth, nuclear-powered submarine. New here. If you look good, please do it. Vote for a monthly vote. Thank you. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 630 Nuclear Submarine or Cruising Fish. Deep sea, underwater. 1,000 meters. The entire depth of the sea is almost dark blue, which makes people feel terrifying. The depth of the sea is about deeper, the less chance of sunlight penetrating. Under the deep sea, almost ... no terrestrial creatures can survive. However, in this dark and deep blue ocean, a giant nuclear-powered submarine is slowly sneaking in the deep sea. The Atlantic, the plunder, attack the nuclear submarine. Adopt the latest, nuclear-powered propulsion device, equipped with 12 vertical launch tubes for cruise missiles. It can launch a land attack Tomahawk cruise missile with a range of 2,500 kilometers to strike at targets in depth on land. On both sides of the front hull of the command podium, the rear area of the vertical missile launching tube is also equipped with 4 533mm torpedo tubes. The Mk-48 type torpedo warhead weighs 267 kilograms, has a combat depth of 900 meters, can be actively and passively guided, has a range of 38 kilometers to 50 kilometers, and a speed of 40 knots to 55 knots. This is an absolutely terrifying naval weapon. At this time, this giant combat nuclear submarine is turning on radio silence. The entire submarine is completely hidden under the water of 1,000 meters, like a giant ghost castle in the water. The Predator uses the latest stealth technology across the Atlantic Ocean. Full submarine, all round silent. There is no electromagnetic flow. Let any radar, sound pulse impulse, it can't detect its existence. Perhaps, for the world, this nuclear-powered submarine is an absolute underwater attack weapon. However, in this submarine, the group of combatants may not know. From the moment they entered the combat radius of the joint military exercise, their whereabouts have been locked and discovered. M's so-called super stealth technology, although it has been experimented many times, it has achieved perfect stealth successfully. However, when the stealth technology is really used, in actual combat, but they can't escape at all, the celestial eye reconnaissance of the hot summer and the polar bear continent. Predator, internal combat cockpit. A group of special submarine fighters wearing camouflage uniforms are sitting in the cockpit, carefully driving the submarine. Conduct all-round enemy reconnaissance. Sonar detection, normal. Radar detection, normal. Above the enemy, there are 4 heavyweight aircraft carriers, 72 Swiss cruise destroyers. In the submarine radar room, the staff looked solemn and carefully recorded the data. However, since then, suddenly, a red dot flickered on the screen monitored by the radar! That red dot, like a ghost, approached quickly in the direction of the submarine! Report. An unknown object is approaching. The radar officer's complexion changed suddenly and he reported urgently. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire radar monitoring room was instantly dignified and tense! The sonar inspector sits in a special monitoring room, wears earphones, and carefully listens to the fluctuations in the waters outside the submarine. When a submarine is performing a task underwater, it cannot be equipped with visual equipment due to sealing reasons. Can't see anything outside the waters. Only, through the sonar monitor, use a pair of ears to listen. Listen carefully to distinguish the fluctuations in the water and the special sonar. Objects that move in the water have strong wave conductivity. As a result, the sonarist passes through the fluctuation frequency and rhythm in the water. In this way, to distinguish ... what is the object in the water. At this time, The Sonarman sat in the testing room and listened for a long time. His complexion became more and more weird. How? Tell me, what is it? The submarine commander's face was solemn, standing aside and asked. The sonar inspector looked weird and slowly took off his headphones. Is it the enemy's nuclear submarine, or cruising fish? Seeing him look so weird, the commander hurriedly asked. The sonar's eyes were complicated, and he slowly shook his head. Not a submarine. It's not fish either. The commander looked anxious and asked, what is that? The face of the sonar was extremely complicated. Listen to the fluctuations in the sounds. Like. Yes, a human. Hearing these words, the commander's expression suddenly changed. Exclamation mark. Human. Human? Exclamation mark. This it, but the seabed is underwater, 1,000 meters deep. Exclamation mark. A human? Question mark. Without any submarine equipment, how can it reach 1,000 meters deep under the sea? Exclamation mark. 1,000 meters underwater, the huge water pressure is crushed. Even if it is a submarine that is a little behind, it is likely to be crushed by the crushing force. It is impossible to bear with the human body alone. Are you sure? The analysis is correct. It's a human, not some kind of undersea creature. The commander looked solemn and couldn't believe it, and asked again. The sonarman's pupils were dignified, and he nodded slowly. It should be human. Water fluctuations, frequency, sound feedback, all fluctuations caused by a human swimming. At this moment, the entire submarine cabin was silent and shocked. A human? Exclamation mark. How can that be? However, at this moment, suddenly, a violent vibration! Exclamation mark. The entire nuclear-powered submarine trembled violently! Exclamation mark. It seems that some object slammed into the submarine fan! Exclamation mark. What's going on? The commander exclaimed with a solemn expression. Command. That unknown object hit us. The radar officer's voice trembled solemnly and reported. Hearing these words, the commander's complexion changed drastically. He had no time to react at this time. Accelerate, get away, escape from the water bay area. At this moment, there is no other way! Exclamation mark. At this time, in the waters of the enemy's joint military exercise, the submarine did not dare to use force at all. Once you use force, you will be discovered by the enemy. So at this time, you can only accelerate quickly and escape from the water. Keep away from the unknown object outside the submarine. Swish 6. 1,000 meters deep underwater. The propeller of that nuclear submarine spun rapidly, using nuclear fuel as power. This submarine has a continuous source of power. The huge pair of super propellers with a diameter of more than 10 meters are spinning wildly in the water. The huge water vortex pressure, surging rapidly. The entire submarine is like a sharp sword, swiftly fleeing towards the waters ahead! Exclamation mark. This nuclear-powered submarine uses supernuclear fuel, so it is extremely powerful and sails very fast underwater. Like a shark, quickly escape through the waters. Kilometers underwater. Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep and calm, looking at the nuclear submarine, which was escaping quickly. A cold arc flashed across the corner of his mouth. Want to escape? Exclamation mark. Swish. In the next second, his body suddenly flashed, like a torpedo, chasing towards the depths of the waters ahead. Underwater, 1,000 meters deep, a giant nuclear submarine fled quickly. Behind him, a human being with his bare hands, without any oxygen facilities! Exclamation mark. Just dive and pursue it directly. This is simply deep blue sea, thousands of meters deep. The sea is constantly surging. The nuclear-powered submarine of the Predator increased its speed to the fastest and fled toward the front. But, at this moment, a human figure, like a ghost, quickly chased to its side. Chen Zongying's body was lightning fast, like a fish. He rushed to the side of the Predator. His right hand suddenly raised, and a devil-may-cry dagger suddenly emerged. In the next second, his body exploded underwater and rushed to the nuclear submarine of the Predator. Zheng. The Devil May Cry dagger was fiercely inserted into the nuclear-powered submarine. He was like a demon, clutching a dagger, and along a straight line, he forced the entire nuclear-powered submarine with thick steel plates to open a long hole! The entire sealed nuclear-powered submarine lost its water pressure balance instantly. Inside the nuclear-powered submarine, the sirens were loud! Diddy. The violent alarm, constantly trembling and echoing! Report command. The other party. The other party is destroying our submarine sealing steel plate. The radar staff looked solemn and reported urgently! Hearing these words, the commander's expression was embarrassing as never before! This is simply! Decisively, he immediately ordered, turn on the sonar ultrasonic attack, immediately lower the depth, give me a full dive. The commander shouted sharply. With the commander's order, the entire nuclear-powered submarine was activated instantly. The nuclear-powered submarine burst out a burst of super-strength infrasonic attacks. The terrifying infrasound wave, in the depths of the water, formed a terrible pulse wave. Chen Zhongying's entire body was directly blown away by the terrifying pulse fluctuations. But, at the same time, taking this opportunity, the Predator submarine, like a ghost, instantly dived toward the deeper water, and quickly dived. Try to escape. Add more! Every evening, codenamed Shura, has been with readers for 200 days. Thank you for your support. In addition, if you have more monthly passes, please send me. If it is not delivered this month, it will be cleared at the end of the month. That's a waste. Chapter 631 Electromagnetic Pulse. The nuclear-powered submarine burst out a burst of super-strength infrasonic attacks. The terrifying infrasound wave, in the depths of the water, formed a terrible pulse wave. Chen Zhongying's entire body was directly blown away by the terrifying pulse fluctuations. But, at the same time, taking this opportunity, the Predator submarine, like a ghost, instantly dived toward the deeper water, and quickly dived. Try to escape. Deep sea. In waters. Chen Zhongying was bombarded by a terrifying pulse. The body was torn, musculoskeletal, and painful all over. Impulse attack is the best short-range and short-range attack method to deter and kill. It is a nuclear submarine, a short-range method specially used to attack large fishes to prevent them from being surrounded by fish. High-voltage electromagnetic pulses can be transmitted rapidly in the water, giving a fatal blow to all living creatures within a radius of tens of meters in the nuclear submarine. If a fish suffers a pulse attack, it may not take long. Within a few seconds, the fish's body will burst and die. At this time, Chen Zhong also suffered a pulse attack. But except for a sharp pain in his body, he didn't have the slightest injury. His body flashed violently, snorkeling toward the nuclear submarine below, hurriedly pursued. Deep sea bottom. The nuclear submarine Predator has dived into the depths of the water, 1,500 meters. This is already the diving limit of the Predator nuclear submarine. In order to escape the chase of the unknown creature, the Predator could only continue to dive deep. Under the huge underwater pressure, I believe that unknown creature shouldn't be able to come down again. Under the water, at a depth of 1,500 meters. This is already a terrifying extreme depth. Although, the sea is tens of thousands of meters deep. However, most fish actually only live at heights above 1,000 meters. At a depth of 1,500 meters, the pressure is too great. This level of pressure is like the feeling of making churn all on the body. Ordinary fish, reaching a height of 1,500 meters, will be directly crushed by water and crushed. Even nuclear-powered submarines are almost unbearable, so deep. The ultimate depth of the submarine studied by humans is only 1,500 meters, tens of thousands of meters under the sea. The sea under 10,000 meters is too vast and full of unknowns. Military submarines cannot reach this depth. 1,500 meters is the limit. But right now, %. Submarine Marauder, radar room. The alarm sounded here, on the radar sonar chart. Above the waters, that terrible red dot is here. At a crazy and terrifying speed, approaching towards the nuclear submarine. Report. That unknown creature approaching again. The radar officer had a solemn voice and reported to the commander urgently! Upon hearing this news, the commander's expression completely became embarrassed! This has dived to a depth of 1,500 meters! That ghost can still chase up! What kind of creature is he? This is by no means human! It is impossible for humans to dive to the depths of 1,500 meters! It is impossible. Turn on the torpedo missiles. No matter what he is, I will blast him into scum. The commander was completely angry at this time! With ferocious eyes, he shouted angrily! At this time, it is already below 1,500 meters. Under such ultra-deep waters, even if the underwater fish bombing is turned on, I believe the group of enemy warships above would not be aware of it. At this time, even at the risk of being discovered, the demon creature must be shattered! With that, the commander gave an order. The entire nuclear submarine is ready for bombardment in an instant. Target locked. Upper left, 11 o'clock position. Coordinates, 002. Offset 792. Fish launch. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Emission. The attacker slammed down the torpedo to launch the missile! Which, inside the nuclear submarine Marauder, a huge and terrifying Mk-48 torpedo suddenly blasted out of the submarine turret. The terrifying torpedo pierced the kilometer water area and stirred up a terrifying wave of water. And it screamed and blasted toward the figure above! At the same time, 1,500 meters above sea level, at the joint military exercise site, on dozens of warships, the radar crews all detected a special frequency band! Eastern ship Captain Dongfeng Yan had deep eyes and was standing in front of the podium, staring at the killing in the sea ahead. The Divine Phoenix's body was icy cold, and on the surface of the sea, with the power of one person, he attacked countless pirates. However, at this moment, the radar officer suddenly looked solemn and went forward to report. Captain, below the water, at a depth of 1,500 meters, I found a torpedo burst signal. Hearing these words, Captain Dongfeng Yan's complexion suddenly condensed. Torpedo launcher signal! This, underwater, that nuclear-powered submarine could not bear to open fire? Only, according to military understanding, the torpedo of the M side has the highest attack range, but the water area is 500 meters. However, the submarine dived to a depth of 1,500 meters at this time. In such a deep situation, launch a torpedo? Then, what is his goal? At this depth, the torpedoes simply cannot bombard their joint maritime military exercises. Then, that torpedo, is it ... Who is it to attack? At this moment, Dongfeng Yan's pupils condensed. In my mind, a name emerged: Chen Zhongying. Could it be? In the depths of 1,500 meters, that torpedo ... Is it to deal with the diving Chen Zhongying? At the same time, underwater, at a depth of 1,500 meters, a torpedo, madly attacked from the predator towards the shadow target above the waters, blast away! Targeting is accurate! Exclamation mark. Seeing, you can hit the target. However, at this moment, above the water, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed slightly. In the next second, his body lightning in the deep water, he dodges abruptly, which the torpedo, instantly, along his body, whistling and wiping past. The huge current fluctuations stirred the entire water area with a tremor. That's it, accurate, and evaded. Torpedo attack! Exclamation mark. Then in the next second, his pupils condensed, and his body suddenly flashed towards the nuclear-powered submarine below, chasing frantically! Exclamation mark. Inside the submarine Marauder, the radar man's complexion was suddenly shocked. Report: the target strike failed. The goal is towards us, approaching at high speed. Hearing this report, the commander's complexion changed drastically! Exclamation mark. He stared at the radar warning interface. The distance is getting closer. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Turn on the electromagnetic pulse immediately. Fully pressure. Stop him! The commander exclaimed with a sullen expression! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the entire Predator submarine turned on. Super strength. Electromagnetic pulse. The terrifying huge pulse pressure pierced in an instant, flooding the entire submarine! Exclamation mark. Electromagnetic pulses are specially designed to deal with fish creatures within tens of meters near the submarine. At this time, with the electromagnetic pulse turned on around the entire submarine of the Predator, countless pulse waves of terror were surging instantly. Form a horrible protective cover, trying to block all creatures out. Tens of meters away from the submarine, Chen Zhongying's body was sneaking close to it quickly, and was bombarded by a terrifying pulse wave. Pulse waves, compressed into terrifying ultra-high-frequency fluctuations with high-intensity electromagnetic pulses, are transformed into terrible energy waves. Can repel all creatures. At this time, the nuclear submarine Marauder turned on the electromagnetic pulse, trying to knock Chen Zhongfei back and resist it. But this time, Chen Zhong didn't evade at all. His body tumbled violently in the water. Then, again toward the nuclear-powered submarine, Crazy rushed at. This time, he faced the terrifying electromagnetic pulse wave. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Brothers, you are about to see how Chen Zhongying, alone, against a 10,000-ton nuclear-powered submarine. Looking forward to it! Exclamation mark. If you are looking forward to me, you need your monthly ticket support. Chapter 632 Unidentified Creature. But this time, Chen Zhong didn't avoid it at all. His body tumbled violently in the water. Then, again toward the nuclear-powered submarine, Crazy rushed at. This time, he faced the terrifying electromagnetic pulse wave. 1,500 meters below the waters, murderous intent is raging around the Marauder. Within 50 meters, the horrible electromagnetic pulse band, surrounded by craziness, formed a terrifying impulse protection barrier. The pulse band has been opened to its maximum limit! Exclamation mark. Such terrifying super fluctuations, the whole sea area, murderous intent is raging. Electromagnetic pulse, as a terrifying melee weapon, it is enough to kill every creature that tries to get close. In the deep waters, there is a shark slowly marching through the water. Swim from the side of the nuclear submarine. But it has not yet approached the nuclear submarine. On the nuclear submarine, a terrifying wave of pressure broke out in an instant. Puff! The shark trembled abruptly, and then the whole body was exploded into a piece of blood in an instant. Drifting in the deep blue water, the electromagnetic pulse fluctuates too strongly, strong enough to bombard any creature to smash. This is simply. But, in this terrifying pulse band, Chen Zhongying in front of him. But his body flashed quickly, like a meteor, rushing towards the submarine of the Predator. It seemed to him that he had no fear. The electromagnetic pulse wave! Exclamation mark. In an instant, He rushed into the electromagnetic pulse band of the nuclear submarine! Exclamation mark. The horrible pulse band, frantically surging! Exclamation mark. Super high-speed frequency, constantly hammering, hitting his body cells! Exclamation mark. The surface of the water trembled wildly. Chen Zhongying's body was hit by waves of terror pulses! Exclamation mark. His body, skin, flesh and blood, bones, internal organs, his blood vessels, his whole body, were all subjected to violent impulses! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhonggong's pupils condensed, forcibly, holding back this wave of terrifying shock waves! Exclamation mark. His body, unexpectedly, in this terrifying fluctuation, abruptly, carried it down! Exclamation mark. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Even sharks can't get close to this terrifying pulse wave. As soon as he approached, his body was blown to pieces. But Chen Zhongying, unexpectedly bluntly, carried the terrifying electromagnetic pulse wave frontally. With a savage face and blood-red eyes, he rushed directly into the pulse wave range. Predator, inside the nuclear submarine. The commander and his subordinates looked shocked and horrified, and couldn't believe it. Staring at the signal on the radar screen! Exclamation mark. The red dot is piercing through their electromagnetic pulse, quickly approaching! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Simply! Exclamation mark. Alert! Alert! The commander exclaimed angrily with a stern face. Prepare to withstand the impact! Didididi. The violent warning sound radar constantly swept. The red dot is getting closer and closer. Boom. The violent impact sound echoed violently! Exclamation mark. The entire giant nuclear-powered submarine was hit hard by the red dot. Inside the submarine, the hatch shook violently, as if it had suffered a major earthquake! Exclamation mark. Boom. The second impact sound came fiercely. Inside the submarine, in a certain defensive compartment, the complexion of a group of soldiers changed drastically! Exclamation mark. Because, on the thick steel plate of the defensive cabin, a terrible fist mark appeared. The entire deck of the submarine was dented. Submarine marauder. Outside, Chen Zhongying's figure was violently parked above the submarine. He clenched a fist with his left hand and slammed down towards the steel deck of the submarine. Every punch has a terrifying force. With a punch, the deck of the entire submarine was sunken again. This is an attempt to break open a nuclear-powered submarine with bare hands! Exclamation mark. However, at this moment, the propeller of the nuclear-powered submarine is spinning again crazy. The nuclear-powered submarine skimmed quickly under the water, trying to speed up to escape, and throw the man above the submarine away. Chen Zhong's pupils condensed. His right hand twisted suddenly. Devil May Cry dagger, attack suddenly. Devil May Cry Yin Mang, fiercely shot towards the nuclear submarine's propelling propeller. Clang! Boom. The Devil May Cry dagger hit the high-speed rotating propeller violently! Exclamation mark. There was a horrible sound of metal shattering! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the entire huge propeller was shattered in an instant. Burst! Exclamation mark. The entire huge nuclear submarine slowed down instantly and stopped in deep water. Inside the submarine marauder, the commander's complexion changed suddenly and said angrily, "What's the matter?" Exclamation mark. Report. Our propellers were attacked. The propellers were blown up. An engineer's hands were solemn and reported, Exclamation mark. Hearing these words, the commander's whole body trembled suddenly and almost fell to the ground. The propeller was blown up! Exclamation mark. Is this him? Exclamation mark. Doesn't this mean they, in the deep sea, completely lost contact? Exclamation mark. The 1,500 meters deep sea area is too deep. The signal is very weak. It is impossible to contact the support troops above. And at this time, the thruster was blown up! Exclamation mark. Their nuclear submarine can only stop here? Waiting. Death comes! What the fuck! How much food is there in the warehouse? The commander asked angrily with a stern face. However, this time. Obviously, not the time to worry about food. Because, another engineering team ran up anxiously. Report. The third section of the ship's cabin, the water pressure escape hatch, was attacked by unknown creatures, trying to break the hatch. The engineer's voice was anxious and reported urgently! The commander's expression was embarrassing like never before! What the fuck! What is that unidentified creature outside the ship! Even the electromagnetic pulse can't help him! At this time, still trying to break the nuclear submarine! Move up 3 armed teams. Give me your way immediately. Also, be ready at any time to close the third stage. The commander looked extremely embarrassed and gave an urgent order! With the commander's order, the 3 special force units hurriedly moved towards the position of the third stage of the submarine in an instant. The nuclear-powered submarine is divided into 4 compartments. The first cabin, the cockpit, is located directly in front of the nuclear submarine. All the control equipment and signal transmission of the submarine are in the first cabin. The second cabin, rest cabin. And in the submarine, all employees are active and resting in this cabin. The third cabin, weapons and ammunition cabin. All weapons and ammunition are stored in this cabin. The fourth cabin, nuclear-powered propulsion cabin. The nuclear submarine, the nuclear power reactor, is placed in this cabin. And this time, the Predator nuclear submarine, the most important, the third cabin, the weapon and ammunition cabin, was attacked by external forces. Unidentified creatures are attacking violently outside the hatch. Break out. 3 armed teams, armed with close-range weapons, rushed to the third cabin. On the door deck of the third cabin, there were waves of horrible bombardments, reverberating! I saw that the entire hatch had been deformed by the blast. It seems that outside the cabin door, some terrifying creature is violently hitting the cabin door. The 3 armed teams looked solemn, dozens of guns, all locked the direction of the hatch. A captain, with a solemn and vigilant complexion, slowly stepped forward, staring at the sunken mark on the hatch. When he saw that the seal was sunken, his pupils suddenly condensed. Because the mark that dented in the hatch is the mark of a human being, a fist! Outside the hatch, there are humans, bombarding with their fists! This! Boo! Outside the cabin door, the violent bombardment sound continued, terrifying. And the shape of the entire hatch has been distorted and out of shape. The cabin door is made of ultra-high-strength titanium alloy steel. But at this moment, the entire hatch is severely deformed. A series of terrifying cracks continue to spread! At this moment, the expressions of all the members of the attack group changed suddenly. Not good. A captain's complexion changed suddenly and he screamed. But he is too late to react. Boom! A cry! The entire cabin door was suddenly slammed open! A huge wave of water pressure, like a torrent, poured into the third hatch in an instant. In an instant, the complexion of all the special forces suddenly changed. The entire attacking team was directly dispersed by the water waves. A long and narrow figure, like a devil, suddenly, from the outer waters, jumped into the cabin door. Exactly, Chen Zhongying. His eyes were cold, and he slowly got up, standing in the water, looking around. At this moment, the entire cabin door was almost in disarray by the water waves. The emergency waterproof hatch of the nuclear submarine opened instantly, blocked the external water flow inside the cabin. This is finally safe. At this time, the water level in the cabin had already reached half of his body. In the third section of the cabin, the atmosphere is dignified and silent. The group of special forces, struggling to stand in the water level, dozens of guns, directly locked to the back of the broken cabin. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm. He turned his head slowly, and turned around. "Can I board the boat?" His voice was calm and hoarse, as if muttering to himself. The Special Forces members looked savage and looked at each other. Next second! Exclamation mark. The group of special fighters aimed their guns at Chen Zonging one by one, firing together! Exclamation mark. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of assault rifle attacks swept through and echoed. In the countless bullets, Chen Zong slammed his kick and kicked the steel door of the cabin under his feet, and then they grabbed the steel plate of the cabin and used it as a defensive shield. Clang 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 clang. Countless bullets madly bombarded the hatch shield. Chen Zong grasped the shield and kept resisting the bullets. At the same time, his body flashed up quickly. Boom. He directly used the shield as a weapon and flew out. 3. Chapter 633 Losing Contact. Boom. %. The bodies of the two special team members were directly cut horizontally by the steel hatch. Blood is splashing. Puff puff. Almost instantly, following the steel plate of the cabin door swept past, the body of a group of special forces, Chi-Chi was cut horizontally. Gory blood splattered. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of a group of special forces fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people disappeared. There are corpses all over the floor. Chen Zonging's eyes were calm and indifferent. Squat down. From the pocket of a soldier's body on the ground, he took out a cigarette and lit it. Then, with the smoke in his mouth, he walked slowly toward the depths of the cabin. Ahead, another armed captain rushed out. Da-da-da-da-da. The guns fired fiercely. Chen Zonging's body flickered, like a ghost, suddenly avoiding the countless bullets. Then in an instant, he pinched a bullet that flew by with his two fingers, and directly clamped it in his hand. And, in the next second, his burst out a terrifying force. He directly flew the bullet between his fingers towards the armed captain in front. Puff. The bullet instantly penetrated the entire left eye of the armed captain, through the brain cell tissue, and instantly blasted out of the Tenling eye from the back of his head. The entire left eye of the armed collision was directly penetrated through a hideous blood hole. He howls miserably. She covered her left eye with trembling hands. Countless blood spluttered and poured out wildly. Boo! His body fell to the ground fiercely. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, stepping on the wet leather shoes, stepping directly over the corpse, and walking directly into the depths. At this time, the submarine marauder, the first section of the cabin, the command room. Report. The third cabin, all combat team members, lost contact. The dignified color under his hand, urgently reported on the report. At hearing this news, the commander's complexion changed drastically. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. immediately block and close the entire third section of the cabin. Mandatory isolation. The commander gave an order. With the order issued, dang dang dang, a series of thick metal gates suddenly started, and the section cabins of the third sector were continuously closed for mandatory blockade. In the nuclear submarine, each compartment is independent. Once there is a crisis in one section of the cabin, the doors of the remaining sections can be closed and sealed to prevent the danger of isolation. Protect the normal operation of the submarine. In the third section of the cabin, just when Chen Zong was about to cross a corridor, suddenly, above his head, a metal valve slammed activated, rolling towards the bottom. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly raised his hand. Resist the metal valve instantly. Boom! A cry. Chen Zong forcefully pushed the metal valve back directly. Then, step by step, he walked forward. When he walked to the end of the corridor, it was discovered that the entire corridor had been blocked. A thick metal valve cuts off the connection between the third section cabin and other cabin doors. Chen Zong's eyes were slightly taken aback. He suddenly punched and blasted towards the metal valve. Boom! A punch. The whole metal valve was directly dented by this punch! Exclamation mark. Boom! The second punch went down. The whole metal valve directly cracked and spread. Boom! With the third blow, the metal valve couldn't control it. It was directly blasted to pieces! Exclamation mark. In this way, Chen Zong walked across the metal wreckage and walked into the nuclear submarine. Along the way, wherever passed anyway, there are any obstacles. Everyone was killed by him one by one. He went all the way from the third section of the cabin, through the corridor, through the second section of the cabin. All dozens of fighters in the second section were beheaded. Then, all the way, came to the first section of the cabin. In front of the first section of the hatch, a thick titanium alloy metal valve has been closed hard. Closed the lockdown. The blockade isolated the entire cabin. Chen Zong's pupils were calm and indifferent, and he took a deep breath of smoke. Then, slowly raised his right fist. Boom! A punch was blown hard. The whole fan of thick titanium alloy metal valve, instantly distorted and dented! Exclamation mark. A scary fist mark emerged. His eyes are slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this metal valve is quite hard. He retracted his fist and shook it lightly. Then, he slammed his right fist tightly. Blood vessels and muscles bulging all over his arm. Once again, with a fierce punch, he blasted down! Exclamation mark. Boom! A huge bombardment, destroying the world. The entire metal hatch was once again dented, and cracks spread! Exclamation mark. Dot. At this time, the first section of the cabin, the complexions of all the staff changed suddenly! Exclamation mark. Everyone's eyes were horrified, staring at the metal hatch that was being bombarded and deformed. Question mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Simply! Exclamation mark. Is the one outside the door a demon? Exclamation mark. That is simply a devil! Exclamation mark. One person's strength, unarmed hands. How could it be possible to punch the entire metal hatch to dent it? Exclamation mark. Dozens of staff, armed with firearms, looked terrified and stunned, locked the metal warehouse door firmly! Exclamation mark. The commander's complexion changed suddenly. He had already retreated to the cockpit in an emergency. His eyes trembled in amazement, and he couldn't believe it! Exclamation mark. This is being driven to a dead end. Boom! Outside the door, the metal hatch is still trembling loudly. A terrifying fist mark is stubbornly sunken on the metal hatch. Boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the entire metal hatch was directly shattered. Countless metal residues fly out directly. Many members were hit. Puff! The metal shards pierced through their bodies, and it was extremely miserable. In the smoke and dust, Chen Zongxing was smoking a cigarette, his eyes calm and indifferent. Step by step, he slowly stepped into the command cabin. Uniform. In the command cabin, dozens of members pointed their guns directly, and they all locked Chen Zongxing. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the man who broke out! Exclamation mark. this! Exclamation mark. Really? Just a human? Exclamation mark. Is it him, all the way along the seabed, chasing hundreds of meters? Exclamation mark. Break open the deck of the nuclear submarine and sneak in? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Is this person in front of me really human? Exclamation mark. What the are you doing in a daze? Exclamation mark. Kill me! The commander screamed with a sullen expression. Exclamation mark. All the staff's complexion condensed, and they reacted from shock in an instant. In the next second, all the staff and firearms fired together and fired! Exclamation mark. Da. The terrifying tongue of fire, overwhelming the sky, violently attacked Chen Zhongying! Exclamation mark. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. Don't you welcome me? In the next second, his body flashed rapidly. Like a ghost, instantly. Avoid the countless bullets in front of you. He teleported to a gunman suddenly. The right hand slammed directly, and instantly penetrated the chest of the gunman. Puff. The gunman's chest was directly penetrated, and the heart was directly pulled out by Chen Zhong. Blood spattered, extremely miserable. The gunman howled terribly. His pupils trembled. Goodbye. Chen Zhong slammed his right hand. Puff. The heart was pinched directly. The source splashes. The gunner's pupils trembled, and his body fell directly to the ground. I found that there are still readers who don't vote for monthly tickets, so let me explain. The monthly pass does not cost you a penny. You read books every month, and you will get a monthly pass as long as you consume it. If the monthly pass is not sent, it will be cleared at the end of the month. So, please trouble me, and send a monthly pass for this book. Tap the reading screen once, and 3 circles will appear in the upper right corner. Click on that circle to vote for a monthly pass. Travelers don't need you to give a reward, only you need to send me a monthly pass. Thanks a lot! Exclamation mark. I will work hard to update. Chapter 634 Farewell Puff. The heart was pinched directly. The source splashes. The gunner's pupils trembled, and his body fell directly to the ground. Scenes, horror, despair. Da. The group of staff fired frantically, trying to blast Chen Zhong into pieces and scum. Chen Zhong's body exploded and rushed to a gunman. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. At the same time, behind, countless bullets burst into the sky. Chen Zhong grabbed the gunner's neck and exchanged directions abruptly. Put the body of the gunman in front of you as a meat shield. No. The gunman was exempted from responsibility and suddenly changed, panicked and screamed and struggling. But he has no time to escape, let alone react! Exclamation mark. The faces of the companions in front of them also changed suddenly. But, the gun has gone off. Too late to collect it. Puff puff. A rain of bullets instantly penetrated the gunner's body. Blood is splashing. That gunman, just so bluntly, was beaten into a meat sieve by his comrades. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly threw the corpse shield on the ground. Da. A gunman was fiercely angry, completely reddened his eyes, and fired frantically at him. Chen Zhongying's body flickered, and suddenly caught a flying bullet from the air in front of him. Then, he violently reflected towards the gunman. Puff! The bullet penetrated the gunner's forehead. Blood is splashing. The whole scene is miserable and unprecedented. This is simply an unprecedented super anti-slaughter. Chen Zhongying's body was like a ghost and demon, moving in the submarine command cabin, killing a piece of it. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever his figure passed, there was a splash of blood. The corpses fell to the ground. Finally, after the palm of the hand penetrated the heart of the last gunman, the gunman fell to the ground suddenly. The whole command cabin was quiet. Chen Zhonggong slowly pulled his hand from the gunman's chest. A drop of blood, dripping slowly along the fingers. The floor is full of blood. Corpses all over the floor. Dozens of gunmen were all dead. Only the submarine commander in the camouflage uniform was left standing in the corner in horror, his whole person trembling! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? It is simply a terrifying demon! Exclamation mark. Don't come, don't come. The commander was completely scared and his soul trembled. He was holding a gun and aimed at Chen Zong. Are you the boss of this submarine? Chen Zong's eyes were calm, staring at him, and slowly asked, I am the Atlantic Ocean. The Third Fleet, the nuclear submarine captain. You can't kill me. The commander's voice trembled in horror, trying to move out of his identity to deter the terrifying demon before him. Oh, Chen Zong's eyes were calm and he nodded slowly. Who are you? Young man, as long as you let me go today. I promise, let you leave safely, and will never trouble you in the future. The commander captain was trembling with fright. Can't try to let the other party let go in this way. Me? Chen Zong glanced at the commander with indifferent eyes. You. Don't you know me? The corner of his mouth raised a curve, weird and inexplicable, making people creepy. When seeing this terrible smile, the commander only felt that the hairs all over his body were erected. This laugh is terrible, like is coming. My code name, you should have heard of it. Grim Reaper. Boom. When Chen Zong yelled these two words, the commander's body trembled suddenly, like being struck by lightning. Exclamation mark. Dead. Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. The commander's eyes widened, horrified, shocked, and the whole person was shaking. In his camouflage army pants, there was a smell of urine, overflowing. Exclamation mark. This, the dignified military-level commander, completely was scared to pee. Exclamation mark. This is it? Exclamation mark. The Atlantic, on the list of the global red pass. The superb number 1? Exclamation mark. Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. How could he? Don't know the code name of death? Exclamation mark. 2 years ago, several Hornet fighters were destroyed, almost sunk the Ford nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the Atlantic Ocean! Exclamation mark. That horrible demon, death! Exclamation mark. This terrifying name code is also hung on the Super Red Pass list on the other side of the Great West, and it has become the most wanted object in the world. No wonder. He can hunt down thousands of meters under the sea with his bare hands. No wonder, he can rush into the nuclear submarine! Exclamation mark. This person in front of you is a terrifying demon! Exclamation mark. He could almost destroy even the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Ford. In front of him, what is this nuclear submarine predator? In front of him! Exclamation mark. Boo! His legs softened, and he couldn't control it anymore, and fell directly to the ground. Death! Lord Grim Reaper! The commander's voice trembled, fell to his knees, and smashed his head to death. At this moment, what dignity, what identity, authority, all is gone. At this moment, he just wants to survive! Exclamation mark. Please. Kill me. Please. The commander was so scared that his soul trembled at this time, fell to his knees, begging for mercy! Exclamation mark. He doesn't want to die. I don't want to die here, deep in the cold seabed. Don't want to die in this narrow and dark nuclear submarine. He wants to live. The huge desire to survive makes people willing to give everything. Master Grim Reaper. I have a deposit of $300 million in a Swiss bank. I give you all. I give you all the assets in my body. Please, go around my life. The commander knelt on the ground, kowtow frantically. In order to survive, he is willing to give away all his huge wealth that he has suppressed corruption over the years, trying to buy one's own life. Chen Zongxing stood there with my eyes calm, and glanced at the commander indifferently. Sorry, all your assets are just a fraction of my bank's interest. So, I look down on it. Boom. Hearing these words, the commander trembled violently, his expression extremely embarrassed. Exclamation mark. How can the assets of the death be measured by money? His code name is exchanged with endless blood, killing. The code name behind him also symbolizes his endless wealth. The commander was trembling in horror, fell to his knees, and kowtowed violently. Almost knocked my head! Exclamation mark. Sir Reaper ... please don't kill me. Please. The commander was extremely miserable, begging for mercy. Dignity has long been lost. The commander of the Atlantic just wanted to survive at this time. Where is the least bit of a soldier? Okay, I won't kill you. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he took a deep breath of cigarette. Then, he threw the cigarette on the ground and slowly stomped it out. The person in front of him looked so miserable and timid, afraid of death. It almost lost the face of a soldier. Such cowards. Rubbish. Ants. How can you become the captain of a submarine? It's ridiculous. Chen Zonging didn't bother to kill him either. Afraid of getting his hands dirty, he raised his right hand, and the black light of Devil May Cry instantly appeared in his hand. Then, holding Devil May Cry in his hand, he slammed, fiercely ... cut open the sealing steel plate of the nuclear submarine! Exclamation mark. No! The submarine captain's expression changed drastically! Exclamation mark. But it's too late to stop. The Devil May Cry dagger is extremely sharp. Almost instantly, the head hatch of the entire submarine was abruptly separated by a huge opening. The sound of metal cutting, as if to tear everything. In an instant, countless ice-cold sea water rushed in an instant! Exclamation mark. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire submarine hatch is about to be swallowed. Countless corpses on the deck floated by the sea. The body of the commander dashed around in the sea, his expression horrified. Farewell! Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he glanced at the commander. Then, his body, like a ghost, suddenly swam out of the crack in the hatch. The entire submarine hatch, instantly, was filled with sea water. The commander struggled violently in the submarine cabin, holding his breath, trying to survive. But his struggle at this time is almost useless. Not to mention, the huge water pressure in the submarine cabin prevented him from escaping from the submarine cabin. Even if he escaped from the submarine cabin, his lung capacity caused him to hold his breath for only 5 minutes at most. However, he is at the depth of 1,500 meters at this time. At this depth, I'm afraid. He swam to the coast, and he ran out of oxygen midway, suffocating to death. Add more to. Thank you friends who sent me a monthly pass today. Thank you for supporting 6! Exclamation mark. In addition, some readers said that I update less. I'm really speechless. I update 10,000 words every day. Queen Migyu. I'm probably the only one who updated the fastest. In addition, I'm asking for a monthly pass. It's only 200 tickets away from the first place. Please brothers, help me get the first place. Sure, this month, it's all up to you. Thank you. Chapter 635. It's utterly messy. The commander's body was in the nuclear submarine command room, struggling violently. Finally, his struggle ... weakened. His oxygen is no longer enough. His complexion turned blue, and his lungs seemed to explode. The lack of oxygen caused him to become cold all over. He struggled hard, but the more he struggled, the more energy and oxygen he consumed. In the end, the moment he let go, countless sea water crazily poured into his mouth. Along his lungs, it continued to fill. Woo! The commander's pupils widened. There was no time to escape. Only for a moment, countless sea water filled his body madly. His body, internal organs, brain, under extreme hypoxia 6 completely stopped the operation. Suffocate and die. His pupils widened, and his whole person ... floating coldly in the submarine cabin completely turned into a corpse. Under the sea, deep, 1,500 meters. Chen Zonging's figure swims around this huge submarine. He glanced around the submarine. Then, he suddenly slammed it against the bottom of the submarine. A terrifying force burst out all over. Muscles, veins, blood vessels all over his body, instantly soaring. Deep in the bottom of the sea, that giant submarine was. Just like that, forced ... toward the top of the sea and lifted up! Exclamation mark. The submarine, whose midweight in seawater gets diluted. Therefore, the weight will be reduced a lot. Moreover, because the submarine has been destroyed, Chen Zhonggong has already turned on the submarine's dive switch. But because no one controls it, it cannot rise. At this time, Chen Zhongying simply artificially and unarmedly lifted up this huge submarine. This scene is simply in the waters of 1,000 meters. Chen Zhongying's muscles soared, like a sea king, dragging the giant submarine towards the upper waters, climbing up frantically. Sea level, above. At this time, the joint military exercise is continuing. The group of pirates have been completely killed. At this time, the Divine Phoenix stood on the pirate's speedboat, with long hair dancing lightly, her beautiful eyes calmly looking at the sea level. However, at this moment, suddenly, aboard the military exercise warships of Buzzer in Sanfang, they all found a radar infrared signal deep in the seabed. All the staff members gathered in front of the radar image, shocked and amazed. Looking at the image displayed on the radar, hundreds of meters deep under the sea. A giant nuclear submarine is slowly rising towards the top of the water. However, at the bottom of the submarine, a purple human-shaped thermal synthetic radar is holding the submarine fiercely, rising crazily to the surface. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Simply! Exclamation mark. The situation in this kind of picture is simply unbelievable! Exclamation mark. One person, bare hands, carrying a giant nuclear submarine. Floating on the surface of the sea? Question mark. Isn't this the fuck? Making a science fiction movie? Exclamation mark. How can that be? But, at this moment, the picture on the radar in front of you is so clear. Let people have to believe it. Is this the Superman present? Exclamation mark. The picture in front of you makes everyone feel like a dedicated brain. Incredible. But, at the same time, in front of dozens of fleets, countless staff members all stood in front of the deck, their eyes shocked and complicated, looking at the blue sea level. In the endless deep blue sea, a huge black shadow is slowly emerging from under the water. In the next second, the entire sea level shook violently. That supernuclear ship with huge water-carrying capacity, the Predator submarine, was directly carried out of the water. The whole sea is shaking. In the military exercises in the quartet, everyone, their eyes widened, staring at this scene in disbelief. This! Exclamation mark. Simply a nuclear submarine in the Atlantic. That's it. Being carried out of the water. But, at the same time, a figure suddenly ejected from the sea level like a ghost bullet. The shadow fell on the nuclear submarine like a bullet ghost. The audience was shocked. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, staring at that. The shadow standing directly above the submarine. Black suit, fair skin, that's it. Like a ghost, standing in the sight of everyone. However, at the same time, in the sea level, a pitch-black dagger rushed out of the water. The dagger made a devilish cry, and then suddenly flew back to Chen Zhong's hands. Hear this terrible sound of devil may cry. The pupils of everyone present shrank violently. Condensed! Exclamation mark. Ghost. The sound of devil may cry? Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. At this moment, during the joint military exercise, everyone's eyes were focused by this terrible man. If you say, a moment ago, everyone still doesn't know who this person is. However, at this moment, present, everyone. Who else? Don't know? Exclamation mark. Devil may cry. Dark and hideous, like an evil ghost. That pitch-black hideous dagger is his identity. However, at the same time, on 38 Buzzu, a special top-secret fill on the computer identity information of all the ships on the scene was suddenly unlocked. The avatar who dared to be on, surprisingly is Chen Zhongying. Identity, affiliated to Hot Summer, the 3rd sector. Level, Chinese character level spy. Code L, Grim Reaper. Boom. In an instant, all the high-level personnel, The captain. All the high-level personnel, their complexions were shocked! Exclamation mark. The third sector, the code name Death! Exclamation mark. Come in person. The military exercise site! Exclamation mark. This what the fuck? Simply! Exclamation mark. Hot summer, is this? Exclamation mark. At this time, on the sea, at the military exercise site, everyone was shocked by Chen Zong's identity. A second ago, a terrifying Chinese character-level spy had appeared, codenamed Divine Phoenix, and almost killed hundreds of pirates in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked by the identity of the Divine Phoenix. But at this time, when seeing the codename Death, it was just like that. Standing in front of everyone, standing in full view, everyone's pupils were unprecedentedly solemn. Can't believe it. Grim Reaper. In ancient Oriental mythology, the Lord of Hell. Reaping lives, killing is the responsibility. The master of and the judge of death. He is the giver of civilization, the king of the dead, and he is the judge of whether people can get eternal life after death. The Yangtze officials have never positively revealed the existence of Chinese character-level spies. Even if there was any news about them, all refused to admit it. Even denial. The third sector, codenamed Grim Reaper, in the land of hot summer, never existed. Yes, this time today. Codenamed Grim Reaper. This. The legendary terrifying agent, after all. Just like that, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is simply. At this moment, everyone present was shocked and stunned. They couldn't believe it. Staring straight at the figure standing above the submarine in that sea area. This is the true body of the of Death! Exclamation mark. When seeing the of Death with his own eyes, the hearts of everyone present trembles like never before! Exclamation mark. Amazed! Exclamation mark. On the Vostok and Yanlong aircraft carriers, all the Yangtze fighters looked excited and their morale skyrocketed! Exclamation mark. This is their mysterious agent in the hot summer! Exclamation mark. Hot summer, the most terrifying soldier! Exclamation mark. Hot summer, the most terrifying agent! Exclamation mark. Code name, Death! Exclamation mark. The scene, drama! Exclamation mark. Everyone's eyes widened, trying to see the face of Death! Exclamation mark. In world rumors, almost very few people have seen the true face of the of Death with their own eyes, because everyone who has seen him has died. Therefore, people only know the name but not the person. No one can leave alive after seeing the of Death, and at this moment, everyone present, with their own eyes, was alive. Met the most terrifying code-named agent of the hot summer, Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Hot summer, this is simply an unprecedented move. Hot summer today, is it going to formally on the occasion of this joint military exercise, formally reveal the identity of the Chinese character-level code-named agents? Exclamation mark. Codename, Death. Codename, Divine Phoenix. Chi appeared. This! Exclamation mark. It's utterly messy. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Thank you brothers who sent me a monthly pass today! Exclamation mark. Divine Phoenix loves you! Exclamation mark. As the fans of Divine Phoenix, you need to support your idol a lot. Ha ha! Exclamation mark. You vote for my monthly pass, and I will tell you in the comment area the little secrets of Shen Huang and Chen Zonging. Chapter 636. 2 years ago, the Pacific Ocean. However, at the same time, Arabian Sea. The giant Ford nuclear-powered aircraft carrier slowly sailed into the Strait of the Gulf of Oman. Finally, they gathered together with the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier stationed in the Gulf of Oman. Two ships, the supercarrier battle group belonging to the Atlantic, gather together. Prepare, go turbulently towards the Persian Gulf. No fear of joint military exercises on the 3 continents. Attempt to break through the blockade of the joint military exercise of the 3 continents. provocation by force. How can they, Atlantic Dizu, be deterred by force? How can their decision to be a big leader be provoked? However, just as the two aircraft carrier battle groups are about to set off and prepare for battle, suddenly, an emergency secret telegram came! When, seeing the content of the telegram, the captains of the two aircraft carriers, their complexions suddenly changed! They sent out the Predator nuclear-powered submarine lurking in the depths of the joint military exercise. Was discovered and destroyed! On the Predator, all members have lost contact. This! His mother. When I saw the contents of this top-secret information, the captains of the two ships looked completely embarrassed. Unprecedented anger! In their presence, destroyed ... their aerobatic nuclear-powered submarine in the Atlantic Ocean! This is simply a provocation. This is an attempt to start a war! On the Ford, Captain Clinton looked hideous, unprecedented! The captain on the Predator was his former subordinate. On the battlefield, there is emotion. But at this time, he personally saw his comrade in arms killed. How can he not be angry! Clinton clenched his fists and his eyes were blood red. He, standing in front of the aircraft carrier's command platform, slowly stretched out his hand and took off his military cap. Facing the western sky, bow slowly, for those comrades who died in the nuclear submarine, see off. Then, the salute was over. He put on his military cap again. At this moment, his whole body is exuding a wave of unprecedented, turbulent murderous intent. Get out, F-22, Raptor fighter. At all costs, give me ... find it out. After all, who did it? His voice was ferocious and furious, and he screamed. Following, he gave an order. On board the USS Ford, 3 F-22s, Super Raptor fighter jets, catapult quickly and take off, slashing through the sky, whizzing towards the waters of the Persian Gulf. Here, during the enemy's joint military exercise. How dare you send out fighter jets to patrol the air over the enemy's military exercise ahead! This Clinton is completely angry. At this time, regardless of anything, fight back with crazy force. At all costs, find out who did it! Then, blow the battleship to pieces! In return, blood and blood! Persian Gulf Strait. Coordinates 001561. 3 continents, joint military exercises, combat sea areas. At this time, the entire sea area has been blocked by the joint military. A military radar barrier was formed. In the blockade area, the warships of the 3 continents are conducting live fire drills and promoting military equipment. This is a blockade and sanctions against the West, and it is absolutely beneficial to fight back. However, at this moment, suddenly, 3 red dots flashed suddenly in the radars of several aircraft carrier battle group battleships! Did the radar alarm sounded suddenly. The Vostok aircraft carrier command platform. Report: 3 UFOs are rapidly approaching the airspace blocked by our military exercise. The estimated speed is over 3,000 kilometers per hour. The radar crew looked solemn and reported anxiously, Hearing the report from the radar crew ... The complexion of Captain Dong Fengyan was more solemn than ever. He stood in front of the radar station, his eyes stern, staring at the radar interface. The 3 red dots are whizzing towards their military exercise position 6! This is simply! Armed preparation. Surface-to-air missiles, warm up. Dong Fengyan said calmly and indifferently. In the face, the 3 UFOs that came quickly. Dong Feng did not hesitate this time. Order directly. During the joint military exercise, there are still fighters, dare to fly into the blocked area. I do not care who you are, no matter who you represent, dare, during the military exercise, provoked by force. Then, There is no second word. Shoot down directly. However, at the same time, on the Yanlong aircraft carrier thousands of meters away. Similarly, dozens of land-to-air missile defense and control turrets are slowly rising. A piece of murderous intent. The other side. Polar Bear State. 2 aircraft carrier combat fleets. Thousands of land defense and control missiles are all raised. Exclamation mark. Missile. Warm up. Ready. A piece of murderous intent. Exclamation mark. In the distance above the sky, 3 super fighter jets whizzed hurriedly towards the sky over the joint military exercise, whizzing past! Exclamation mark. Boom boom boom. In an instant, dozens of land-based air defense missiles were launched suddenly. For the first launch, a military warning was issued in accordance with international peace laws! Exclamation mark. Therefore, the first launch did not hit the aircraft, and countless missiles whizzed past the 3 enemy fighters. And the second time, if you turn back again, will be directly and killed. On the sea level, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent. Standing above the Predator submarine, slightly raised his head, his eyes deep, staring at the 3 fast-passing fighter jets in the sky. F-22, Raptor. He could tell the models of the 3 fighter jets at a glance. However, at the same time, the 3 fighter jets above also captured the picture of the joint military exercise below. In this mission, they were originally ... for the purpose of detecting and searching. The nuclear submarine was destroyed. For the first time, they saw the nuclear submarine Predator floating on the water several kilometers below the sea. And, that. The man in black standing above the nuclear submarine. The 3 F-22 fighter jets immediately transmitted the scene ... directly back to the Ford aircraft carrier. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, Gulf of Oman. The Ford aircraft carrier, the podium. When Clinton saw the live footage from the 3 fighters, he suddenly trembled! Exclamation mark. He looked shocked. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Staring hard. Is there a figure in the picture? Exclamation mark. Above the wreckage of the Predator submarine, the standing one, the cold man figure. Clinton's eyes widened, staring at that figure! Exclamation mark. His fists clenched tightly, and his whole body trembled! Exclamation mark. In his entire life, he can't forget this figure! Exclamation mark. He can't forget his cup. What a devil looks like! Exclamation mark. Codename ... Reaper! Exclamation mark. Death ... God. Clinton almost gritted his teeth at this time, clenched his fists, and burst out of violent rage! Exclamation mark. Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. 2 years ago, the Pacific Ocean. He was ordered to the Ford aircraft carrier. Encirclement and suppression ahead, the most terrifying agent in the summer. The world's chief Red Pass figure, codenamed Death. That battle was almost the greatest shame in his life! Exclamation mark. In that battle, his entire Ford aircraft carrier was almost ... sinked to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. In that battle, 37 Hornet fighters on his aircraft carrier were completely shot down! Exclamation mark. 30 Super Air Combat Major pilots were killed on the spot. The remaining 7 were seriously injured as vegetatives. In that battle, his entire aircraft carrier fleet was destroyed by 3 destroyers. 3 destroyers sank to the bottom of the sea. Countless soldiers died, and countless battleships were sunk. Numerous casualties. The entire Ford aircraft carrier was almost destroyed. But still, unable to kill God. Finally, let him escape safely and escape! That battle was simply Clinton's greatest humiliation in his life! After that, the of death suddenly disappeared in hiding, as if in the world, suddenly evaporated, and at this moment today, in this Persian Gulf, he actually again saw that the horrible figure that he wanted to kill in his dreams! Codename Reaper! At this moment, Clinton's eyes are bloodshot. That's a great feud! Grim Reaper, today, unexpectedly, appeared at the joint military exercise! This! Are you demonstrating? See the scene of death standing on a Predator submarine. Clinton's murderous intent was raging, gritted his teeth. Almost no need to think about it. The Predator was destroyed by death order. At all costs. Give me, kill God. Clinton looked grim, furious. 3. Chapter 637 Cobra Maneuver. See the scene of death standing on a Predator submarine. Clinton's murderous intent was raging, gritted his teeth. Almost no need to think about it. The Predator was destroyed by death order. The highest combat authority. At any cost, at all costs. Give me, kill God. Clinton looked grim, furious. At this moment, he simply can't care about the international situation, even more disregard of what agreement to stop the war, what peace treaty. He is even less concerned about the purpose of the number one man. At this time, he has only one purpose, to kill the of death, for the dead brother, to humiliate and avenge the blood and hatred he suffered 2 years ago! The waters of the Persian Gulf. Following that, Clinton issued an order to kill together! The 3 F-22 Hornet fighters just flew dozens of kilometers away. But the 3 fighter pilots suddenly received a special order to kill from the captain. The highest combat authority. Kill the man in black standing on the Predator submarine! Raptor combat formation. Take orders. Guarantee to complete the mission. 3 F-22 Raptors slammed their fuselage sideways, and then the 3 fighters, like meteors, swiftly towards the sky in the direction of the military exercise, whizzing away! 3 F-22 Raptor super fighters. The 3 fighters themselves carry dozens of ultra-high precision, air-to-ground, 430 class Bu-32 joint direct attack ammunition! One piece of ammunition is enough to explode the superpower that destroys the heavens and the earth! This is unprecedented, super shocking! However, at this time, these 3 fighters have special combat missions. At all costs, destroy the Reaper below! The scene of the joint military exercise in the sea area tens of kilometers away. Warplanes roared and roared. The 3 F-22 Raptor fighter jets are moving towards the military exercise to block the airspace, whizzing here. Before the fighter plane arrived, I could hear the sound of the sonic boom. This is an attempt to forcibly break through the blockade to kill God at all costs! Dozens of warships and surface-to-air missiles are all locked. Lock those 3 F-22 Raptor fighters. Just wait. The moment they rushed into the blocked airspace, they were killed on the spot. And this time, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed slightly. These 3 fighters, at this time, are they coming towards themselves? The goal. Is it myself? The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a strange arc. He suddenly raised his hand violently, a military gesture to stop the war. He asked all the warships present at the military exercise to stop the battle, stop their movements. and stop firing. All missiles are not allowed to fire. Since the other party is here to deal with him, this battle, he solve it by himself. In the eyes of everyone with amazement and horror, Chen Zhongying's body slammed away. He bounced and flew up, and instantly stepped onto the deck of the Vostok carrier 100 meters away. Chen Zhongying fell to the ground, his eyes calm and indifferent, and he walked directly towards the J-20 fighter jet on the deck of the Vostok aircraft carrier. Open the cabin and step directly into the combat cabin of the fighter plane. Then, he suddenly activated the J-20 fighter, push the climbing rod. The J-20 fighter jet, the engine roared and blasted out two terrifying flames. But, at the same time, ahead, the three F-22S Raptor fighters have screamed and broke through the airspace blocked by the military exercise! Murderous intent is coming! Ahead, Chen Zhongying drove the F-20, screaming and rushing towards the three F-22 Raptors. At this moment, the air, as if, fell into a moment of dead silence. Below, everyone present, their eyes widened. Unbelievable, looking at the scene above! F-20, dual ... F-22, Raptor fighter! 1 versus 3. This, simply! This duel is almost unprecedented. F-22 Raptor, the most advanced super fifth-generation fighter jet developed by the Atlantic Empire. The F-22 Raptor, back then, has caused a sensation in the world without being equipped with troops. The Imperial Atlantic Air Force hopes to use a small number of F-22s to fight against all enemy aircraft and gain air supremacy. Therefore, call it the air dominance fighter. However, F-20, it's the hot summer of the East. The latest development. Super fifth generation, special fighter. In the hearts of countless military fans around the world, the two fighters have simulated battles almost hundreds of times. Everyone wants to know. After all, in front of the real ultimate air combat, F-20 and F-22 Raptor, which one is strong and which one is weak? However, today, this terrible game that fans of military divisions all over the world are looking forward to, finally in the sky over the Persian Gulf, truly unfolded. However, the combat situation is unprecedented. 1 F-20, dual ... 3 F-22 Raptors. Today's battle is almost ... no guesswork. F-20. It is impossible ... to have any chance to win. At the same time, 1,000 meters above the sky, the three F-22 Raptor fighters and the J-20 fighter in front are getting closer. Almost, in an instant. Dozens of Sidewinder Air-to-Air missiles came out violently, encircled and suppressed in all directions, towards the J-20 fighter, madly raging and bombing away. The scene is unprecedented! Dozens of Sidewinder missiles form a terrifying air blockade array, it seems to destroy the J-20 completely into a piece of wreckage! Basically, unavoidable! In the sea below, all the soldiers opened their eyes wide, and almost stopped breathing. Everyone's eyes stared at the sky together. The trembling and terrifying murderous scene! On the combat fleets of the Dongfeng and Yanlong, all the Dongfeng fighters held their breath and stared at the J-20 in the sky. Definitely, avoid it. This is not just a game between two fighters. This is even more of an unprecedented game of great powers! Two continents. The most top, cutting-edge military forces. A super game. Thousands of meters above the sky, 1 versus 3. The duel, the official start. Right now, everyone thought the dozens of Sidewinder missiles were about to hit the J-20 at the moment. Suddenly, F-20 suddenly raised its head. A super high speed. A gorgeous 360-degree high-altitude rotation. Cobra maneuver, in the waters below, on all the ships, the Air Force pilots of countless military exercises. When they saw the terrifying and super difficult air control maneuvers in the sky, the expressions of all the air forces were all shocked, unbelievable, and amazed! This! What the fuck? In this terrifying and dangerous state. How dare he make a Cobra maneuver? However, with the gorgeous rotation of the F-20, swish swish, dozens of Sidewinder missiles passed along its wings! A perfect maneuver to avoid. In an instant, those dozens of missiles were avoided. But right now, those dozens of missiles suddenly whirled, and once again moved towards the J-20 fighter jet, chasing them back! These missiles are equipped with a terrifying infrared radar lock function. At this time, they have targeted the F-20! It is impossible for them to stop without killing them! Dozens of missiles are chasing quickly. At the same time, in the sky, the 3 F-22 Raptor fighters also hurriedly pursued and killed them. A burst of terrifying anti-aircraft bullets roared out of the F-22 Raptor fighter. Attempt to shoot down the F-20 fighter jet directly in front! Murderous! The scene is more solemn than ever. F-20, inside the fighter jet. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin, his eyes calm. He slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Take a deep breath. He turned his head and glanced at the dozens of Sidewinder missiles that were chasing behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the next second, he slammed the fighter sideways, towing those dozens of missiles. They rushed towards the three F-22 Hornet fighter jets ahead! When the F-20 is about to approach the moment of the Hornet fighter, the J-20 suddenly dropped in height and dodged vertically. Boom! Ahead, dozens of Sidewinder missiles had no time to turn around. Directly, they slammed into an oncoming F-22 Raptor fighter! In an instant, the Raptor fighter jet exploded, and flames swept across the sky! In the blink of an eye, destroy an F-22 fighter! In the sea below, everyone's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief! This! Simply! In the sea, the Divine Phoenix had long hair and shawl, standing on the speedboat, beautifully cold. She slowly took out a cigarette from the pirate's corpse. Her eyes calm, and slowly lit it. She stood on the speedboat like this, pouring smoke rings in an elegant and beautiful posture, and staring lightly at the sky. That shocking air battle. In her eyes, there was no suspense in this air battle, because, codenamed Death, is her prey. Only she is qualified to kill the of Death with her own hands. Thank you, brothers who gave me a monthly pass yesterday! Thank you for your support. Yesterday, there were 1,200 sheets. Today, how about we charge 1,500! Let me see how powerful the support fan group codenamed Divine Phoenix is, haha! Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 638 1 versus 3. Kill an F-22 Raptor in an instant! The opposing pilot didn't even have time to eject and parachute to escape, so he was directly blown into flames, with no bones left. Over the entire sky, fighters roared and roared, killing raging. The remaining two F-22 Raptors were completely mad. The two fighters chased wildly, facing the F-20 fighter in front, and attacked them in terror. The terrifying carrier warhead whizzed towards the F-20 frantically, trying to bomb it to smash. In the front, the J-20 fighter jet, like a ghost, is spinning rapidly at high altitude, constantly making various super difficult evasive actions. Swish swish. One by one missiles, along the fuselage of the F-20 fighter, kept whizzing past. The scene was unprecedented. Shenzong's eyes were calm, sitting in the cabin, and slowly lit a cigarette while driving the fighter plane, while puffing up smoke rings. Unprecedented indifference. The sky over the entire military exercise area. A murderous intent. Dozens of sea warships, all surface-to-air missiles, all locked. The two F-22 fighters above. But the missiles were only locked and did not fire. Fighting in the sky, at this time completely handed over to the J-20. This is the battlefield for air combat pilots. Hunting in the sky, surging constantly. And below, all the scorching summer, the polar bear continent. All the air combat pilots all stood on the deck together. Their eyes were shocked and complicated, staring straight at the sky above the sky. The terrible fighter fighting. This, an unprecedented fight with real guns and live ammunition fighters, is simply unprecedented. The F-20 and the F-22 Raptor have never had a head-on conflict. Both are the world's most cutting-edge fifth-generation super combat models. Thousands of battles have been simulated on the computer. There has never been a real battle. Today, this air battle is unprecedented. And even the world. The first time. This is not just a battle between the hot summer and the Atlantic Air Force. It's even more a battle of cutting-edge technology between the hot summer and the Atlantic Ocean. It's a pity that this duel is not fair at all. 1 versus 3. This is simply. But at this time, the F-22 Raptor has been shot down. At this time, only two were left. Trembling at high altitude, murderous intent rages. Exclamation mark. At this time, the two Raptor fighter pilots had completely red eyes. A minute ago, they had just sacrificed a partner. At this time, they were completely angry, vowed to shoot down the J-20 in front, and bomb it to pieces. Exclamation mark. However, at this moment ahead, the F-20 suddenly ... The height climbed rapidly, rise to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then, the F-20 suddenly made a super difficult, tactical action. Separate S maneuver 10,000 meters below, in the sea battleship, Ha. When the group of air combat pilots saw the sky above ... The terrifying means of flying, the expressions of all the pilots suddenly changed. Shock. This! Exclamation mark. Is it separated S maneuver? Exclamation mark. Called again, broken S, half rolled upside down. It is derived from the English splits, and the source of the name is probably due to its trajectory of half S. The action of breaking the S is to complete a 180-degree descending roll in a circling and rolling motion. Pull the joystick backwards in reverse rolling to make the fighter descend, and maintain a continuous pulling force until the fighter is level and facing the opposite direction. Breaking S can quickly gain speed. In addition to descent, the reversal increases the route of the fighter's descent to the surface. This increases acceleration. When descending, the increased speed increases the vertical turning radius, and breaks S at a low altitude, or maintaining a too high speed during the descent may make the fighter unable to pull up. This is the most taboo ultra highly difficult maneuver among all combat pilots in air combat. Known as the Death S maneuver. Once, the fighter maneuvering demonstration failed. The entire fighter jet may crash and die. However, at this moment, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, that F-20 fighter actually made separation S maneuvers under such terrible circumstances. Exclamation mark. The sonic boom keeps sweeping. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the J-20 fighter jet, in a terrifying and gorgeous combat posture, suddenly tilted sideways and moved across. Exclamation mark. The F-20 fighter jets, almost instantly, met with the two F-22 fighter jets at the rear in the air. Originally, it was a pursuit war. At this time, the directions are exchanged. The F-20 passed by with two F-22s. Swish. Two Hellfire missiles swept out of the J-20 fighter. In an instant, the Hellfire roared and roared, shooting towards the F-22 Raptor in the Atlantic Ocean, bursting away. Situation, reversal. No, of the two fighters, the expressions of the two fighter pilots changed suddenly. The pupils were horrified, trying to drive the fighter quickly, and flee. But they didn't come to escape at all. Hellfire, air-to-air missiles! The latest research and development in the summer, air combat-to-air combat, super high explosive warhead. It was developed by Yangtze Heavy Industry Military Group and spent huge sums of money. It is loaded with high explosives and used to strike armored targets and is considered to reach the level of the fifth generation of anti-air warfare. Its maximum range, guidance accuracy, reprogramming flexibility, anti-interference ability and lethal power have been improved, but the price is as high as 1 million yuan. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to be imprisoned. When two missiles hit hard. Two F-22 Raptor fighter jets. Boom, boom. In an instant, the fire wave swept into the sky. Two F-22 Raptor fighters. In an instant, the fuselage shattered. Burst. In an instant, it turned into a wave of fire! The two Atlantic fighter pilots didn't even have time to eject and escape, so they were directly engulfed by the terrifying flames, and in the sky. T was blown to the ground. No bones left. 10,000 meters in the sky. The fire waves are raging. Smoke swept. Countless warplane wreckage, from high in the sky, fell rapidly. Above the sea level, dozens of warships were on board. All the fighters, all the air combat pilots, their faces shocked like never before, solemn. At this moment, all the fighters stretched out their hands together and paid a solemn military salute to the J-20 fighter at an altitude of 10,000 meters! 1 versus 3 F-20, confront 3 F-22 Raptors, and destroy them! This is simply, it is an unprecedented victory in an air battle in the east of Asia! Excited. In this joint military exercise, the Atlantic tried to provoke and sent fighter planes to interfere. As a result, it was destroyed by a J-20 fighter plane on its own. This is simply! This is more than just the victory of this air battle. This is an absolute testimony of force! F-20, the latest hot summer, fifth-generation fighter, has ultra-high performance maneuverability, terrible combat power, completely become the supreme air combat master in this eastern territory. Over 10,000 meters, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, sitting in the cabin of the J-20. He took a deep breath with his cigarette in his mouth. He raised his hand slightly and rushed to the bottom of the cabin. The soldiers who were several kilometers below returned a military salute. Then, he turned the fuselage and turned on the carrier search radar system. He pushed the climbing rod abruptly. Swish! The F-20 fighter, like a bullet, swept out with a sonic boom towards the west. the direction of the Gulf of Oman, breaking through the air! Exclamation mark. I found that there are still readers who don't vote for monthly tickets, so let me explain. The monthly pass does not cost you a penny. You read books every month, and you will get a monthly pass as long as you consume it. If the monthly pass is not sent, it will be cleared at the end of the month. So, please trouble me, and send a monthly pass for this book. Tap the reading screen once, and 3 circles will appear in the upper right corner. Click on that circle to vote for a monthly pass. Travelers don't need you to give a reward, only you need to send me a monthly pass. Thanks a lot! Exclamation mark. I will work hard to update. Chapter 639-2, Rejection of the Mission, Military Sanctions. Over 10,000 meters, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm. Sitting in the cabin of the J-20, he took a deep breath with his cigarette in his mouth. He raised his hand slightly and rushed to the bottom of the cabin. The soldiers who were several kilometers below returned a military salute. Then, he turned the fuselage and turned on the carrier search radar system. He pushed the climbing rod abruptly. Swish! The F-20 fighter, like a bullet, swept out with a sonic boom towards the west, the direction of the Gulf of Oman, breaking through the air! Exclamation mark. He is of death. How can he be the one who can do this after being provoked by others? Since the opponent sent a fighter to attack, then, things. How can it be forgotten? How can Liang Tsai form a knot? Even if it's a matter of course, since the enemy dared to send fighters, and the goal was his death, that means the enemy must know him. Since it is an old friend, then Chen Zong, how can he not go over and say hello? What if? Don't respond by throwing a few missiles at the enemy slayer. Then, the friendship between friends is meaningless. The J-20 fighter jet screamed, and with the super high-precision radar system of the J-20, it screamed towards the Gulf of Oman. However, at the same time, 10,000 meters high in the sky, just as the J-20 was whizzing by ahead, dozens of F-22 Raptor fighter jets screamed towards the opposite side. In an instant, the fighters of both sides passed by. At this moment, Chen Zong's pupils suddenly condensed. 20, F-22 Raptor! Exclamation mark. This is the Air Force Combat Forces, jointly dispatched? Question mark. Those 20 Raptors did not turn around after seeing his J-20, but whistling toward the front? Exclamation mark. So, their goal? Question mark. Is it a joint military exercise? At this moment, Chen Zhongguang's eyes were deep. In an instant, he guessed the opponent's goal. 20 Raptors, trying to interfere destroyed the joint military exercise. Is this, want to avenge the 3 fighters that just sacrificed? The corners of Chen Zhonging's mouth flashed with an arc. He did not turn the fuselage either. Instead, he speeded up suddenly, driving the J-20, and whizzing towards the sea ahead, the Gulf of Oman. There is no need for him to worry about the military exercise scene. 4 joint aircraft carriers are present. How can it be that dozens of F-22 Raptors can resist? Not to mention, in the sea area of the military exercise site, there is another statue. One person can be comparable to the terrifying existence of the entire aircraft carrier. Divine Phoenix. Chen Zong does not need to worry at all. All he had to do at this time was to find the enemy's nest, destroy, blow. However, at the same time, Persian Gulf, the tripartite state, a joint military exercise zone, dozens of warships, all docked in the sea. A piece of live ammunition and all air combat missiles have been loaded. However, at this moment, suddenly, a rapid sirens sounded on the radars of all warships! Exclamation mark. On the radar interface, 20 red dots flashed continuously, and they were approaching the sea area of the joint military exercise rapidly! Exclamation mark. Report found 20 UFOs approaching. Suspected Atlantic. Special supersonic fighter. In an instant, Bursts of emergency reports were passed on to the ears of all the captains of the tripartite joint military exercise. At this moment, the situation is unprecedentedly solemn and tense. 3 continents, during this joint military exercise. On the other side of the ocean, fighters are constantly being sent to interfere. Make trouble! Exclamation mark. Even breaking through the military exercise blockade! Exclamation mark. Is this provoking the Third World War? Exclamation mark. The Atlantic Ocean is too arrogant. Are you really a trilateral warship and dare not open fire? Exclamation mark. If, really start. Don't say, 20 fighter jets. Just come several times. Just dare to rush into this joint blockade sea area. All will be sunk in 10 minutes. Exclamation mark. You know, there are 4 aircraft carrier formations in the sea area at the scene. Exclamation mark. Joint military exercises on 3 continents, firepower coverage, covering the entire Persian Gulf. Is it a joke? The reason why the 3 continents did not do anything was that they did not want to start the war first. This is inconsistent with the provisions of international peace law. But, at this time the Atlantic, but still dare to shoot fighters coming? Exclamation mark. This naked provocation is unscrupulous. This is simply too much. All the artillery fire, prepare together. In an instant, all 3 continents, all fleets, ordered together. This time, they don't plan to bear it anymore. Western fighters, this time, dare to break into the military blockade airspace of 3 continents. This time, it will directly destroy the blows at once, and shoot them all down. However, at this moment, on the sea level, in that pirate speedboat, Divine Phoenix had a cold face and calm eyes as he scanned the direction of the western sky deeply. Dozens of silver lights, from the clouds in the distance, approached quickly. The sonic boom screamed and swept across the sky. Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes slowly condensed. Atlantic, F-22, Raptor. This time, more were dispatched. 20. The entire air combat model, combined formation. A strange arc flashed in Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes. The Atlantic, this is an attempt to provoke a war? Did he? At this moment, a 3rd department, Zhang Yazhu's encrypted special message was sent from the Xinhuan Watch. Zhang Yazhu, codenamed Divine Phoenix, emergency takeover, destroy, 20. F-22 fighters. Task Commission, RMB 10 million per frame. If this information is seen by other overseas media, I am afraid it will be shocked. This mom destroys the top F-22 fighter jets in the Atlantic, or is it paid for one by one? 10 million, one? The more you destroy, the more reward. This is simply. Divine Phoenix raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Above, there are 2 button options. 1. Accept the order and get the reward. 2. Rejection of the mission, military sanctions. This. Simply. There is no choice. Almost every task promulgated by the 3rd sector is in a severe situation. Agents are hardly allowed to refuse most tasks. Once, refuse to accept the task, then the parties involved will be severe military sanctions. Companion with a king is like a companion with a tiger. With the 3rd sector, the entire life was handed over to the 3rd sector. Once the agent enter the identity. In this life, I am afraid, there is no chance to escape. From the moment she joined the 3rd department, her life no longer belongs to her and belong to the country affiliated to the 3rd sector. Even if it is a sea of swordsmanship, even if you know it is death, she can only go and die. Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were calm, stretched out his jade finger, and lightly tapped on the watch interface. 1. Accept the order and get the reward. She raised her head slightly, beautiful eyes glanced over the sky in the distance. In a mere 20 F-22 fighters, as far as she is concerned, in fact it is no different from fighting flies. In the next second, her delicate body suddenly bounced, Leaping up, the speedboat at his feet was directly trampled by a huge force and drowned on the spot. Hey! The Divine Phoenix body instantly landed on the Yanlong, the huge silver battleship aircraft carrier deck. However, at the same time, Yanlong is already a warship of all the other 3 continents. Chi-Chi received the order. End missile operations. All warheads are prepared together, and no fire is allowed. Because the battlefield below was handed over to that hot summer woman. After all, this is related to the global relationship situation. On the hot summer side, uphold the peace agreement, and do not want to do anything to cause war. Therefore, the aircraft carrier warships are not moving. Let Divine Phoenix take the shot. The status of Divine Phoenix is special, and it is not recognized by Yangtze officials. Therefore, she did not violate any international peace regulations. It's reasonable. At this moment, the gazes of countless warriors all turned towards the Divine Phoenix. Everyone is curious and surprised. How does this mysterious Eastern woman cope with the 20 over the sky, howling F-22 Raptor fighter? Exclamation mark. Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were calm and deep, standing on the deck of Yanlong. She glanced around. Then, his gaze was fixed not far away, a sniper on the tower. She greeted the sniper, made a combat gesture and began to command. 3 minutes later, the air was shot at an angle of 45 degrees, bearing 102,330, and an oblique angle. An interval of 1 second, a 60-degree angle in the sky. The second shot. An interval of 1 second, a 70-degree angle in the sky. The third shot. An interval of 1 second, 80 degrees above the sky. The fourth shot. An interval of 1 second, a 90-degree angle in the sky. The fifth shot. Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were calm and deep, and he slowly gestured and commanded. The sniper's eyes were solemn, although he didn't understand what this beautiful code-named agent wanted to do. But he still looked solemn and nodded. He would shoot according to Divine Phoenix's request. Around the scene, on the entire sea area, all the other soldiers looked surprised and puzzled, watching this scene. In the face, there are 2010 top F-20 fighter jets. This legendary summer Chinese character class, codenamed Divine Phoenix. Yes, how to deal with it. Add more to. Thank you brothers who sent me a monthly pass today. Thank you for your support. Exclamation mark. I love you all. Looking for a wave of monthly tickets. Let's be the first. Exclamation mark. Chapter 640 Divine Phoenix, Attack. Yanlong aircraft carrier, on deck. Divine Phoenix's eyes were calm, just standing there indifferently. Her eyes were deep and indifferent, staring at the 20 silver lights that quickly passed by not far away. 20 F-22 Raptors are passing by quickly, coming at breaking the speed of sound. There was a burst of sonic boom, coming from far away. Murderous. F-22 Raptor fighter, flying height, vertical sea height, 4,000 meters. Flying speed, 2,700 kilometers, supersonic speed. Flight ray, Stipe combat formation. The Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were deep, and with just one glance, he could see the formation of the opponent's fighter plane, which was already the entire fighter plane. Time is approaching every minute and every second. In almost an instant, those 20 fighter jets broke through the airspace blocked by the joint military exercise of the 3 countries. Enter directly through the air. At this moment, Divine Phoenix's right hand lightly raised. Signal, sniper, shoot. The sniper looked solemn and raised his sniper rifle to the air. A 45-degree angle in the sky, 102,330 azimuth, shot at an oblique angle. Bar. A sniper bullet slammed through the sky, and blasted away at a 45-degree angle. Divine Phoenix's delicate body flashed suddenly, like a ghost, catching up with the bullet that exploded from high altitude. Her bulletproof leather boots under her feet slammed on the sniper bullet. The whole body suddenly burst out with a force, overcoming the force of gravity, leaping away along hundreds of meters in the sky. Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. When see this scene. In the sea area, the faces of all the soldiers changed in unison! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. This is borrowing the power of trampling bullets. Trying to reach the sky! Exclamation mark. Bar. On the Yanlong Tower, the sniper looked solemn, and then ... fired into the air. A second shot. Swish. A bullet whizzed and shot towards the sky. At an angle of 60 degrees! Exclamation mark. The bullet reached the feet of Divine Phoenix almost instantly. Divine Phoenix's delicate body had already lost its ascent power at this time. At this moment, the sniper bullet suddenly came. She slammed on her leather shoes. Exclamation mark. Toward hundreds of meters above the sky, leaping away. Step on the sniper bullet, unarmed. Ascend 1,000 meters in the sky. This is simply on the sea level of the joint military exercise. All the soldiers in the audience, seeing this scene, Chica's eyes widened and couldn't believe it. This! Exclamation mark. Completely violated Newton's theorems of physics! Exclamation mark. A human being, with bare hands ... how can it be ... to climb ... thousands of meters in the sky! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Boo! At the same time, below, the sniper ... in this time, fired a third shot. The bullet screamed and flew past the feet of Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix stepped heavily on the bullet, and his body took the opportunity to rise into the air again. In almost an instant, she had already risen into the air. Her body leapt 2 kilometers into the air. The whole audience, below the sea. The group of soldiers, their eyes widened, shocked, and couldn't believe it. The fourth sniper bullet came whizzing. Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were cold, and his right foot once again faced the bullet below, stomping down severely. Exclamation mark. Whoosh! Her beautiful body leapt up again, ascended directly to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Zheng. In her right hand, the blood-red dagger had already appeared. God Soldier, Nirvana. But, at the same time, high above, the 20 F-22 fighter jets are screaming and coming out of the air. Murderous. Bar. Below, the fifth sniper bullet came again. Exclamation mark. Swish 6. At the feet of Divine Phoenix, his strength suddenly accumulated, and with the power of the bullet, his body leapt upward again. This time, directly broke through to an altitude of 4,000 meters. Exclamation mark. At this moment, she and the 20 F-22 fighters in the sky, almost at the same time, were in parallel at an altitude of 4,000 meters. Exclamation mark. Borrow sniper bullets and climb up the bullet ladder. Unarmed, without borrowing any flying equipment, reach an altitude of 4,000 meters. Exclamation mark. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Everyone below opened their eyes wide, and their faces were shocked! Exclamation mark. In almost an instant, it crossed with the 4,000 meter high Divine Phoenix. At this moment, among the group of fighters, the fighter pilots also saw this horrifying scene! Exclamation mark. A beautiful hot summer woman, so unexpectedly, appeared in the air at 4,000 meters! Exclamation mark. Is this him? Exclamation mark. Is it a ghost? Exclamation mark. A human suddenly ... appeared above 4 kilometers in the sky! Exclamation mark. How the hell? How is it possible? Exclamation mark. However, at this moment, Divine Phoenix gently pulled his left hand, and instantly ... on the wing of an F-22 fighter plane. With her whole body, she jumped into the fighter directly. Whoosh! The huge wind howls. F-22 Raptor, with a terrifying speed of 2,700 kilometers per hour, carrying her body, screaming in the sky. Her long hair is flying fast. The whole body, facing the wind. No one, at such a high speed, simply can't bear it. Ordinary humans, I am afraid that they have been hypoxic long ago, and their brains have directly fallen into a state of death. Even, the body may be swept by the wind, torn apart. This is twice the supersonic speed! Exclamation mark. The F-22 fighters whizzed hurriedly in the fighter cabin. The pilot looked solemn. He didn't expect ... someone would dare to jump on his fighter plane! Exclamation mark. An unknown target landed on my plane. The fighter pilot looked solemn and reported to the captain in the radio headset urgently. The entire high sky, fighter planes lined up, unprecedented dignity. Dragon tornado maneuvered and threw it down. The captain of the fighter plane sat in the cabin of another fighter plane, glanced at it, and solemnly ordered, "Understand 6." The fighter pilot nodded his head, and then, in the next second, he shook the fighter's direction lever abruptly. Swish! The entire fighter jet was spinning fast, like a tornado, at a super high speed, at an altitude of 4,000 meters, spinning fast! Exclamation mark. Trying to throw the woman off the plane. 360-degree rotation. Around the picture, the sky is spinning! Exclamation mark. No ordinary person, outside the cabin ... under such terrible pressure, can't survive. Don't be thrown down by the plane ... You will also be overloaded by the terrifying pressure, and the visceral shock will vomit blood! Exclamation mark. But Divine Phoenix, with a calm and indifferent complexion, still landed on the fighter plane, his left hand tightly tugging on the fighter plane's wing. After undergoing such a terrifying tornado maneuver, she was unharmed! Exclamation mark. In the cabin of the fighter plane, the pilot was already pale, and he couldn't bear it. Puff! The fighter pilot's stomach turned upside down for a while, and he spun 360 continuously, and he was about to throw up. Finally he couldn't help but vomited out a big mouthful of gastric juice. However, at this moment, outside the cabin, the beautiful eyes of the Divine Phoenix were calm, and the dagger in his right hand slammed into the wing of the cabin, and slashed fiercely. Zheng 6. There was a sound of metal being cut! Exclamation mark. The wing of the F-222 Raptor fighter was severely cut open by her with a dagger! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. No! The fighter pilot's complexion suddenly changed to horror. The wing of the fighter plane was cut open! Exclamation mark. The entire fighter was completely out of control! Exclamation mark. The fighter plane fell straight down! Exclamation mark. The Divine Phoenix body was as fast as lightning, and suddenly flashed, and instantly jumped onto another plane nearby! Exclamation mark. The fighter with the broken wing quickly fell downward. The pilot's expression was shocked. Boo! The fighter pilot slammed the ejection escape button. The entire fighter flight seat suddenly ejected from the cabin! Exclamation mark. Puff! The back of the flight seat, a parachute bag, suddenly opened. The pilot was steadily hung high in the air by the parachute, and slowly landed downward. But, Divine Phoenix, how could it be possible to give him a chance to escape? With a spin of his right hand, the Nirvana dagger shot out. Puff puff! Nirvana was like a red glow, and instantly ... cut off the pilot's parachute rope. No, no, help me, I don't want to die! The pilot yelled, but his body, without the support of the parachute, was completely powerless. The whole body fell to the sea thousands of meters below. Under that huge gravity, even if there is sea water below, but he fell from such a high ground, the body will also be crushed by the pressure of the sea water. 3. Chapter 641 Mysterious, Gru. The pilot yelled, but his body, without the support of the parachute, was completely powerless. The whole body fell to the sea several kilometers below. Under that huge gravity, even if there is sea water below, but he fell from such a high ground, the body will also be crushed by the pressure of the sea. And, at the same time, above 4,000 meters above the sky, only 21 F-22 Raptor fighters are left. The body of the Divine Phoenix is hovering on a fighter plane, with long hair dancing in the gusty wind, beautifully messy, just like a demon girl from hell. Report: that unknown woman landed on my plane. Request a killing plan. In the fighter cabin, the fighter pilot's expression changed drastically, and he reported solemnly! Just now, he saw with his own eyes that a companion was abruptly cut off his wings and destroyed his companion fighter! It's it! This woman is simply a devil! At this moment, the woman landed on her plane, and the pilot's expression completely changed! Urgent report, urgent help! At an altitude of 4,000 meters, F-22 fighter jets queued up. The captain of the Air Combat Command, sitting in the cabin of another fighter, looked solemn, turned his head, glanced at the situation of the F-22 fighter. The face of this captain is also more solemn than ever! Cobra maneuver. Dive high. Let her body exceed the load. She must not be able to bear it, the captain shouted with a sharp face. But the captain's voice just fell. Suddenly, Divine Phoenix's right hand suddenly raised. Dove. A phoenix screamed and howled the sky. The Nirvana dagger, like a red electric light, whizzed towards the captain's fighter! The face of the captain changed drastically! He didn't have time to react, he didn't have time to escape. Puff! The red dagger pierced the bulletproof glass door of the fighter fiercely, and instantly shot out from the head of the flight captain's helmet. Hongman whirled high in the sky and flew back to the hands of Divine Phoenix. However, the helmet and head of the flight captain slowly split apart. The scarlet sauce splashed and stained the entire fighter cabin, staining the entire piece of bulletproof glass red. Team leader: no, Captain. Oh my God! In an instant, of all the fighter jets, all the pilots' complexions changed suddenly! I watching their captain, claiming to be the best carry-based air combat pilot in the entire Ford aircraft carrier, and the winner of the Atlantic Falcon Air Combat Medal. That's it? Was someone, a knife, split the head in half? What the fuck? Simply! The captain's F-22 Raptor fighter instantly lost control. The entire fighter plane dived obliquely towards the sea below. Falling down. The whole scene is more solemn than ever! All the air combat pilots are all dumbfounded! In the blink of an eye, their captain are all dead! God, Lord God, bless me, Amen. In the cabin of an F-22 Raptor, a black pilot looked terrified and prayed again and again. This air battle is simply unprecedented. This entire formation of F-22 Raptor fighters, encountered unprecedented super rivals! No, not a rival. That woman is a demon! It's definitely a devil! Die to me. In the midst of the fighter plane where the Divine Phoenix was, the pilot looked furious, and he suddenly pulled up the fighter's ascent rod. A super-fast Cobra maneuvering, 360-degree maneuvers at high altitude, attempting to throw that woman off the fighter plane fiercely! However, what disappointed him was after a terrifying Cobra maneuvered overload. That terrible woman still stayed firmly on the wing of the plane. Tiny ants, see you in hell. On Divine Phoenix's beautiful red lips, there was a touch of a ghostly seductive curve. In the next second, her dagger burst out of the air. With a fierce stab, directly stabbed the fighter jet's full fuel tank compartment. No! The fighter pilot's complexion changed suddenly! In the next second, Divine Phoenix's delicate body flashed suddenly and flew directly onto another plane! As for the F-22 Raptor fighter whose fuel tank was punctured, the fuel tank leaked rapidly. Countless gasoline was instantly sucked into the rotor motor of the fighter's engine. Puff! In an instant, the gasoline was directly ignited under the high temperature of the airplane's wing engine. The next second, boom! The whole fighter jet. The engine exploded directly! The entire fighter plane was swallowed by infinite flames. The pilot had not even had time to press the escape ejection device in the future, and the whole person had been swallowed in an endless sea of flames. The scene was shocking like never before! Thousands of meters in the sky! Bursts of black smoke billowed! The sea area below, the scene of a joint military exercise. All the soldiers, Chica's eyes widened, in disbelief, staring at the sky. That unprecedented panic and horror, killing scene! This! What the fuck! A weak woman, one person's power, bare hands, slaughtered the countless F-22 Raptor fighters! What the fuck? Are you making a movie? Still playing games? How is this possible? At this moment, everyone even has an illusion. This is not true. The F-22 Raptor of Atlantic Dizzu, the super 5th generation fighter, is the world's super rare combat weapon for decades. At this moment, it became like a paper airplane? Being continuously destroyed by people! This fucking it's almost! Can't believe it! During the military exercise, the 4 super-nuclear-powered aircraft carrier ships, the 4 captains, all dignified, stared at the sky above, the terrible battle. That long-haired woman, at this moment, the terrifying power that everyone feels, her back is chilling. This is the terrifying power of the 3rd Department, Chinese character-level agents! One person fights against 20 F-22 Raptor fighters! If such characters betrayed, then I am afraid will be a disaster for the whole world. Aboard the Variag aircraft carrier in the polar bear state, a 50-year-old captain, with a strong body, stood in front of the podium with a dignified and deep complexion, staring at the podium closely. His face was more solemn than ever, compared with the GRU agents in our continent. Which agent is stronger? Weak. His voice was calm and solemn, and slowly asked the military behind him. The military looked solemn and hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to answer. GRU, full name, GRU General Administration. The Polar Bear Department, the most mysterious general staff of the armed forces, is abbreviated as the General Intelligence Bureau. It is the Polar Bear State, the most secret department of the intelligence agency. During the Soviet period, the GRU headquarters was located in the Soviet General Senate compound on Arbat Street, Moscow, called the 4th Bureau of the General Staff, codenamed 44388. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the GRU headquarters building was inherited by the Polar Bear State and became the seat of the General Staff of the Arctic Armed Forces. Today, GRU has developed into one of the most terrifying secret intelligence bases in the world. It is as famous as the CIA in the Atlantic Ocean and MI6 in Dizzu that the sun never sets. However, This moment on the Variag, in front of the military, it was indeed more solemn than ever. He was silent for a long time, and finally slowly shook his head. Without actual combat, the subordinates, can't guess, heard this answer. On the Variag, the captain's complexion became deep and solemn. Hot summer. The third sector, although it has never been officially recognized, it's terrifying. It makes people's back chill. Thousands of meters above the sky, the fierce air combat continues. Murderous, a fighter jet swiftly passed by the Divine Phoenix, and finally couldn't help it, firing frantically on the Divine Phoenix. At the risk of the comrade-in-arms aircraft under Divine Phoenix. They might be shot down, and this woman must be shot down on the spot. Da. The terrifying tongue of flames swept toward the Divine Phoenix. Divine Phoenix's beautiful pupils condensed slightly. In the next second, the dagger in the right hand danced suddenly. Form a terrible red light barrier carrot. Dang dang dang. Countless bullets that struck her were chopped down by her before they got close to her. Then in the next second, her delicate body suddenly jumped up. The dagger in his right hand turned into a red glow, fiercely. It slashed down at the firing F-22 Raptor fighter! Zheng. There was a terrifying sound of metal cutting. In the blink of an eye, the F-22 Raptor was in the air, and was forcibly disintegrated by the Divine Phoenix knife and slash! Ask for a monthly pass! Seek support! As soon as the Divine Phoenix comes out, the monthly pass is vertical and horizontal! Let me see how much influence the Divine Phoenix has. Chapter 642 Fighter Formation, Destroyed Zheng. There was a terrifying sound of metal cutting. In the blink of an eye, the F-22 Raptor was in the air, and was forcibly disintegrated! The scene above, an unprecedented killing. One person, unarmed fight against 20 F-22 Raptor fighters. In an instant, nearly half of the destruction was shot down! It's it. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen fighter jets remaining at an altitude of several kilometers. Almost half were cut and destroyed. Climb the altitude. Pull me up to 10,000 meters high. Let her die from hypoxia. And, among the fighter jets, a pilot looked solemn and shouted in the radio headset! At this time, even their captain commander was killed. The entire queue was disrupted like never before. Hearing the pilot's reminder, all the queues tilted their noses up at a 90-degree angle in the sky. Then, slam the engine. Swish swish. Dozens of F-22 Raptor fighter jets slammed through the sky and climbed towards the sky of 10,000 meters! Trying to suffocate the woman outside the plane from the oxygen-deficient environment of the high-altitude ozone layer. In almost an instant, dozens of fighter jets pierced through an altitude of 10,000 meters, and pierced directly toward the sky above 20,000 meters. You can even see the deep blue universe outside the ozone layer of the atmosphere. The fighter jet has almost reached the limit of height rise. But, what makes all fighter pilots tremble? Outside the fighter, that terrifying demon woman, after all, is still intact! This, his mother! At an altitude of 20,000 meters, endless icy clouds and ozone layer, the temperature drops to tens of degrees below zero. As a result, the glass of the fighter cabin began to freeze. However, the woman outside the cabin was still intact. Nirvana with her right hand suddenly rose. Hongman wears through. Puff. A fighter jet in front was directly chopped into two pieces! At an altitude of 20,000 meters, above the ozone layer. Horrible murderous intent, frantic surging. One person, duel, more than a dozen F-22 Raptor fighters. Boom. A fighter plane was swept across the sky by the Divine Phoenix's dagger before it had time to escape. The whole body of the fighter jet was cut and split and exploded in an instant! The figure of the Divine Phoenix, like a ghost, is constantly sweeping at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Boom, boom, boom. A fighter exploded frantically! Exclamation mark. Dove. Huang Ming whistled where Nirvana passed. Almost, in a blink of an eye, dozens of F-22 Raptor fighters ... all were bombed! Exclamation mark. With dozens of fighter jets, there is no chance of counterattack or escape. Only the last fighter was left. The pilot was trembling with horror. He drove the fighter hurriedly, trying to escape from the fire and explosion. But how could he escape Divine Phoenix's killing range? The combat radius of the Divine Phoenix is measured in kilometers. As long as within 5 kilometers of her body, no one can escape her killing. Swish! The Divine Phoenix body rushed to the fighter like lightning. Nirvana with his right hand stabs the engine turbine on the fighter wing fiercely. Clang clang clang! A terrifying sound of metal swept across and shattered! Exclamation mark. The entire fighter trembles violently in an instant! Exclamation mark. The engine's turbine was directly shattered by this blow! Exclamation mark. The entire engine expanded violently! Exclamation mark. At that moment, the pilot's expression suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. No, he tried to parachute to escape, but it was too late. Boom! A shocking explosion swept across! Exclamation mark. The whole fighter jet, in an instant, turned into a sky of flames! Exclamation mark. Smoke billowing. Divine Phoenix's delicate body was also lifted away by a wave of air towards the sea below. He loses weight rapidly and falls down at an altitude of 20,000 meters. All fighters were blown up. All the pilots who tried to eject and escape were also killed. None survived. One person versus 20 F-20 fighter jets. One group destroys each other. The entire Raptor fighter formation. 10,000 meters below, the combat sea area. The sea area center of the joint military exercise. On the dozens of battleships, all the soldiers, all raised their heads together. Their eyes were complex and solemn, looking at the pictures in the clouds above. Over the sky, there are constantly exploding wreckage of fighter jets, falling from the clouds. The scene is unprecedentedly solemn. But still missing the figure of the female agent. At this time, everyone's hearts were faintly worried. That hot summer female agent was taken into the sky so high, 10,000 meters. How can she get down from high in the sky? This is a terrible question. However, at this moment, suddenly, on the tens of thousands of meters above the clouds, a beautiful shadow cut through the void, falling quickly towards the sea below. Almost in an instant, that shadow fell straight towards the bottom of the sea. Falling down. At this moment, the complexions of all the soldiers on the fleet suddenly changed. She does not have a protective device? Question mark. That's it. Bare hands. Falling down? Exclamation mark. I'm afraid something will happen. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters into the sea, under such a high distance, the body will withstand the pressure of gravity thousands of times. Under such terrible pressure, no one can survive. The moment the body collided with the surface of the sea, the huge water surface pressure will shatter the internal organs of the human body, and even the entire body. But, at the same time, the beautiful shadow above has quickly fallen towards the sea. Puffing, Josue fell into the water fiercely. A huge wave of water splashed. Then, the entire azure sea area instantly returned to calm. The shadow of that woman completely disappeared in the sea. On dozens of battleships, all the soldiers looked shocked and complicated, looking at the sea level. But, never saw again the figure of that woman. Search and rescue. Quick, search and rescue. On the battleship, several captains looked solemn and immediately ordered! Exclamation mark. However, the search and rescue team has not yet been dispatched. On the blue sea, a beautiful shadow suddenly surfaced. Wu Hei's long hair flicked back gently, just like the beautiful mermaid goes to sea. Code name, Divine Phoenix. This moment, the hearts of everyone present jumped instantly. Everyone, their complexion has become shocked like never before, shocked, and can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Hot summer agents, one person. Slaughtered. An entire F-22 Raptor fighter jet, a formation of fighter jets! Exclamation mark. Afterwards, she was still intact. This simply! Exclamation mark. If this incident spreads, the entire world, the Atlantic Ocean, will tremble! Exclamation mark. However, at the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, Strait of the Gulf of Oman, a J-20 fighter jet was passing by a silver light, hurriedly toward the sea ahead, whizzing away. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were deep and indifferent, and he was slowly scanning the blue waters thousands of meters down. He is looking for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier combat group. Since the Atlantic can send an entire F-22 Raptor combat formation, then they will be equipped with a powerful nuclear-powered aircraft carrier formation in the nearby waters. At this time, he trying to find the whereabouts of the Atlantic aircraft carrier in the vast sea. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Brothers, the monthly pass will not be given again. It will expire. Seek support. I don't need you to give me money. Just ask for a monthly pass for me. Every month, the system will give you a monthly pass. It's free. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 643 Unknown Object Approaching. However, at the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, Strait of the Gulf of Oman, a J-20 fighter jet was passing by a silver light, hurriedly toward the sea ahead, whizzing away. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were deep and indifferent, and he was slowly scanning the blue waters thousands of meters down. He is looking for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier combat group. Since the Atlantic can send an entire F-22 Raptor combat formation, then they will be equipped with a powerful nuclear-powered aircraft carrier formation in the nearby waters. At this time, he trying to find the whereabouts of the Atlantic aircraft carrier in the vast sea. The F-20 fighter jets continuously increase their flight altitude. It has almost ascended to an altitude of 7 kilometers. The higher the height, the larger the field of view. At an altitude of 7,000 meters, the view is the best. There is no cloud blocking, and it can clearly overlook the entire sea area. The more we can find the whereabouts of the aircraft carrier group in the sea. He sat in the cabin of the warplane with deep eyes, smoking a cigarette, and constantly looking around the sea below. Nowadays, scientific and technological radars are developed. In fact, any object within a few kilometers can be warned by radar detection. However, the development of detection radars has also led to the rise of stealth radars. The Atlantic aircraft carrier fleet is equipped with the world's most advanced stealth system. Almost any radar equipment, it is impossible to find its existence. Therefore, the battle almost returned to its most primitive period. Search by the naked eye. In this vast sea, the whereabouts of the aircraft carrier fleet was found. This seems to be back to the scene of World War II. That year, during the Second World War, the two continents, M and R, went to war at sea and decisively battled Midway Island. Many fighter pilots rely on a pair of eyes to look for the whereabouts of the aircraft carrier fleet on the endless sea. At this time, the scene seemed to return to World War II. The boundless sea is blue. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin of the J-20, slowly searching the sea below. He has a deep gaze, staring at the position of the sea area, constantly calculating the coordinate position. From the Gulf of Oman, fly to the Persian Gulf Strait. 500 kilometers along the way, a single voyage. Back and forth, it is 1,000 kilometers voyage. In addition, various tactical evasive actions and escape routes during combat. To complete this mission, a fuel voyage is required, which is about 1,800 kilometers. Then, the enemy's aircraft carrier fleet must be at the coordinate position 105,088. This position is the best landing point for the aircraft. The fighter can have enough fuel to fly back here. Chen Zhongying's eyes were deep and calm, slowly condensing. In the next second, he was driving the J-20 fighter plane, leaning suddenly, toward the target sea area, and hurried away. High in the sky, the wind howled. Inside the fighter cabin, the roar of huge engines continued. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin, his eyes deep. He looked straight down at the boundless sea. The enemy aircraft carrier base. Where will it be? In the endless sea, there is azure blue, and it is endless. To find an aircraft carrier on this entire sea level is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. If you are lucky, it would be nice to find it. If you are unlucky, I am afraid that you will not be able to find it for several months. Nature is too vast. Humans. In front of nature, they are equivalent to ants. However, at this moment, suddenly, in the fighter cabin, Chen Zong's pupils suddenly condensed. He has deep eyes, staring straight at the sea below. Below, 45 degrees, thousands of meters down in the sea. A huge rectangular box is slowly sailing in the sea. Atlantic, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. He finally found the old nest of the place. In the sea area thousands of meters below, around the aircraft carrier, dozens of top super fleets are escorting together 3 anti-aircraft cruisers, 3 anti-submarine destroyers, 2 attacking nuclear submarines, 2 logistics support ships, battle group 6 UFs cruise in formation, hovering over the aircraft carrier for air escort. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin a few kilometers above him, and at a glance, he could distinguish the size of the aircraft carrier battle group below. This is an absolute benchmark, super-scale combat fleet. From sea, land, air. All round, 3 known, comprehensive defense, early prevention, any crisis, and many more. This aircraft carrier. Is it? Chen Zhongying's eyes were deep, and he narrowed slightly. The shape of this aircraft carrier seems a bit familiar. Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed, and the corners of his mouth a radian. He recognized this aircraft carrier. The code name of this aircraft carrier is called Ford class. Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carrier. 2 years ago, the waters of the Pacific Ocean. The battle is vivid. 2 years ago, 70 Hornet fighters, 7 formations. That battle trembled the entire Pacific Gulf. In that battle, Chen Zhongying was injured, but it almost destroyed the entire nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Since then, within 2 years, there will be no Reaper code in the world. He was imprisoned into the 18th floor of the endless darkness of hell. Never day. Until, half a year ago, Zhang Yazu suddenly released him. The name of the of death finally appeared again. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, sitting in the J-20 cabin, and slowly squeezing out the cigarette butt. He slowly pushed down the fighter's joystick. Swish. The entire J-20 fighter jet, like a ghost, screamed towards the sea several kilometers below. But, at the same time, below the sea, the aircraft carrier fleet, UFs cruising formations at an altitude of several thousand meters, suddenly the sirens flashed! Exclamation mark. The drone's detection radar finally detected the target location of the F-20! Exclamation mark. Below, the Ford aircraft carrier, the podium. Captain Clinton had a deep and indifferent complexion. He was sitting in the rest cabin with his hands on his chest, and slowly closed to rest. Half an hour ago, he dispatched a whole formation of F-22 Raptor fighters to sail, trying to go to the sea area of the joint military exercise, at all costs, bombard the Reaper and fall into the sea area! Exclamation mark. At this moment, he is waiting quietly, waiting for news of the fighter's return. DDD. Warning, warning, unidentified object approaching. Insensitive object approaching. At this moment, the radar alarm sounded suddenly and continued to flash! Exclamation mark. In an instant, Clinton's pupils condensed and he opened his eyes suddenly. He suddenly turned over, got up from the rest cabin, and rushed directly to the podium. Captain, over the sky, 7 kilometers away, a UFO is approaching quickly. The radar crew looked solemn and reported anxiously! Exclamation mark. Clinton's face suddenly condensed, and he suddenly raised his head, staring directly at the sky outside the podium! Really, I saw a silver fighter, roaring and roaring. It cut through the sky, and with a terrifying sonic boom, it came in the direction of the battle group of the Ford aircraft carrier! J.20. Clinton's pupils condensed suddenly, his voice was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. Add more to! Ah! Looking for a wave of monthly tickets! I love you all! Chapter 644 Ghost, F-20. J.20. Clinton's pupils condensed suddenly, his voice was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. As the captain of the USS Ford, he has a deep knowledge of almost all combat equipment in the world. Know yourself and the enemy before you can win every battle. He is very clear about every continent and every fighter model. At this moment, when he saw the silver fighter in the sky for the first time, he recognized the model of that fighter in an instant. In the hot summer, the top 5th generation fighter, the F-20, codenamed ... Huilong. The NATO alliance calls it Flame Fangs. This is a terrorist combat model that is comparable to Western Dezhou. But at this time, this fighter was alone, broke into his carrier team! What the fuck? Alert! Alert! Clinton looked savage and screamed T! Airborne security blockade. Shoot him down for me. 1. The J-20 fighter in the summer tried to break into the airspace of the battle group of the USS Ford. This is simply an unprecedented provocation. With that, Clinton screamed. In the sky, 6 drones crossed in an instant, forming a terrifying phalanx, blasting towards the J-20. Da. 6 drones burst out of terrifying flames, and countless bullets rushed through. In the F-20 fighter, Chen Zong's pupils condensed. In the next second, he mobilized the fighter abruptly and tilted rapidly. A terrifying, hay-pound bucket flip maneuver. Instantly avoid the group of drones in front. UAFs, in air combat, now ... has become more and more dominant. Using infrared radar detection, you can instantly make countless difficult effects, and carry out strong and destructive strikes on air combat places. However, drones have a fatal weakness. It has no IQ. The speed of the drone is extremely fast and the tracking is extremely strong. The lethality is amazing, but it has no IQ. Can't distinguish the purpose of those terrifying fighter maneuvers from high in the sky. At this time, Chen Zonggun was driving the J-20, turning over a terrible half-cutty bucket, bewildering the group of drones. In the UAF's infrared detection radar, the target aircraft suddenly disappeared in front. However, at this moment, suddenly, above the 6 drones, a silver light pierced down quickly! At this time, J-20, I don't know when, already appeared in the airspace above them. Swish swish. Several Hellfire missiles were fired violently attacked! Boom! Why? The sky is full of flames. In an instant, the 6 UAF early warning fighters were directly blasted to pieces. The sky is full of fire waves. Scene unprecedented. The gunpowder is full of smoke, murderous intent is raging. Fack. Clinton stood in front of the podium with anger and shock, staring at the sky. The 6 drones that were blown up! The airborne early warning power was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye! What the fuck is this? The combat radius of his Ford carrier! The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Volt is of great operational significance. For the sake of safety, the entire aircraft carrier is equipped with dozens of supercruisers to protect its safety. So, how can it be possible to let local fighters approach at will! Anti-aircraft cruiser, operational layout, CETO air interception missiles, fire me! Clinton had a hideous face, picked up the radio walkie-talkie, and shouted angrily. Following, he gave an order. In the aircraft carrier battle group, those 3 Huge air defense cruisers slowly raised their turrets. Atlanta-class, 10,000 ton displacement, anti-aircraft cruiser. Since the beginning of its research and development, its purpose has been to everything about the other side, the threat of force over the sea. The huge anti-aircraft turret slowly rises. Dozens of anti-aircraft guns, murderous raging. Its purpose is to resist all threats in the air. Radar interference, anti-aircraft artillery bombardment, 150 mm caliber, space-level anti-aircraft gun. The maximum shooting height can reach 10,000 to 20,000 meters. Enough to completely shoot down all threats in the air. Comprehensive preparation. Start. Clinton stood in front of the command platform with a sullen expression, clutching the radio headset abruptly. Fire. Given order. Exclamation mark. 3 anti-aircraft cruisers, dozens of terrorist anti-aircraft guns. The J-20 fighter jets at an altitude of several thousand meters, blasted away. Countless shells formed an indiscriminate attack, intertwined to form a net of heaven and earth. Attempt, J-20 on the spot, and annihilation in midair. At an altitude of 7,000 meters, in the cabin of the J-20 fighter, Chen Zhonggong's pupils were deep, facing the trajectory of the anti-aircraft guns from the bombardment. His expression was indifferent, without any fluctuation. Doesn't seem to put these warheads in your eyes at all. He glanced indifferently at the Ford aircraft carrier below. From beginning to end, his goal has always been only one. That ship, huge nuclear power, the Ford aircraft carrier. At this time, dozens of fighter jets were parked on the deck of the Ford aircraft carrier. Chen Zhengxing glanced at it, and probably there were more than 30 fighters, F-22, F-25, and B-2 Ghost bomber, Apache gunship, Seagull early warning aircraft, fixed-wing anti-submarine aircraft, electronic warfare aircraft, rescue helicopter. Nearly 70 planes were parked on the huge deck. These are the most expensive military assets in the Atlantic Ocean. An airplane is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Those 70 fighter jets, this value. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. He slammed the J-20 fighter jet, a super difficult, terrifying Cobra maneuver. Whoosh! The entire fighter jet swiftly swirled, forming a horrible vortex at high altitude. In front, countless anti-aircraft gun missiles, instantly wiped from the side of the J-20 fuselage! Exclamation mark. He actually faced countless anti-aircraft guns directly, swooped down towards the Volt aircraft carrier below. This, damn it! Exclamation mark. Countless anti-aircraft guns, unexpectedly can't stop the J-20! Exclamation mark. All the artillery shells can't hit that fighter! Exclamation mark. That fighter is like a ghost! Exclamation mark. Swirling rapidly in the air, maneuvering in terror, and constantly avoiding countless anti-aircraft guns. What the fuck? It's just! Exclamation mark. Is he a ghost? Exclamation mark. How can you drive a fighter jet to make such a highly difficult terrorist avoidance action? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? It's just! Exclamation mark. On the Ford aircraft carrier, all the Atlantic warriors, their eyes widened, couldn't believe it. Looking at the J-20 fighter jet that swooped in the sky. All fighters, At this time only one thought, this. How can it be? 3. Chapter 645 Apply for permission. All fighters, at this time only one thought, this. How can it be? However, the distance of several kilometers in height that F-20 rushed in the blink of an eye, break through the terrible blockade of the aircraft carrier fleet. Directly, whizzing towards the sky above the Ford. On the deck of the Ford aircraft carrier, the complexions of all the Atlantic warriors changed suddenly, shocked and unbelievable! There are people who can break through the terrifying air blockade of their Ford aircraft carrier? What the fuck? How can it be? However, the answer to all Atlantic warriors is Automata Long Dark Green Warhead. Hell, Eagle Strike 81, anti-ship missile. Puff. Automata Long Dark Green missile whizzed out of the J-20 fighter jet and slammed into the deck of the Ford aircraft carrier. The missile did not explode in a hurry. Instead, a burst of invisible electric waves spread. This is interfering the Ford's communications radar system. Around the aircraft carrier's deck, all the soldiers' complexions changed suddenly, standing there in horror, their eyes stunned, unable to believe. Staring at the warhead that was inserted horizontally on the deck. This. No. Dodge. Move back. Suddenly, a captain's complexion changed suddenly and he yelled! But, at this time, it's too late! The group of fighters has no time to escape! I saw that the dark green warhead inserted on the deck was ... slowly cracking. The whole missile began to heat up and swell. Next second! Boom! A shocking explosion swept across the entire deck! The horrible fire wave, sweeping tyranny everywhere. Within a radius of tens of meters, all the fighters were blown up! A deck, directly bombed through! On the deck of the giant Ford aircraft carrier, a horrible hole tens of meters in diameter was blown out forcibly! The flames are billowing and burning! On the entire deck, a miserable howl! More than a dozen F-22 fighters were directly destroyed, and the scene was miserable! In front of the podium, Clinton's entire face was furious and completely exploded! Counterattack. The first and second combat teams. Give me a counterattack. Clinton looked grim and drawled. But at this time, he suddenly discovered that the radio on the aircraft carrier had completely lost its function. The radio, bombed by that missile, has been paralyzed only through manual communication. What the fuck? It's just. Clinton let out a roar and told the guard to send a message immediately. The guard obeyed the order and hurriedly ran towards the Naval Operations Department. At the most critical moment, the radio was interfered and paralyzed. This was an unprecedented blow to the aircraft carrier. However, at the same time, the F-20 fighter jet in the sky swooped and swooped again. Another, dark green warhead, threw it down! Puff. The Automata Long warhead hurled down toward the tarmac where the most fighter jets were on the aircraft carrier's deck. The missile plunged into the aircraft carrier's deck. In an instant, the complexions of everyone around him changed suddenly. Two warriors, wearing camouflage uniforms, rushed forward. They tried to use manpower to pull the missiles out of the deck. But as soon as they touched the missile, they instantly activated the explosion switch. Boom 6. A terrifying wave swept! The horrible flames and airwaves are frantically surging. The entire deck was instantly bombarded with a huge crack tens of meters long. Countless fighter jets were blown up in the explosion. The miserable situation at the scene is unprecedented. Wow! Another anti-ship missile blasted and plunged into the deck of the fleet. Boom! A shocking explosion. Almost instantly, all the fighter jets on the entire deck of the Volt aircraft carrier were blown up. The scene is miserable, unprecedented. Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carrier. Atlantic DISU, one of the top military forces. Cost, $15 billion US. Exclamation mark. It is the Atlantic Empire, the most expensive ship ever built by the Navy. The ship uses many high-tech, mainly including integrated electric propulsion, electromagnetic ejection technology, in one fell swoop. The 21st century. The Atlantic Empire, the backbone of maritime strike forces. In the past, he has undertaken many major military tasks. Almost, it is the top sea and air combat group in the entire aircraft carrier. This time today, this ship, which claims to be the world's top supernuclear-powered aircraft carrier, is suffering an unprecedented blow. Exclamation mark. On the Ford-class aircraft carrier, dozens of F-22 fighter jets, even before they could be dispatched in the future, were directly bombarded to smash by the F-20 anti-ship missiles. The entire Ford aircraft carrier, even, was almost paralyzed. It's an unprecedented humiliation. The Atlantic Ocean has dominated the global waters for decades. How long have you suffered such humiliation? Exclamation mark. An entire aircraft carrier combat formation. There is nothing left to do. A mere ... Eastern Ant, J-20 fighter? Question mark. Even, the situation at this time. The entire nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is almost destroyed by the J-20? Exclamation mark. This, damn it! Exclamation mark. What a shame. If there is no counterattack, the fighter will continue to bombard like this. I'm afraid the entire aircraft carrier is really very likely to be sunk! Exclamation mark. But, at the same time, the F-20 fighter plane in the sky hovered at an altitude of several thousand meters, and then ... suddenly turned sideways and whizzed towards the command platform of the Ford aircraft carrier. At this moment, in front of the podium, Captain Clinton's complexion suddenly condensed! Exclamation mark. His gaze stared at the J-20 fighter jet that was howling! Exclamation mark. The distance is getting closer. Wow! An anti-ship missile burst out suddenly, directly pierced through the glass of the podium, fiercely penetrated into the deck ground of the podium. Captain, be careful. Get out. Behind Clinton, the two guards looked very shocked and reminded again and again! Exclamation mark. However, Clinton looked stern and stared at the cabin of the J-20 fighter. After finishing the bombing of the J-20 fighter jet, it suddenly tilted to the side, and quickly whizzed past the command platform, and almost instantly, Clinton, finally, see clearly. The figure sitting in the cabin of the J-20 fighter! Exclamation mark. Boom 6! Exclamation mark. In an instant, Clinton's pupils trembled suddenly! Exclamation mark. That! Exclamation mark. That is? Question mark. Dead! Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. He, dreaming. Can't forget, the figure of the devil! Exclamation mark. Even if it turns into ashes, he recognizes! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? It's the code name, Death! Exclamation mark. Is the codename Reaper driving this J-20 fighter jet? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Clinton's complexion was hideous, furious, crazy. Reaper. He grabbed an assault rifle directly from the side, his body violently rushed up, directly smashed the podium glass, and leapt towards the outside of the podium. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He was carrying an assault rifle. His body fell rapidly in the air several meters high, his gun aimed at a few meters above the sky. The low-speed J-20 fighter jet violently fired! Exclamation mark. Vow to smash it into pieces! Exclamation mark. Dang dang dang. Countless bullets pierced the void and blasted fiercely on the J-20 fighter. A burst of metallic sparks spattered. However, the entire J-20 fighter jet is still intact without any damage. The F-20 uses super strength, super manganese carbon fiber material, which can withstand the bombardment of ordinary firearms bullets. So ordinary firearms bullets bombard the F-20 fuselage with almost no damage. But, at the same time, a few kilometers away from the sea, the other, the Nimitz class, 10,000-ton supernuclear aircraft carrier, is receiving an emergency call for help. Coming from the sea quickly, come to the rescue! Exclamation mark. Swish swish, dozens of F-35 fighter jets rose from the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, cut through the airspace, and came quickly to rescue! Exclamation mark. Attempt to shoot down that J-20 fighter! Exclamation mark. Air combat is on the verge of. However, the air combat has not yet begun. It is almost over in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. The J-20 fighter jet whirled rapidly and the tornado maneuvered. Dozens of air-to-air missiles came out. In an instant, dozens of F-35 fighter jets that pierced the sea and flew quickly were directly blasted to pieces! Exclamation mark. The sky is full of flames, sweeping across the sky! Exclamation mark. That group of F-35 fighters, even too late to avoid. It was directly swept by the sky flames, turned into a piece of shattered wreckage, scattered on the endless blue sea. The USS Ford, on the deck. The sky is full of flames. Captain Clinton looked furious, and his whole person suddenly got up from the deck. Order. Sleevel alert. Connect me to the Ministry of National Defense. Application, Nuclear Weapons Authority. Clinton's voice was raging and angry, and he roared! Exclamation mark. In the Volt aircraft carrier, for self-protection. Therefore, it is equipped with a small nuclear fusion, ATIP combat nuclear warhead. The purpose is to prevent all sudden destruction attacks. However, at this time the Ford is facing an unprecedented serious disaster. A J-20 fighter suddenly penetrated into their defense line. This is simply! Exclamation mark. For self-protection, Clinton urgently applied for permission to release nuclear weapons! Exclamation mark. At all costs, even if the Ford's nuclear reactor is activated and nuclear weapons are dispatched, we must kill the aircraft above, the J-20 fighter jet! Exclamation mark. In the cabin of the J-20 fighter jet, Shenzong's eyes were calm, sitting indifferently in the cabin, and slowly lit a cigarette. Looking down, the flaming Ford aircraft carrier. The corner of his mouth raised an unprecedented deep arc. There is a long history of hatred between him and the Ford aircraft carrier. 2 years of blood feud. 2 years ago, he confronted the entire aircraft carrier fleet of the Ford with his bare hands. That year, he was almost sunk by the Ford in the Pacific Ocean. Now, 2 years later, the two meet again in this Strait of the Gulf of Oman. Meet on a narrow road. The brave wins. This time, Chen Zhonging is no longer unarmed. Rather, he is driving a 5th-generation superfighter, the most advanced in the summer, the J-20. This time, with a sudden air attack and terrifying combat flying ability, he broke through and broke into the Ford, launching a devastating blow to the Volt, trying to completely sink this Atlantic super aircraft carrier. Others may be afraid of the crisis of World War. But he, Chen Zong, not afraid. 2 years ago, he slaughtered the Pacific Ocean alone and almost provoked the East Asian War. He has never been afraid of war. He does things without remembering the consequences, just to complete the task. Just like that 2 days ago, the Atlantic UF targeted and killed a certain military general in Iraq. The Atlantic Empire is also reckless. It just so happens that he is dead, regardless of the consequences. Then, it depends on who can be killed. It's not that the J-20 was shot down. That is, the Ford aircraft carrier was destroyed. Either you die, or I live. But, at the same time, on the USS Ford, a police officer looked solemn, and quickly handed a black special permission phone to Captain Clinton. Clinton's face was stern. He picked up the phone directly and dialed a special number. The Atlantic Ocean DISU, the highest combat organization, authority, Ministry of National Defense. Update 2! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 646 Meteor Star, Nuclear Reactor Device. But, at the same time, on the USS Ford, a police officer looked solemn, and quickly handed a black special permission phone to Captain Clinton. Clinton's face was stern. He picked up the phone directly and dialed a special number. The Atlantic Ocean DISU, the highest combat organization, authority, Ministry of National Defense. Admiral Clinton, any instructions? When the phone was connected, a hoarse and deep voice came from the other end. On the other end of the phone, that figure is exactly, Atlantic DISU, the commander with the highest authority to the outside world. Dear Sir Yorkov, my Ford suffered a death blow from the J-20 fighter. Request, apply for permission to activate the nuclear reactor. Clinton looked at the phone with a stern face and solemnly requested! The Ford, as one of the top war aircraft carriers in the Atlantic, dominates the oceans. As a top war weapon, Atlantic has specially equipped him with a small nuclear reactor. The purpose is ... When this aircraft carrier encounters a death blow, it can initiate a counterattack against the sky. Reverse the situation instantly. Small nuclear reactors, although they are only nuclear weapons of very small power. However, it is enough to destroy all living creatures within a radius of tens of kilometers. On the other end of the phone, the complexion of that chieftain was more solemn than ever. After a long silence, the other end of the phone finally uttered two words: permit. In addition, I will send CIA agents to conduct war assessments and provide assistance. With that, the permission order on the other end of the phone was issued. On the deck of the Volt aircraft carrier, Clinton looked grim, and he screamed at his opponent! Give me, start ... Meteor Star, nuclear reactor. Code name, Meteor Star, nuclear reactor device. The code name implies that when the nuclear explosion occurs, it is like a meteor explosion, and everything is silent. In an instant, the entire Ford aircraft carrier, in an instant, emergency SSS level alert. On the deck of the Ford aircraft carrier, the mechanism device slowly opened. A huge turret slowly emerged from below! Under the turret is a dark blue nuclear reactor device with a diameter of 20 meters. The dark blue is the countless enriched uranium, which is fused with the reaction chemical device, and the reaction color changes deep blue like the sea. As its nuclear molecules react, fuse, and explode. Will explode, tens of millions of tons, terrorist lethality. All time, a radius of tens of kilometers. Everything will be destroyed. Clinton was completely pressed. In anger, he was almost crazy. Order to start the nuclear reactor installation. That huge nuclear reaction turret, infrared thermal synthesis locked. In an instant, the J-20 fighter jet that quickly passed by thousands of meters in the sky was locked. Use nuclear weapons to blast a mere fighter jet. This is no different, holding a kitchen knife to chop the ants. But at this time, Clinton was completely pressed. Thousands of meters above, in the cabin of the J-20 fighter jet, Chen Zongxing was smoking a cigarette. His eyes calmly looked down. When he saw a huge turret erected on the Ford aircraft carrier, his pupils condensed slightly. This! Yes? Nuclear reaction turret? This. Chen Zongxing took a deep breath. This Clinton really can't afford it. If it fails, then nuclear weapons will be activated? Is this a plan to die with myself? Destroy the entire sea area? Once the nuclear reactor fires, the entire sky and the entire sea will be affected. The terrifying airwave swept across. I'm afraid the Ford aircraft carrier can't escape. The corners of Chen Zongxing's mouth raised an arc. He suddenly turned the nose, and the J-20 fighter jet swiftly moved towards the downward ... the giant nuclear reactor turret, rushing away. He wanted to see who on earth would dare to do it first. When I saw this scene, in an instant, on the Ford aircraft carrier, the faces of all the soldiers changed suddenly. This! What the fuck! facing the nuclear reactor cannon! Exclamation mark. This is suicidal, is it all perish! Exclamation mark. Everyone was frightened by the terrorist actions of the J-20 fighter! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Ford, on the deck of a nuclear aircraft carrier. The complexions of all the soldiers changed drastically! Exclamation mark. Everyone is shaking! Exclamation mark. Even Captain Clinton was terrified and shocked like never before. His body is shaking! Exclamation mark. Angry, can't believe it. He originally started the nuclear aircraft carrier reactor, just wanting to be awe-inspiring. Shake back that demon Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. But he didn't expect ... that death was so wanting to launch a suicide attack. Piloting a fighter jet and rushing directly toward the turret of the nuclear reactor! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. If this nuclear reactor explodes on the aircraft carrier ... then ... the entire flight curtain will be wiped out! Exclamation mark. 1,000 meters above the sky, the J-20 fighter jet dived quickly, passing low altitude, rushing down towards the meteor nuclear reactor and ... exclamation mark. The distance is getting closer. Seeing, I'm about to hit! Exclamation mark. The scene is more solemn than ever! Exclamation mark. However, at this moment! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, a solemn and anxious voice came from the radio headset in the fighter jet cabin. Reaper, what the are you doing? The voice on the radio was Zhang Yazu. Quickly turn me around. Do you want to start a world war? Exclamation mark. Zhang Yazu furiously shouted over the radio. Sorry, I'm not accustomed to being threatened. But Chen Zhongying said slowly with his eyes calm, smoking a cigarette. He drove the F-20 and slammed into the nuclear reactor turret! Exclamation mark. He was so real, he didn't mean to evade in the slightest! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Zhang Yazu on the radio was completely annoyed. The F-20 fighter jets roared and rushed towards the nuclear turret below! Exclamation mark. The distance is only a few hundred meters away. Arrived in the blink of an eye. At that moment, on the Ford aircraft carrier, everyone was horrified, sad, desperate. Closed their eyes. Some people have even passed out of fear! Exclamation mark. The moment of life and death. Just when the J-20 fighter jet was about to hit the giant nuclear aircraft carrier turret! Exclamation mark. The nose of the J-20 fighter suddenly slammed to one side. The fuselage of the fighter jet, along the turret of the nuclear reactor, is almost only 1 centimeter away, quickly wiped it past! Exclamation mark. The horrible sonic boom swept the audience. The J-20 fighter jet, at a critical juncture, finally avoided the giant fort. Zhang Yazu, why be nervous? It's just a joke. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin, his voice calm and indifferent, and he slowly replied, at $carat and % exclamation mark $hash. And percent and at 34% hash. In the radio headset, Zhang Yazu's angry and ferocious voice directly yelled. But, at the same time, the Ford aircraft carrier below, everyone, all slumped together, knelt down on the ground. The moment of life and death, escape from the dead. I found that there are still readers who don't vote for monthly tickets, so let me explain. The monthly pass does not cost you a penny. You read books every month, and you will get a monthly pass as long as you consume it. If the monthly pass is not sent, it will be cleared at the end of the month. So, please trouble me, and send a monthly pass for this book. Tap the reading screen once, and 3 circles will appear in the upper right corner. Click on that circle to vote for a monthly pass. Travelers don't need you to give a reward, only you need to send me a monthly pass. Thanks a lot! Exclamation mark. I will work hard to update. Chapter 647 Special Offer, Aries Cigarettes. On the Ford aircraft carrier, Clinton looked savage. His eyes were furious and fierce, staring at the circling J-20 fighter in the sky. His body is shaking. That is anger, anger to the limit! Exclamation mark. Kilometers above, the J-20 fighter jet hovered rapidly over the Ford aircraft carrier. Inside the cabin, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he glanced towards the bottom of the glass cabin. His gaze confronted Clinton, who was a kilometer below. The mortal enemy 2 years ago, for the first time, met in this sea. Afterwards, Chen Zonging sat in the cabin, stretched out his hand slowly, and made a motion of wiping his neck. Representative, kill. He will kill Clinton with his own hands sooner or later. Then, in the next second, swish! A terrifying sonic boom erupted from the J-20 fighter. The entire fighter plane, like a silver glow, instantly disappeared above, whistling towards the distant sky. Everyone can only watch the J-20 fighter jet whizzing away, because no one can stop him. No one dare to stop him. If you say, 2 years ago, Reaper was almost killed by the Ford. So today, the situation has reversed. Grim Reaper is driving the J-20 fighter jet, adding more wings, breaking into the air blockade of 2 aircraft carriers, almost sinking the Ford aircraft carrier on the spot. This is simply the so-called strongest maritime defense line of the Atlantic Ocean. The strongest aircraft carrier combat formation. In front of the F-20 driven by the of Death, it was simply vulnerable. If it is said that the code name is the of Death, it is a nightmare for the whole world. Then, the Grim Reaper driving the F-20 is ... the fear of the whole world. On the deck of the Ford, Clinton clenched his fists tightly, and he was short of breath. Puff! With anger attacking his heart, he spit out a mouthful of black blood. Captain! On the entire deck, all the soldiers were shocked. They all stepped forward and supported the captain. Today, this battle, it is simply the Ford aircraft carrier, an unprecedented humiliation. The J-20 fighter jet screamed and passed the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chen Zonging sat in the cabin and started to cruise at a constant speed, unmanned. Then, he just sat in the cabin, smoking a cigarette. After dozens of minutes, the J-20 fighter jet finally returned to the Persian Gulf waters. Below the sea, the tripartite joint, the military exercise site. When I saw the J-20 fighter jet flying high in the sky, in an instant, in the sea below, the soldiers of the 3 armies were all solemn and saluted. Whether it is a white navy, a black navy, or a grey navy, Yanlong, Vostok, Polar Bear State Shore Variag, Kuznetsov, and all sea cruisers, all crew members, all look up and stare. 3 continents, soldiers from 3 directions, stand together solemnly, marching salute. Just now, through the satellite radar picture, they have learned the situation that happened in the sea hundreds of kilometers away. A J-20 fighter jet, isolated and helpless, broke into the enemy, the most terrifying naval carrier nest, toward the Ford aircraft carrier, drop several missiles. This is the most painful blow to the Atlantic since World War II! Exclamation mark. Since World War II, the Atlantic has regarded itself as well equipped and has acted as the world's policeman throughout the world. Threats and persecution of force have allowed all continents in the world to serve their interests. Even without hesitation, economic sanctions, force deterrence, blockade. Let all the continents of the world surrender. Yes, today the force in the Atlantic has suffered unprecedented blows. Attempt, in the tripartite joint military exercise, provocation and air sabotage. As a result, the entire formation of fighter jets sent was destroyed by the female agent of Yangtze, the Divine Phoenix. However, their Cosmic-class marine aircraft carrier, the Ford Chen Zhongying, was also alone, driving the J-20 fighter jet, breaking through the sea and air blockade, dropping several missiles, and the entire aircraft carrier was almost sunk. It's an unprecedented anti-slap on the Atlantic Ocean! The so-called strongest aircraft carrier, the strongest military formation, the strongest radar warning system. In front of the J-20, it is not even a fart. Thousands of meters above the sky, the F-20 fighter jet whizzed past, slowly landed on the deck of the Vostok aircraft carrier. The fighter jet's hangar is hooked by 3 metal cables on the deck of the aircraft carrier. The cabin door opened. A large group of deck soldiers, the staff, all stepped forward. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly stepped out of the cabin. Quartet, countless soldiers, salute. In the crowd ahead, Dongfeng Yan, the captain of the Vostok aircraft carrier, slowly walked in front of Chen Zhongying. Take off the military cap, raise your right hand. A respectful, military salute. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and he nodded slowly. It was a response to the military salute of everyone. He squeezed out the cigarette and passed Dongfeng Rock and the people. Brother Chen. At this moment, Dongfeng Yan suddenly spoke and called him. Do you smoke? It's a special offer from the army, the god of war cigarettes. Hearing these words, Chen Zhongying stopped. There are special cigarettes, why not smoke? He turned back and came to Dongfeng Rock. Dongfeng Yan took out a pack of Wu Ying's God of War cigarettes from his pocket, took out one, and handed it to Chen Zhongying. Then, light it up for him. Sometimes, smoking can shorten the distance between men. From the moment Dongfeng Yan handed him a cigarette and lit the cigarette, he was already closer to Chen Zhongying. The two stood in front of the deck, puffing out smoke rings, looking at the endless blue sea. The breath is calm. Death, God. Dongfeng Yan smoked a smoke ring, his eyes calm, and he looked at Chen Zhongying meaningfully. It's just a code name. Chen Zhongzong was smoking a cigarette, and his voice was indifferent. You belong to the 3rd department? Dongfeng Yan asked slowly in a deep tone. I don't understand what you are talking about. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent, and the light from the corner of his eye gave him a faint look. Hearing these words, an arc flashed across the corner of Dongfeng Yan's mouth and shook his head. Yes, there is no 3rd sector in the world, I understand. The 3rd sector is just a name. Never disclose it, never disclose it, never affiliated with the official. So, in theory, it does not exist. Dongfeng Yan took a deep breath of cigarette, and then, suddenly he took out a sterling silver business card from his navy uniform pocket. Brother Chen, my business card has my mobile phone number on it. Dongfeng Yan's voice was calm and solemn, and handed the business card to Chen Zhongying. This is planning to make friends with Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying slowly let out a smoke ring, and glanced at the business card in front of him indifferently. On it, a string of identity words are written: Eastern Royal Family, Eastern Rock. It is not easy to be able to engrave the word king on a business card. Non-royal generals, non-royal marquis, who dares to print the word king on the business card? That is to decapitate the 9 tribes. This Eastern Rock comes from most of a certain party, royal family. Rejuvenation, the East. Chen Zhongying's eyes narrowed slightly. This surname, indeed, is very rare. The same name as the Vostok aircraft carrier. Is it a coincidence? Chen Zhong took a deep cigarette, but did not accept his business card. Instead, he turned around and passed Dongfeng Rock. The smoke is good. He left this sentence, turned around and left. No business cards will be accepted. This representative, he didn't want to make friends with the captain of the Vostok, the Yangtze superstar king. The corner of Dongfeng Yan's mouth flashed deep. He slowly retracted his business card. Since you like it, then this pack of cigarettes will be given to you. After speaking, he slammed his right hand. The whole pack of Ares special cigarettes flew out in an instant. Not far away, Shenzong grabbed his palm, grabbed the pack of cigarettes directly, then calmly, turn around and leave. The sunset is slanting, and dusk is approaching. Hundreds of kilometers away, the waters of the Gulf of Oman, the two Atlantic Dezhou aircraft carriers suffered unprecedented blows. Hovering in the middle of the sea is miserable. In particular, the Ford aircraft carrier, the entire deck of the aircraft carrier, was almost blasted through. On the deck, hundreds of fighter jets were all destroyed. Even the command tower of the aircraft carrier was bombed into ruins and razed to the ground. In just a few hours, the Atlantic directly lost tens of billions. These F-22 fighters are the top Air Force equipment in the Atlantic. At this moment, everything was destroyed. It was miserable. At this moment, in the distance, 3 Apache gunships roared and roared from the western sky. 3 Apache gunships flew over the Ford aircraft carrier, a distance of 100 meters apart. At this moment, the cabin door opened. Swish swish. Apostrophe. A group of men in black suits and sunglasses suddenly jumped down from a helicopter at a height of 100 meters. Ha. Apostrophe. A horrible sound of landing swept through. The dozens of men in black and sunglasses, just like the Ultimate, landed on the Ford deck. However, at the same time, above, another man with sunglasses quickly jumped down from the sky over 100 meters. Ask for a monthly pass! Isn't the plot exciting? Chapter 648 Code Name, Detroit. However, at the same time, above, another man with sunglasses quickly jumped down from the sky over 100 meters. Boom. And the moment the man with sunglasses landed under the feet, the entire thick and hard aircraft carrier deck is cracked and sunken. Along his body, a terrible depression was formed. This, simply, the power of one person fell, and the entire deck was smashed and sunken. Here, it can be seen that his body density, how big is his weight? Codenamed Reaper, Shenzong's body mass and weight exceed 300 kilograms. However, the weight of the man with sunglasses in front of him, absolutely, has exceeded the value of 300 kilograms. The man in sunglasses slowly got up from the deck floor with cold eyes. Like a Terminator from hell. The captain of the Ford looked solemn, stepped forward, bowing respectfully and saluting. Captain Ford, Clinton. Met. Mr. Detroit. The one in front of me is the Atlantic Ocean, the most mysterious institution, the CIA, and one of the top agents. Code name, Detroit. The Atlantic continents are named after Atlantic cities. The higher the level of the agent, the stronger the city code it represents. It is said that at present the most powerful number one agent of the CIA is, codename, New York. Rampantly across the world, killing invincible. However, the one in front of me is codename, Detroit. Detroit. It is Atlantic, Michigan, the largest urban agglomeration in the Atlantic. The city ranks 10th. Population density, 9 million. This is a top 10 super city. However, this agent, named after Detroit, is enough to show how strong is his strength! Detroit was wearing sunglasses and looking cold, slowly scanning the surroundings. On the pair of sunglasses on his face, various data, information are constantly appearing on the sunglasses. This pair of glasses was specially developed by the Atlantic Military Secrets Office, Hexagon Building, and is a super agent equipment. Equipped with code-named Agents of the Atlantic, the sunglasses are made of super high-tech nanochips, which can perform computer calculations and analysis in an instant. Provide strong support for the actions of the agents. At this time, the sunglasses on Detroit's face are constantly showing various values. Destruction of aircraft carrier, 60%. The area of the deck destroyed is 3,441 square meters. Remaining fighters at the scene, 1. Destruction of nuclear reactor, 0.1%. He glanced roughly, and instantly analyzed the comprehensive damage of the aircraft carrier. Comprehensive assessment, damage level, serious. The other party, there is only one J-20 fighter. Detroit looked calm and indifferent, fixed his gaze on Clinton, and asked indifferently. Clinton nodded his head and said grimly, "Yes, there is only one J-20. The pilot of that fighter is the of death." When I heard the word Reaper, the pupil under that pair of sunglasses in Detroit suddenly condensed. Hot summer, the most terrifying codename agent, Death. His eyes were deep and inexplicable, looking around the surrounding environment. The pair of sunglasses on the bridge of the nose is constantly calculating data. The sunglasses are deducing, calculating ... recovering the battle situation at the scene. Soon, a three-dimensional picture appeared on the sunglasses. That is, the battle screen deduced by the nanocomputer is restored. When, see the picture fighting in the sunglasses. Detroit's eyes gradually condensed. Codename, Reaper! The threat assessment of the mysterious agent of Yangtze has to be raised again by another level. Reaper's combat capabilities have completely exceeded their existing threat assessment system. It was a terrifying figure that was so terrifying as never before. Nuclear reactor, keep it cool. No order, it's not allowed to turn on. Detroit's eyes were deep. He spoke, and told Clinton. Yes. Clinton nodded respectfully. One of him, the captain of the dignified Ford nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, still maintains such a respectful attitude in front of this CIA agent. This is simply, it can be seen how high is the identity of the agent in front of you! Then, he slowly turned his head, his gaze stared at the western waters. At the dusk, the end of the endless blue sea. Hundreds of kilometers away. That is, the Persian Gulf Strait. Where is the sea base for the Tricontinental Joint Military Exercise? Detroit asked slowly with deep eyes and a calm and indifferent voice. Yes. The joint military exercises of the three continents are carried out in the Persian Gulf just 200 kilometers away. Clinton looked solemn and reported. Detroit's eyes slowly congealed. What was your original mission? He asked. Clinton looked complicated and said solemnly, in the name of the highest command of the Navy, we order the Ford, and the Nimitz class, to set out together to go to the Persian Gulf to launch a joint military exercise on the three continents and cause interference and destruction. Disrupt. The plan for military exercises in all continents has dealt a morale blow. Clinton's voice was a bit complicated and condensed. Today, this naval battle, it was his life. The biggest humiliation. He has never been so embarrassed in this blue ocean in his life. But, now, he was slapped severely in the hands of that hot summer agent, codenamed Death, twice in a row. The first time, 2 years ago, in the Pacific Ocean. That time, countless Hornet fighter jets on the Ford were almost shot down, lost heavily. The second time is today. Today, the demon came in with a J-20 fighter jet and dropped several anti-ship missiles, almost sinking his entire aircraft carrier fleet. If not for the end, he was forced to use a nuclear reactor. This forced the of Death to leave. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is simply the most humiliating scene Clinton has ever suffered in his life. Here, the mission report of Captain Clinton. Agent Detroit's eyes slowly congealed. He reached out and pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. His eyes were calm, and he said slowly, "Tonight, leave your task to me." When hearing this sentence, Clinton's entire complexion was taken aback. Looking at this black agent in disbelief! This! Mr. Detroit is going to do it himself! This one, known as the CIA, one of the 10 most terrifying agents. Codename, Detroit. It was a horrible existence that sensationalized the entire Western Hemisphere, performed many anti-terrorism missions with brutal methods like never before. Now, this codenamed agent actually wants to do it himself. This is, intending to avenge yourself! Revenge for the entire Ford aircraft carrier. Clinton looked solemn, rested, and saluted Mr. Detroit's favor. Clinton will remember. Detroit's eyes were calm, and he said slowly, "You and I both work for the great Atlantic Ocean, and the Atlantic Ocean is the overlord of this ocean." As soon as these words were said, the surrounding air was instantly cold. Murderous. How can the dignity of the Atlantic Ocean be provoked? Exclamation mark. Today, his Atlantic aircraft carrier was so destroyed. Then, he must, 10 times 100 times, and come back. Give me one. The azimuth coordinates of the joint military exercise. Detroit said calmly and lightly. Clinton did not dare to neglect, and immediately reported an accurate coordinate address to Mr. Detroit. His eyes were calm and he nodded slowly. Then, he walked slowly to a small rescue speedboat in front of the deck. With a sudden force with a single palm, boom, the entire rescue boat was suddenly pushed off the deck and fell into the water. Then, his body flashed directly towards the bottom of the deck, and jumped down. Boom. The body fell heavily on the speedboat. The rescue speedboat engine roared and whizzed towards the sea ahead. 3. Chapter 649 Purple Xion. Dark night. The Persian Gulf Strait. Coordinates, latitude 107, x 8000, y 6000. Tripartite Bazoo, the scene of the joint military exercise. At this time, it was late at night. The tripartite Bazoo warship is hovering over the endless waters. Fallen into the rest of the night. During the day today, a joint military exercise with all firepower came to an end. At this time, everyone is already a little tired. All the soldiers have fallen asleep. Only some guards, wireless radars, and high-altitude defense systems are still on alert. Prepare for battle at any time. Along the joint military exercises, everything within our radius of tens of kilometers was tightly blocked. A military restricted zone was formed. Today, the war in the Middle East is chaotic. The number one military figure of Al-Bazoo was ordered to kill by the Atlantic Ocean, which created an unprecedented threat of tension. Conflicts may rise at any time. Therefore, in order to deal with these threats, trilateral military exercises, force deterrence, and calm sea areas. At this time, the night is endless. In the sea, only the signal lights of warships flashed rhythmically in the dark night. Just now, suddenly, ahead, in the endless sea, the figure of a black-clothed man was sneaking tens of meters deep in the sea. He held his breath, like a shark in the water, swiftly swimming in the direction of the joint military exercise. This person is Atlantic CIA super agent, code name, Detroit. The suit on his body has its own radio radar jamming and blocking signals. This is one of the most advanced military equipment in the Atlantic Ocean. This suit is specially made for CIA agents. Bulletproof, ultra-lightweight, anti-radiation, heat insulation, anti-radar detection, with super concealment function. Can resist any radar, any infrared thermal synthesis detection. Almost, sneak attack. Absolutely perfect tool for crime. Therefore, he was able to sneak into the sea area of the joint military exercise base of the three continents without a problem. Detroit's body swims on the surface of the sea, and the sunglasses on his face exudes a faint glow in the water. The sunglasses are scanning and analyzing infrared data in an instant. All the conditions in the military exercise sea area several kilometers away were scanned, and the detection was clear. At the scene, 37 combat warships, 4 superlarge nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. This kind of battle is unprecedented. This is a super military exercise. In the endless waters, Detroit's eyes glowed with depth. Joint super military exercise? Ah, so many warships, just right. Simply destroyed all at once. In return, today, the revenge of his Ford aircraft carrier. There was a terrible cold light in Detroit's eyes. Want to come, that codenamed Death. Should. Is it also in this military exercise base? Codename, Reaper. Looking forward to a fight with you. Codenamed God of Earth. There has never been a strong or weak ranking between Detroit because the two sides have never played against each other. And tonight, Detroit, I really want to meet for a while. The legendary, the most terrifying codename of the summer, the of death, which is stronger and weaker. After fighting, I know. In the next second, Detroit's body suddenly flashed. The whole person is like a torpedo, swiftly diving towards the sea ahead. His first target was the Yanlong ship in the summer, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Since today, the hot summer sent J-20 fighter jets to destroy his Atlantic fort. At that moment, he was the first to attack the Yangtze submarine, with revenge. Detroit's body exploded, like a torpedo, rushing through. Almost in the blink of an eye, instantly went through the waters west of the Yanlong aircraft carrier. At a distance of several kilometers in the sea, he swam with all his strength, and he arrived in almost a few minutes. Below the waters of the sea, his body violently flashed and bounced from the sea, which he fell on the deck of the Yanlong nuclear aircraft carrier like a ghost. Ruthlessly, everything is silent. Just like a ghost. Detroit, as one of the top 10 CIA agents in the Atlantic, landed on a nuclear aircraft carrier, almost no longer a problem. He flicked his right hand. A long and narrow saber slowly emerged in his hand. As the top agent in the Atlantic, he is more accustomed to using knives than thermal firearms. When a person's physical fitness has been super enhanced, their physical stamina has almost exceeded the limit of the human body dozens of times. For their horrible physical qualities, using firearms, on the contrary, is a burden. Because the speed of bullets is too slow and too slow. So slow that they can easily avoid it. Slowly until the bullet hasn't hit the enemy may have already avoided and killed. Therefore, for their terrifying agent, the most useful weapon is the cold weapon. Knife. It is one of the agent's favorite weapons. One of the 18 weapons, one of the 9 short and 9 long, the first of the 9 short's sword. It is the greatest weapon invention in the world. Single-sided long blade, weapon. Cut, 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 chop, stab. Dozens of killing actions can make the enemy irreversible in an instant. When the terrifying bodies of the agents merge with the sword soldiers, that will be even more powerful. There are thousands of people, and it's not a problem to take the first rank. For such super agents, the knife is the weapon more suitable for them. Cold weapons, in their hands, will burst out even more terrifying real power. Surpass the lethality of any thermal weapon. The long knife is in hand. Detroit's eyes were cold, and step by step, he slowly walked towards the deck podium of the aircraft carrier. He wants to destroy this aircraft carrier. Then, destroy the entire joint military exercise team one after another. Give these 3 continents a deterrent warning. Any attempt to provoke the hegemony of the Atlantic will become ashes. But, just as Detroit, the moment when trying to walk towards the podium, suddenly behind him, there was a magnetic and elegant voice! You boarded the ship late at night, don't you? Are you afraid of death? A female voice slowly floated from behind. It's like a ghost. In an instant, Detroit's eyes condensed suddenly. He smelled a horrible, dangerous aura. He turned his head abruptly. Look behind you. But behind. But it's calm and dark. Nothing happened. His eyes were deep, and he slowly stared around through the pair of sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. The sunglasses have been turned on infrared thermal synthesis, and the screen scanning system. Any creature in the night, as long as it is alive, can capture its heat signal, and instead synthesize biological images. However, at this time, Detroit is wearing sunglasses, his face is solemn, and he looks around, trying to find the enemy in the night! But, on the deck in front of me, it was pitch black and there was no one. Swish! Suddenly a wind rushes out from the front. Detroit's body condensed, and suddenly retreated. Which? A red dagger violently struck past the ground where he had just stood. If not, he dodges quickly. I am afraid that in the next second, his body will be penetrated by the dagger. Detroit looked solemn, staring around. But, on the night deck, but still, No one responded. Everything is like a ghost. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Detroit was holding a long knife in his right hand, and his voice was cold, looking around the deck. Still, there was no response. The scene fell into an unprecedented dignity. Detroit was holding a long knife in his hand, his expression stern. He felt a trace of unprecedented breath. That breath is extremely terrifying. Hidden in the night, like a ghost. That is one, definitely not weaker than his existence. He can feel each other. In the dark night, the air is extremely quiet. An invisible murderous intention slowly emerged. Swish ... Suddenly, the air trembled suddenly. Detroit's pupils condensed, and he suddenly, from his sunglasses, he saw a purple glowing shadow, like a ghost, violently attacking. At this moment, Detroit's pupils shrank violently. Purple, purple! Exclamation mark. His sunglasses have infrared thermal synthesis function. It can detect all living organisms in the surrounding area and within a few hundred meters. As long as they emit heat, they can detect the presence of each other based on their low temperature. But, at this moment, the purple glow in front of the sunglasses made Detroit's complexion suddenly change. This! Exclamation mark. The sinking light of living organisms evolves according to the heat radiated by living organisms. The greater the fluctuation of biological energy, the darker the light color. Ordinary weak creatures, such as mice, sparrows, and other animals, are emitting pink light. Human beings emit red light. However, those who are super strong are dark red. As for those super creatures that are horrible and against the sky ... they will emit terrifying ... purple light. At Detroit's own energy fluctuations, displayed on infrared thermal synthesis, are also lavender. And this one in front of me is deep purple! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Is it an existence that is larger than its own energy fluctuations? Exclamation mark. Is it ... Reaper? Exclamation mark. Whoosh! Detroit's body violently flashed and retreated. And ahead, that purple figure, surging, chased and killed! Exclamation mark. Detroit burst into retreat and evaded, and the long sword in his right hand was suddenly raised. Through the sunglasses and lenses, he seemed to see the body shape of the opponent clearly. This is not of death. This is the beautiful figure of a hot summer oriental woman. Update 2. Shameless, asking for a monthly pass. Brothers who haven't voted yet, vote soon. Otherwise, it will be cleared the next month. Chapter 650 Attack Speed, Mach 1.7. This is the beautiful figure of a hot summer oriental woman. Detroit's stature burst back. In the dark night ahead, through the sunglasses and lenses, the purple figure rushed in quickly. That speed is like a ghost, even faster than a bullet. Speed, 1.5 times the supersonic speed. Just now, the pair of sunglasses on Detroit's face instantly detected the speed of the purple figure, and a prompt appeared on the lens screen automatically. The speed of this woman is more than 1.5 times the factor! Exclamation mark. Is this him? Detroit's body couldn't retreat, and his speed simply couldn't match the woman in front of him. If you retreat, you are in danger. Reflexively, he violently raised his long knife in front of him. Block! Call out! Ahead, that shadow flashed. Through the faint light of the stars in the night, I can faintly see ... a dark red dagger, piercing the air towards Detroit ... slashing. Glang! In an instant, the red dagger and Detroit's long knife slammed together. The violent metal collision sound echoed around. Endless grimation flash. The attack of the red dagger was blocked, but Detroit's whole person, the arm holding the knife, shook suddenly. The whole body's bones seemed to be shocked violently. He staggered, and went straight back several steps. This is enough to stabilize the figure. Who are you? Give your name. Detroit looked solemn, staring at the terrifying shadow in the night, and asked conscientiously. In the front, that beautiful shadow is calm and indifferent, with beautiful red lips, which evokes an arc. She didn't bother to answer this question at all, because, with a dying person, There is no need for dialogue. Swish. In the next second, her shadow flashed, and she teleported directly to Detroit in such a thunderous manner. The red dagger flashes. In an instant, Detroit's complexion changed suddenly. What the fuck? The shot was so fast that he couldn't react at all! Exclamation mark. However, at this moment, on the pair of sunglasses in front of Detroit, a reminder quickly appeared. Warning, the face will be attacked. This pair of sunglasses uses ultra-high-intensity computer calculations, and instantly deduces the opponent's attack direction. Puff! The red dagger was as fast as lightning, and it stabbed towards Detroit's head and brows. Detroit's complexion changed suddenly, and his body slammed to the side, which could not be avoided. With a sharp spin of the long knife in his hand, he stabbed fiercely towards the shadow on the side. Fight back. Woo! But, the moment the long knife stabbed away, the figure of that woman has disappeared in place. The long knife shot down. Detroit looks more solemn than ever. Is this him? It's an encounter, a rival. Originally, he boarded the ship alone, thinking that this joint military exercise was just a group of mobs, and he didn't consider him at all. He tried to destroy the fleet by one person, take revenge on the Ford. However, he couldn't even dream of it. After he boarded the ship, he actually encountered such a terrifying lifelong enemy on the ship! Exclamation mark. This. Who are you? Report your name. I'll spare you for not dying. Otherwise. Detroit's long sword surged, and his eyes kept searching in the night. He is looking for the figure of that woman. At this time, there was a dark night on the deck. There is no shadow, as if everything is quiet. Suddenly, his ears trembled suddenly. Behind! Exclamation mark. He suddenly turned around. Whoosh! Murder is coming. The black dagger is like a red ghost, and it stabs towards Detroit's neck quickly. Detroit's complexion changed suddenly. At the same time, on the sunglasses, a reminder alert appeared again. Warning, frontal attack. Attack speed Mach 1.7. Attack power, 3.3 tons. Explosive power, level 5. What the fuck? Detroit's complexion suddenly condensed. Attack speed, Mach 1.7? Exclamation mark. This speed is comparable to a supersonic fighter. Attack power, 3.3 tons. This attack is so powerful that it is so terrifying! Exclamation mark. Also, explosive power level 5. Is this horrible power erupting from an Eastern woman? Exclamation mark. Detroit's face changed abruptly, and he leaned sideways abruptly, with a horizontal knife against his neck, blocking. Glang! The dark red dagger, like a devil, slashed fiercely on the long knife. The long knife in Detroit shook violently when it was chopped. Countless sparks are splashing! Exclamation mark. Hey! Detroit was directly shocked by this powerful slashing force. His body hit the ground hard. This one is known as one of the 10 most terrifying agents on the other side of the Atlantic. Codename, Detroit. At this moment, he was bombarded by a mysterious Eastern woman? Question mark. It's it! Exclamation mark. However, at this moment, on the sunglasses, the warning resurfaced. Caveat, the threat is coming, the attack position, right above. Detroit's complexion changed suddenly. His body tumbling suddenly, dodged sideways. Boom! At the same time, the moment he had just left, a red dagger stabbed down on the ground where he was originally lying. The terrifying force directly pierced the entire deck into a terrifying crack. Detroit's face was stern. He raised his long knife sharply and slashed down at the Eastern woman. Fight back. Wow! The long knife cut through the void and slashed towards the Eastern woman. Attempt to kill that woman on the spot. 6. He comes from the terrible Atlantic Ocean. The CIA. His honor will never be allowed to be provoked. Dead. Detroit yelled, killing violently, and headed towards the Eastern woman to kill. The long knife cut through the fierce, carrying infinite murderous intent, and the speed was lightning fast, and it slashed towards the Eastern woman. Seeing, we must hit the target. The air freezes. However, the Eastern woman had a calm and indifferent expression, with no intention of avoiding it. Suddenly, her right hand was gently raised. Zheng. Two white jade fingers instantly clamped the long knife that had been split. In an instant, the air. Dead silence. Diderot's pupils suddenly widened, incredibly. Looking at this scene! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Own, this fierce knife. Actually, that's it? Question mark. Was caught by the woman in front of you, directly? Question mark. Scum. Divine Phoenix's long black hair shawl, and a sneer arc on the beautiful red lips. Her two jade fingers pressed harder. Dang. Diderot's titanium alloy manganese steel long knife broke every bit. Diderot's complexion changed suddenly and his pupils shrank sharply. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? He made a decisive decision, abruptly abandoning the knife, and his body burst back. At this time, the situation is in crisis. The Eastern woman in front of me is terrifying! Exclamation mark. It's not what he can handle now. Even his own weapon was shattered. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Retreat, escape. Life is important. All the tasks, wait for the long-term plan after leaving. This is the absolute #1 criterion of their CIA agents. The Secret Service Treaty of the Atlantic Empire. If the mission fails, save your life first. Life, above everything else. Add more to! Exclamation mark. It's almost the end of the month, brothers haven't voted yet, come on. Otherwise, it will be cleared at the end of the month. It's wasted. Thank you for those who voted for me these days. Thank you for your support! Exclamation mark.